warm welcome to the first of 5 days of broadcasts at STHLM+50 Climate Hub, brought to you by We Don't Have Time and UDP together with their partners. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I am your host, together with my dear colleague, Nick Nuttall, and also Shweta Chakraborty from our US office. So Nick, what are we looking forward to this week?
Yeah, well, apart from working with you, Katarina, again, which is absolutely wonderful, I think we are going to see an amazing show for the audience here in the studio, but also the millions around the world watching on digital TV, of innovators, of leaders, of companies who are absolutely committed to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement through joining the UN Race to Zero. And what you're not going to see on this show are some of those companies out there who some might call the Vladimir Putins of the climate challenge world, the ones that don't want to make a change, are just thinking about greed and causing unbelievable damage to the future of every man, woman and child. So they're not on the show, but the others who are taking the action, they're on our shows.
Indeed.
Thanks.
So the 5 days ahead of us will shed light on the biggest climate and environmental challenges facing humanity. And this is 50 years after the first UN Environmental Conference took place, right here in Stockholm. So we'll focus on highlighting, like you said, Nick, solutions.
Loads of them, yeah.
And how to scale them. And the first session today is about climate initiatives, and we have some very exciting news here to share with you. Reaching the Paris Agreement requires a faster, broader, and also global implementation of more sustainable solutions. We are in the middle of an energy and also an industrial transformation, changing our current and traditional ways of operations. And in this transition, new technologies are being developed and many are already available. The industry is ready. Now we need to collaborate cross-border to make this happen. One recent collaboration is between the two titans of Swedish industry, SSAB and Alfa Laval, and how they can push the boundaries and lead the transformation on a journey globally. Steel production makes up 7% of CO2 emissions. This can change. SSAB has taken a strategic decision to lead the transformation, and their upcoming fossil-free technology will be a breakthrough for the industry as it transitions to more sustainable operations. It is now my pleasure to introduce Eva Pettersson, Executive Vice President and Head of Research and Innovation, SSAB, to share her insights on this topic. And here she is. Well, a warm welcome to you, Eva.
Thank you very much.
So, Eva, you have the floor, and you can just fire away.
Yes, you said that we globally, the steel industry emits 7% of the carbon dioxide. In Sweden, it's 10%, and it's my company. So making steel from iron ore with the current technology, using blast furnaces and carbon to reduce and make the iron ore transfer into steel, it's actually a chemical reaction. So we realized that this needs to change. We cannot make more efficient the system that we already have. We need to do something different. So we partnered up with Vattenfall and LKAB, the energy provider with fossil-free electricity, and the iron ore company LKAB, to make a hydrogen breakthrough iron-making technology, and it's completely new. It uses hydrogen instead of carbon. We emit water instead of carbon dioxide. It will potentially, when we are transform the whole company, be 10% for Sweden and 7% for Finland.
It's massive, really.
Yes, yes. And I think it's possible with the value chain approach that we now have with LKAB, Vattenfall, and SSAB. It's not possible. And now also with partnering up with Alfa Laval, we can show the world that this is actually possible. We can do this. And I have a proof of in my hand that we can make it happen. And 2016, when we started to talk about this, the rest of the steel industry said it's impossible, it doesn't make sense, it can't be done. And now we're showing that it can. And with products, together with Alfa Laval and other partners, we can actually inspire the whole world. That's how I feel.
Wonderful, Eva. Well, thank you so much. And now I'm going to hand over to Thomas Möller. He's Executive Vice President Alfa Laval and President of the Energy Division. And here he is, Thomas Möller. Warm welcome.
Thank you, Katarina.
Excellent. So, Thomas, could you talk a little bit and introduce Alfa Laval and how your solutions are part of this big energy transformation?
Sure. So, first of all, Alfa Laval is a market leader in producing heat exchangers. And heat exchangers is used to heat and cool different fluids and gases, and it's really around the world. And these heat exchangers are going into process solutions for our everyday life. So it goes into the transportation sector, in the marine industry. It goes into food processing, and it's also heating and cooling of homes, our offices. Even this building we have here, with the climate we have in here, we have a number of heat exchangers in this building. But they are hidden, so they are not known to many, but they really matter to most. And they are impacting a lot of billion of people year in and year out. And since they are hidden and people haven't seen one, we thought we would bring one today. So that's what we have over here. So this is a heat exchanger, and this is a specific size. They come smaller, they come bigger. They can be so big they can't be in this room. And there are millions of them in the world. And I think it's just absolutely beautiful. And now you think he's a bit nerdy, but I'll tell you.
I agree.
You agree?
And it's heavy. It was really difficult getting it up on stage. It's a big, heavy machinery here.
This is some 350 kilograms, but
Indeed.
they come in many, many tons also. So why I love this beautiful unit is we're also part of the energy sector. So we are in all those applications. So we talk about energy efficiency, the new clean energy landscape, and so on. And these units are really enabling it. If we look at just the units we sold last year, that is equal to 50 gigawatt of energy savings. And if we then take also the service of the installed base and making them sure they are clean and fit for duty, it's another 50 gigawatts. And 100 gigawatt, what is that? How much is it? And if we just look at the number of wind turbines being deployed last year, which was a record year, it was 90 gigawatts. So I get goosebumps. I mean, that's amazing that we have an energy efficiency where we save energy. We don't have to produce it. So that's actually the greenest energy we can have. So I think that is pretty amazing, and that's why I think it's a beautiful piece of equipment. And of course, don't get me wrong, we need a lot of wind turbines. It's not so we need a lot of renewable power, but we also need to save the energy and recover the waste heat we can, and there's so much available.
And Thomas, I know Alfa Laval has a target to be climate neutral by 2030, and of course, how does the steel that goes into these machineries, how does that play in this part?
Yeah, so you can say our contribution to the Paris Agreement and the race to the net zero is very much about putting equipment out and helping customers and processes being much more efficient. But it's of course also to get our own house in order. We cannot get away from that, and we don't want to. And we have put up a very ambitious target of, as a company, to be carbon neutral by 2030.
That is ambitious. We like it. We need ambitions, high ambitions indeed. So Thomas and Eva, how about we watch a video to explain a little bit more about how this works?
Yeah.
Alfa Laval is a leading international company on heat exchanger technologies, and that is in many industries. So it's heating, cooling of homes, it's waste heat recovery of a lot of industries, but it's also into the new energy landscapes with solar energy, wind energy, turning that into new types of power, hydrogen production and energy storage.
SSAB is a steel producer. Sweden, Finland, and North America. We are niched within high strength and wear-resistant steels. We have for a long time worked together with our customers to utilize the premium specialized steels that we have, making our customers' products lighter, stronger, and more sustainable. In January this year, our board made the policy decision to look into speeding up our transition. transforming our strip product system completely in the Nordics, doing the transformation to fossil-free steel.
So we are very excited about the SSAB partnership. This is about going into action mode. This is about making things happen. Two big industrial companies in Sweden together that has an international impact, both on the fossil-free steel and employing that into heat exchangers that goes into a very versatile number of industries. That is pretty exciting.
In order to save the climate, we all need to work together. We cannot sub-optimize within different parts of the value chain. Two Swedish companies with high sustainability ambitions can work together to inspire worldwide with this new technology.
So we have our concept zero, where we want to have the heat exchanger being produced in a carbon neutral way. And a heat exchanger consists of a lot of steel. At the same time, we have the steel industry being responsible for 7% of the world's CO2 emission today. So if we can get fossil-free steel being produced and at the same time putting that into heat exchangers that is delivering such an energy efficiency boom, then we have some magic going on. It will bring us towards our own targets and ambitions, but of course also have a major impact on society.
Applause, indeed. It's now a pleasure to introduce Emma Modia-Viking. She is Head of International Sustainable Business at Business Sweden. And Emma, you are right here.
Right here.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Emma, what does this partnership really mean for Sweden internationally?
Well, I mean, this is big, it's important, and it's extremely fantastic, I must say. Congratulations. Thank you. And this is exactly the kind of partnerships that we need and the world is requesting. And to have two industrial large companies, cross-sector, join forces to collaborate in the race to zero is absolutely fantastic and what we need to see more of. And I must say that I'm a little bit extra delighted to be here today, as I've had the opportunity to have a little tiny part of this history behind the partnership, as we a few months ago gathered in Glasgow during COP26, when we from Business Sweden gathered some of the most front-running companies in Sweden to showcase that the transition is possible and that it also brings a lot of opportunities. Talk about the opportunities, talk about solutions in place and the importance of scaling these solutions worldwide. And during COP26, we gathered some of the companies for a dinner where you and your colleagues had the opportunities to then further develop and discuss this partnership. And now, just a few months later, it's only 7 months later that you officially, publicly announced this partnership. And I think it's absolutely fantastic to see the transition, how quickly it goes, but also how the private sector is driving this transition, especially here in Sweden. We see that that companies cross sectors, also cross borders, are teaming up, join forces to collaborate and innovate new sustainable solutions and innovations. And this obviously only needs to scale. And this is where our colleagues at Business Sweden are working to, first of all, ensure that everyone knows of these solutions and try to ensure that these are reaching foreign markets and where their climate impact and your climate impact can just accelerate. So I think this is just a fantastic milestone once again in where we're heading towards, and it's key in the green transition. And it's not only very important for the transition here in Sweden. We have the aim to become the first fossil-free welfare nation by 2045. The fossil-free welfare nation by 2045. And this solution is key. It's not only innovating new technologies, but also the way we produce. And the impact that your collaboration can have in Sweden is fundamental. But then imagine when we're scaling this globally. It's mind-blowing, really. And I must say that Sweden, yes, we are a small country, but we have a potential to create a large impact worldwide. And we not only need to take the lead and showcase that transition is possible, but actively supporting other countries in their transformation to become fossil-free and circular. And I must say that this is exactly what we're doing once again to try to match-make global climate difficulties and challenges worldwide, to match-make that with Swedish solutions. And at Business Sweden, we're trying to act as some kind of a climate Tinder and a matchmaker, if you want, between climate challenges and sustainable solutions, including yourselves. So I can only emphasize and stress the importance of this collaboration, and also congratulate you and also the world for this fantastic partnership. And we're really looking forward to help you and support you to scale this globally and work together.
A perfect match right in front of you.
Yeah, right? A perfect match.
The Tinder worked.
The climate Tinder
worked.
The climate Tinder worked.
It was the match.
It was a perfect match.
So Thomas and Eva, what does it really mean to have two industrial companies with deep roots into the Swedish ground to be working together, setting an example? I mean, what ripple effects can this have on other companies and also countries?
I think for us it's so important to get more of these heat exchangers out. They are 50% more efficient than traditional technology. So we need to get that out. But we also need to have it carbon neutral from day zero. So during the 30 years lifetime, they are contributing a lot to the environment, but also day zero, so during the whole production. And when you look at the unit, there is of course a lot of steel in it. So to reach our carbon neutrality by 2030, we need fossil-free steel. And that is really what we are getting through this partnership here, and having SSA be breaking down traditions and thinking in new ways, and through the hybrid technology, getting access to that is fantastic for us.
And also the partnership means that we now, during the R&D phase, up until we have this commercially available in 2026, we can work together in what kind of steel, what is the demands on the steel, what is the characteristics. We understand that the new technology doesn't change how we make steel downstream, how the characteristics of the steel, but how could this unit be even more maybe effective? Yeah. And that we have now time to work together. And I think, we're talking about Sweden, I think we have a great history of collaboration. And I've said it before, you said
engineering and collaboration.
Exactly, and we can't, working in silos and we can't make it happen. It doesn't become as optimized as it actually can be if we look at the whole value chain, the whole, I mean, in a holistic view. And I think Sweden is good in that. We are good at collaborating, it's important.
So getting back to the question of inspiration and setting the example here, what do you think this partnership can do in that aspect of inspiring other companies that might be slightly unexpected to sort of tinder away?
I think we can show not only that it's technically available and possible, we can also show that there's a market for it, that there are customers willing to pay for this and to kind of have this as a premium product. I think that is also a very strong thing to show.
And I think the whole race to net zero, it is, you can do a lot of things on your own, but partnering up with other companies that have the same vision, the same ambition levels, and also want to go into action mode where you really complement each other, and the joint expertises are just bringing the magic that was impossible as two individuals. That is where the beauty comes. Then I think we have also to be very careful about partnerships, because we could have 5 times more, 10 times more partnerships than we have today, because everybody wants to partner up. But it's not a branding exercise. It's not about marketing. It's really the partnerships that click, where you can go into action and share the longer-term vision, because we need action now. And that's the kind of partnerships we are seeking, and that's what we found here. So, yeah.
Excellent. Let's watch another movie or video. So how can we ensure that this is just not going to end by talk? I mean, really getting it out there. How do we make sure that this is really happening for sure and reaching customers all over the world?
No, we are doing this now. We are already in the phase of our first blast furnace site, which is Oxelösund, and transforming that. And we also now are looking into actually accelerating our transformation so that by 2030 we would have closed all our blast furnaces in the Nordic system. And we are in the planning phase. And this is a proof that we technologically can do it. And now we are also starting to plan for the building of this new system. So it's not talk only.
I wanted you to say it because, I mean, I knew this, and most people that are on the sustainability field are following you closely, but for the world to know that this is actually happening.
Yes.
It is not just talk.
No, it's not just talk.
So, Thomas, in terms of your products, this timeline, can you share that with us again?
Yes, so we are already, after this partnership was signed, we are in dialogue with a number of customers, key customers already in different industry verticals. And people are really excited about it. These industries are also looking for solutions, and so they can walk their talk. And it's very encouraging for us. I cannot share more about these customers today, but during the autumn there will be a number of releases. And this will be real commercial deals, real technologies that will go out in the real life and make a difference. And the plan is to deliver these already next year. So it is happening.
And the potential or the capacity of reducing the greenhouse gases, could you repeat that again, please? You said that over here before. Because
yes.
I think it's worth repeating.
So if you look at the whole energy efficiency, take that alone as one area and look at how much carbon emission reduction we need to get to reach the Paris Agreement. 40% of that has to come from energy efficiency. And that is technologies we have right in front of here that is delivering that. And it's not like we need much more innovation, a lot of breakthrough or scalability and so on. We are mass producing this already, and like I mentioned, 50 gigawatts last year on just the new sales of equipment.
So if you would compare 50 gigawatts to something else, just to paint a picture for the viewers.
Yeah.
What kind of emitter is 50 gigawatts?
So if you say to create 50 gigawatt, it's also a lot of CO2 emission that we say, right? So that is 25 million CO2 tons of CO2, and that is equal to Paris, for example, 10 million homes. So
the city of Paris, the emissions of the city of Paris.
Yeah, in 1 year.
In 1 year.
And we have sold this for many years.
So this is a fantastic innovation, and it will soon be available in fossil-free steel.
Yes, that's what we want,
yeah.
And that's what we will do.
Terrific. So Emma, final words from you, and actually a question also to Eva and Thomas here about the importance of what you're doing for the companies and with the companies to get this to really fly all over the world.
I mean, I think the most important message is in order for us to decarbonize the whole world economy, we need, I mean, if you don't do it now, if you're not a part of the race now, you will no longer exist. So by bringing these pioneering companies together and showcasing to the world that these innovations are in fact in place and these partnerships are happening, I think the biggest contribution that we can have is once again not only to showcase that it's actually here, but to ensure that they're reaching foreign markets so that your climate impact can accelerate and also multiply it worldwide, and that we can continue having these matchmaking processes and also spur new collaborations cross-border and cross sectors across the world. I think that's definitely the largest impact and also the contribution that Sweden can and should have, considering our long history of collaboration, innovation, and sustainability. So I think this is the largest impact we can do and what we are striving to at Business Sweden to continue driving forward to.
So Eva and Thomas, you very often hear it doesn't matter what Sweden does because China is emitting massive amounts of carbon. What do you say?
Yeah, the answer to that is that, I mean, we can only take care of our clean our house, and we can hope that we can be an inspiration and we can show that it's also possible, and that it kind of makes also good business, not only a huge environmental impact, but also good business, and that then the transformation will kind of spread. That's what we can do. I mean, and as I said, when we started to talk about making steel in this new way, using hydrogen instead of carbon, the steel industry didn't believe that it would be possible. Now we have shown that it's possible, and if you look at the goals of many steel companies today, they have this as a kind of final, this would be the vision. This is where we need to strive for. We need to, there are other kind of possibilities in other areas of the world, but this would be kind of a good way to go. I think, again, inspiration and show that it's possible. That's what we can do.
Indeed.
I think the biggest risk with that is with the passive thinking of what China is not doing that, and they are not. That then you become passive and you kind of give up, right? And there's not one silver bullet that will fix all this. Everybody have to contribute, and we have to show the way, inspire people, and so on. And I have also been inspired being in China on a number of business trips and so on. So it's not like China is not doing. They also. Heavily looking into walking the talk, right? So we have to get into the action mode, and we have to inspire others, and that's what we are doing.
You are indeed. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on stage, and thank you so much for showing this big, heavy, beautiful machinery, and for doing what you're doing together. It's truly inspiring and groundbreaking and important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for those of you in the audience, we have a 30-minute break now in the broadcast. So stretch your legs or grab some coffee or talk to each other, and we'll start again at let's see, at 10:32. We now move on to a fireside chat about market-driven regeneration, where we focus on how the global B Corp movement demonstrates the collective power of business to take bold and urgent action on climate, using advocacy, collaboration, and also corporate action to stop emissions, draw down carbon, and build just and inclusive companies and communities. We have with us 3 generations of entrepreneurs, business leaders, all practicing market-driven regeneration, and they shall share very diverse examples of value propositions, all harnessing power of business to address some of society's most critical challenges. To kick us off, it's my pleasure to introduce Pedro Tarak. He's co-founder of Sistema B, the Latin American sister organization to B-Lab, a non-profit organization changing the global economy to benefit all people, communities, and the planet. So please give Pedro a warm hand.
Thank you. Is it good?
So Pedro, I'd like to ask you to frame this conversation here, and also the notion of market-driven regeneration. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The first thing I'd love to share is that I'd like to honor those who actually created the conditions for Stockholm 1972. So that's my first need, because thanks to them is that we're here. Now, many things have happened since then, and I'm sure this week we'll speak about that. I was just wondering, you know, in 1972, I had hair. In these 50 years, many things have evolved in our mindset, and I'd like to share 2 evolutions, at least the ones that I see. One, that suddenly, 50 years later, we're starting to think that innovation can take place in this new logic of a market and new logic and DNA of business, the B Corps. And 50 years ago, our logic was that if we wanted to achieve large-scale results and changes, we had to put our efforts in politics. Left, right, center, whatever. Today, in addition to politics, we have the possibility for 125 million businesses in the world to evolve towards a new genetics. And we also can every day make commercial decisions. And that's something that it's the most numerous of all decisions of human beings on a daily basis. So what are those elements? The first element has to do with solving problems. Climate, loss of biodiversity, reduction of inequality, poverty throughout the world. And that problem can become the mission statement of our companies. And that's what we maximize. It's not profit. We maximize the solutions through profit. So that's one element. At the same time, we're bound to create value for the workers, for the customers, for our suppliers, for the environment, the long and the short-term impacts, and we can measure the integrated impact of a company. And the third element is that we protect the administrator, that means the management and the board, for balancing the interest of the shareholders together with all the stakeholders. And this we can do every day by ourselves. You and I start a business and we can agree on that. And we change the articles of incorporation and we take basically the solution to the core business. I come from the regeneration business movement. And in Guayaki, it's an energy drink. It's natural, organic. What we do is we have life regeneration as part of our core business, and we measure how we regenerate the forest in South America by selling our own beverages. And we also, at the same time, pay from 40 to 60% more the market value of yerba mate, which is a native tree in the Atlantic forest. So the more we sell, the more forest comes back, you see? Why? Because as someone of my age, I've seen the forest going away because of industrial agriculture. So as we saw it going away, we can also see it coming back. As a shareholder of that company, I can tell you, Katerina, the results before the pre-COVID, because everything is pre-COVID or post-COVID. But anyway, more than 60,000 hectares, or the size of Paris, that has been regenerated thanks to this market-driven regeneration. But at the same time, over 1,300 families, indigenous families, and campesino, peasant farmers from the landless movement in Brazil, returning back to their community and building the sense of community with self-sufficiency, with land tenures, titles. And of course, as a shareholder, I must say it, I didn't ever try to get such a return. But in 6 years of my investment, I had a 600% increase of the share value. So it's business in all respects, but it's business for the world. B Corps are more than 5,000 today. And today you have from over 170 industries in over 80 countries in the world. And it's a very powerful movement. It's like the Trojan horse modifying or mutating the genetics of business. But thanks to that, all the other market players also start thinking how they will innovate and mutate their system. Thank you.
Wonderful. I love the Trojan horse image here. So, Pedro, how can more companies become planetary stewards?
Well, first of all, personally, I think it's mostly not only about being responsible to what's happening to all of us, right? But being responsive. So it's going from responsibility to responsiveness, including the ethics of responsibility. Once you become responsive, then the problems become your opportunity to innovation. So once you have these companies, what happens in, you know this in the market, there's a new differential, right? So it's a new logic of competition. Rather than excluding each other, then it becomes a contagious movement of, hey, I also want that. And I also want the B certification. And I want to be part of that movement. I want to be part of the pioneers, you see? And we want to be part of the history of evolution of the economic system by, just sharing our example. And that has created many, through commercial relationships, many new processes of, towards the certification by new companies throughout the world. And of course, trade is fundamental as well, because trading locally and internationally helps, others to say, hey, but what kind of company are you? So the same conversations that you have as a B Corp, by measuring in an integrated manner your impact on society and on the planet, those are the kinds of conversations when you actually have the deals, you see, in a commercial relationship. So that kicks off new processes. If you have large companies, then, the large B Corps actually trigger many, with their supply chain, many, new ways of relating. So it's a new conversation through the market mechanisms.
So what would you say is the primary accelerator for this process?
You mean, well, you have external factors and you have internal factors. The external factors, I think we're all sharing it. You see, today we're all, going through the climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity, but also concentration of power in very few hands. And this is not resilient as as human project or life project on Earth. So the external factors actually are combined with the expansion of our consciousness, you see, as human beings, because we're all evolving in different levels, in different ways, but it's going from the me to the me, us, to the me planet, right? It's an expansion of consciousness. Now, at the same time, in my understanding, the levers for this acceleration are basically the fact that, you know, being 125 million businesses, suddenly we have a new space for hope. And people need hope. And suddenly, thousands of people are saying, hey, I don't need to wait for lobbying Parliament, although I know that's very important and we need the regulations, of course. But at the same time, we can do it together. You see, we can do it as private individuals, and we can be part of those solutions. This factor is, for me, what's expanding the most fastest way of the movement, but also of other impact companies, because this is about everybody being part of this, I don't know, this process. I always use the word this party, because the moment that you feel, you know, the enthusiasm that there's a new space to act every day, then you suddenly become really, you know, contagious in your enthusiasm. And I think it's time, even with the data that we get, because this is something that we get all throughout the world, right? The data doesn't seem very, well, it's not the basis of our optimism, but that's not practical if we want to live life with joy and optimism. So, in my view, you see, for the first time, we have a new space to create public goods.
Well, thank you for sharing your enthusiasm and your knowledge. Would you please take a seat on the sofa, and we'll invite some of your friends.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Pedro. And it's now a pleasure to introduce two certified B Corps. It's Christian Møller-Holst, CEO and founder of the Danish B Corp company Goodwings.com. And you're already sitting down. Excellent, Christian. I'll join you here. And you run the company, the Copenhagen-based company and platform, Goodwings. And also with us here we have Hannes. And Hannes Skughaal is Chief Mission Officer at Urbit. And you're responsible for commercial, operational, and also positive impact programs that support your mission, right?
That's correct.
And to deliver urban logistics services that create a positive impact on society and also on the environment. So what a team, huh? And what an introduction you gave, Pedro. Wonderful. It just felt like there is indeed hope, and there is space for more companies to join you, right? So, Christian, please tell us about Goodwings.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you, Hannes and Pedro, for sharing this moment with me. Goodwings is a response to the climate crisis, but it's also a response to the, what I would dare to say, the ignorance of an industry, the travel industry, which has shown very little, if any, leadership in the last 15, 20 years, ever since travel became digital. And the fact is, we have walked and traveled the earth ever since we migrated out of Central Africa 200,000 years ago. It's part of our nature to be mobile. But the problem is the scope and the way we travel is destroying our planet. So we have to find a way of dealing with that. So what we've chosen to do at Goodwings is to turn the industry into a force for climate action. Because when you look under the hood, online travel is not really travel, it's advertising. 70% of the revenues are being allocated to more TV commercials. So we say no, first and foremost. So what we do is we are hacking the industry. So we're introducing a membership fee that you can become a member as an individual or a business, and that's our revenue. And that makes us not rely on the bookings. So we are not in a position where we're promoting travel. We're not encouraging people to travel unless they have to. But we also acknowledge that you do have to travel sometimes as an individual, family, or business. So when you travel with us, you book your hotel on Goodwings, you have the same 1.5 million hotels and prices too. But we take the revenue and we invest that money in projects that are verifiably removing carbon from the atmosphere. So you can reach carbon neutrality or net zero with your travels. And if you're a business, we also provide emissions data and certifications and so on. So we cannot do this alone. So on one end, we have our clients, and I learned this morning that Urbit is a client of ours, so thank you for being part of our journey. Couldn't have a better way to kick off the day.
All right.
And if we are successful in having thousands or tens of thousands of businesses with us, we can reach our 2030 goal, which is to remove emissions from 1 billion trips. So if we deliver on this, and that will require 25 to 30,000 SMEs, which is not unrealistic, we'll be removing 0.8 billion tons of carbon. It's 16 times what Denmark is emitting in a year.
16 times
16
the
times
Danish emissions.
National emissions per year. So the power of the industry is immense, but they're using the power wrong. They're using it for obsolete commercials that they think will drive us back and are driving us back.
So basically, instead of ads, it's trees or other good projects
Instead of ads,
to draw down carbon.
At the moment, it's trees, nature-based removal, all verified. We're looking into biofuels, so we can avoid carbon to be emitted, and e-fuels and hydrogen and other solutions. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Hannes, we're curious now, what does Urbit do?
Absolutely. First of all, I want to say big thanks for hosting us here today. It's an absolute honor to be here with you, Christian and Pedro. Brilliant. And yes, in fact, we're a client of Goodwings as of yesterday. I met with your sales rep, and halfway into the pitch, I basically said, well, you can stop right there. This is a no-brainer. Why should I say no? So yes, we're a client of Goodwings as of yesterday. Cheers for that, Christian. Urbit. So we are a B Corp certified last mile delivery business. Now, what that means is super straightforward. We're going to take any online purchase that you make, and we're going to deliver it to your door without using cars, vans, and trucks. In fact, we're going to rely completely on cargo bikes. Right?
Cargo bikes. Mm.
So I wake up every morning and I dream about removing cars, trucks, and vans from the streets of London, Paris, Madrid, and all of the other cities in which we operate. Now, what's really cool about Urbit, I think, is that we were founded on the premise that we want to be successful by doing good. Right? And it turns out that in urban transport, there is a massive opportunity, an important opportunity to do so. So why care? Why is it important? Right? If you look around you today, you're going to realize that anything you see in this room, including yourselves, has been transported in here today. Now, urban transport and roads, it's literally the bloodstream of our economy. However, it has a massive impact on our lives, an underappreciated impact on our lives. And I don't mean that in a positive way whatsoever, unfortunately. We're talking air quality, we're talking road accidents, we're talking greenhouse gas emissions, we're talking noise pollution, and the list goes on, right? And here's the main thing. The problem is growing exponentially.
Since the cities are growing.
That as well, but also people are demanding goods to be delivered to their home, and e-commerce is growing like crazy. So the last mile industry will double over the next 5 years. Meaning if we stay with the status quo right now, what you're going to see is the same old model, the delivery man in a van model, and our streets will not be able to cope, right? So that's the doomsday part of it, right? But what are the good news then, right? The good news number one, and I'm here talking about Urbit, obviously, that's a solution, not the only solution. But good news number one is that 50% of everything that is transported on the streets in cities today can be delivered with a cargo bike, with a smaller vehicle that gets rid of all of this problem, right? And here's the even cooler thing. Good news number two, it's more economically viable to do so, right? And that's the really interesting thing that I hope that we can talk about today as well, the whole paradigm that sustainability comes at a premium. And it doesn't. It's the main question I get in all pitches and all sales meetings. Well, we can't afford you because this is too expensive. It's not. It's not. Paying fair wages is more expensive. That's not a topic. But sustainability doesn't come at a premium, right? So what gives me a whole lot of hope is that when I'm looking over our sector in transport and a whole lot of other sectors as well, hearing from you two today, of course, is that we're actually seeing real solutions, solving real problems, and it's the core part of the business model. And if we can live by that, if we can adopt that as the way forward, then we're going to move from words to action. Yeah. And then we're onto something.
Absolutely. Just a short comment here. A friend of mine, she actually moved her entire apartment on a cargo, on a service like yours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sofas and everything, beds.
That's a wonderful story. We should write something about that.
Bookshelves, everything.
I love that.
Yeah. And she was very happy with it too.
Yeah.
So, Pedro, when you hear a Goodwings story, an Urbit story, and when you connect it with value proposition, what are your thoughts here?
Well, we're all basically part of the same movement, and the same spirit is behind all of us, you see. And I would say it's new in these 50 years after Stockholm, and that suddenly business can elevate its purpose to be part of the solutions of society or of the planet. And we can basically build a collective legacy of solutions. You see, so one thing is that we act individually. Another thing is when we elevate our purpose. I mean, we have very similar purposes, but we belong to different industries. And we innovate in our business models and in our law. You see, it's a combination. As a Latin American, I must say something. It's the first time that I can connect my inner soul, my callings, with the core business and with the law. I don't know if this is applicable elsewhere, but it's the first time I can be myself, fully myself, through this kind of DNA.
That's wonderful. It really sort of resonates. I can tell when you talk about it. Christian,
could I just add to the
Sure.
to the value proposition? I think, as Hannes explicitly explained, and I hope I also did, I think there's an aspirational and functional value of companies offering products or services that are contributing to creating a better tomorrow. But I think also the value proposition is also the accessibility, that we're democratizing everyone's ability to become part of the solution. Because before it was policymakers or legislation or big companies, but now you see small and medium-sized companies, you see consumers voting with their wallet. And that interaction between your friend who deliberately chose to move her stuff in an urban way, this I think is part of the value proposition, that we're offering the access.
would you like to add, Hannes?
No, I think it comes back again to the sustainability premium, right? If you can remove that, then actually you have a service that is accessible to everybody, which is the way forward.
So a big question here, what does this really matter in the bigger picture? I mean, for people listening to this, what an impact can this have if more companies follow suit? What kind of leverage does this really have, Pedro?
Well, you have, first of all, I mean, business or companies are not alone in society. So for me, I would say they're the enabling lever for millions of people to also elevate their purpose while doing, trading or buying or investing or even learning education with a different logic. So it's a paradigm shift to start with. And that's what we need. I mean, we come from maximizing profit and minimizing cost. I mean, that's what we all come from, right? How we change that to maximize solutions through profit and by minimizing cost, of course. But it's a completely new way of doing it. So the cost becomes part of the opportunity for a new cycle, you see. Circularity is very much associated to regeneration. So what I feel is that business is connected to the billions. And today we need the billions to be on a daily basis participating in this evolution. Because otherwise, I don't think we can make it.
But what you tell us, it is possible, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is extremely hopeful. So, Hannes, in terms of when you found the sort of the epiphany, the moment when you started this company or decided to work with it, when did you realize that this was really resonating with you, and what was it that made you feel this is really what I want to do?
Absolutely, I think an interesting story that many people in this room might experience as a consumer as well is that moment when you're actually ordering a couple of things online, right? And what might happen to you is that 3 different vans from 3 different companies will show up to the same door in the same day, right? That's 3 trips. And the tragedy here really is that all of these 3 companies are probably struggling with their profitability, right? It's a market that is driven by density, right? But they're all servicing the same area. So it's sort of the tragedy of the common here, right? And at the expense of our environment. So literally a sad moment, right? And the question there that I have as well to my esteemed panelists, right, is you're asking us, why does it matter? I think it matters because you're looking at companies here that literally believe in collective action, that believe in being brave and asking our government and asking ourselves, is there a better way forward here? can we literally look at a city like Stockholm and say, you know what, this company will serve this area, right? And we're going to reduce the number of trips by half. And looking at other industries, it is an absolute no-brainer. If you look at e-scooters, or mobile cellular masts, or let's say fishing rights, it is a no-brainer that we look into collective action. And we need to do that in more industries. It's simple as that. It's the way forward.
Excellent, excellent, Hannes. And in terms of the differences between the northern and the southern hemisphere in this thinking, this process, you're in the travel industry more or less, Christian. Are there differences? And if not, what unites us?
When I visit the B Corps and participate in the events in the B Corp movement globally, it's universal. The willingness to participate and contribute is the same. I think, as we've talked about from time to time, is the things that I take with me when I visit continents like Latin America is the connectedness to Mother Nature. I think to some extent we've lost that in Western Europe, Northern Europe. It's a rational approach to the climate crisis. It's 1.5 degrees or 2.5 or etc. Whereas the appreciation of nature itself is something that the South can teach us, and probably a lot of other things as well. But the approach and the decision to take part is definitely universal.
What would you like to add, Pedro? I saw you wanted to add something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to be quite direct and bold, I'm part of the human project on Earth, and that means life on Earth. And I could have been born anywhere in the world, and the economy today seems to be one. And the DNA of the economic system, and let's face it, we call it capitalism, needs to evolve. And capitalism was driven by, if you want, without a bad purpose, but it was driven by greed. And how do we expand, if you want, this, from selfish interest to enlightened interest, where we include society and the planet. And that we do wherever throughout the world. And whatever we can learn from you, will be useful for us. It's inspirational. And, feeling part of this movement as a global movement is very, it's very, optimistic, because suddenly we can do, we can actually move forward. Actually, in Latin America, the cities have become very crucial in this move. Over 18% of the GDP, at least in Latin America, has to do with government procurement. So just imagine, the city of Mendoza in Argentina has approved 3 weeks ago a new regime for what we call triple impact procurement, public procurement.
Wonderful.
And that moves the market.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and the University of Mendoza, sorry for speaking about ourselves, the University of Mendoza, the business school, now teaches, you can graduate as a standard student, as an impact business administrator. And that makes us feel very good, because then we are training the people who are going to be working in the companies. And the whole thing starts moving in that direction.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for sharing, Goodwings and Urbit, your wonderful business examples. And of course, you talked about your beverage before. And the overall picture you painted for us, it's truly hopeful and engaging. And the world is listening. We have viewers from all over the world here. So just join the movement, right?
Yeah. Please.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you, Katarina.
Thank you.
We will now move on to focus on sustainable manufacturing, why climate-smart choices begin with the right configurator. And we start this session with a video to introduce us to this topic. It's now my pleasure to introduce Bo Gyldenvang from Tacton. He is CEO, and he's formerly COO of Software AG Americas. And Bo Gyldenvang is spearheading sustainable solutions for Tacton and other forward-thinking businesses as well. And he's with us here, and please join me here on stage, Bo.
I'll do this one here later.
And you have the floor, Bo.
What?
You have the floor. Okay.
I got it here. Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm actually quite excited to be here. 50 years ago, I had no hair either because I wasn't born. So, but it's amazing that this is 50 years ago. And just imagine that just a few years before that, the first man was doing the moonwalk in 1969, had a very nice view of the Earth to look at it as a kind of a single organism that was worth to preserve. And that's where we are today. So manufacturing industry is the foundation to today's society. Just look around you. I brought something here. But this is not how most of people think about it, since it's detached to the ordinary life for many. There's a limited number of products that are handmade or tailor-made without participation of upstream from raw material extractions and then manufacturing. However, manufacturing industry accounts today for approximately 20% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And as we just heard earlier on the previous, 7% is from the steel manufacturing. That's around a third of whatever the industrial manufacturing is consumed of emissions. So it's only 8 years ago, it's only 8 years from now in 2030, where many organizations are aiming to reach their climate targets, aiming for carbon neutrality, and also a few even going for net positive impact. And just as a reminder, in late 2015, the world set 17 very ambitious sustainability development goals with some deadlines in 2030. Of course, business is part of the society, and we will contribute. This is the reason for many commercial organizations has 2030 as the deadline as well. I'm leading Tacton. It's a software company, headquartered here in Sweden, and we act between the industrial manufacturers and the buyers of their products. And actually, we have several of our customers on stage today, so which is also very nice to hear that. And our customers are, or they sell to end users, also public institutions, as we talked about, Department of Transportation, etc. We are the global leader in configure, price, quote software, and we assist manufacturers to implement and use configure, price, quote software, as we described in the intro. And CPQ is suitable for products that comes in many variances and configurations. Very complex, large equipments, like, for example, this one. A truck, could be a power station, it could be any kind of really large piece of equipment. Water pumps, elevators. So our vision at Tacton is to enable manufacturers to shape and build the future. Our goal is to have manufacturers to build more sustainable products and, in return for that, get more sustainable societies. Configure, price, quote software have the possibility to show the differences in price and component selection for different configurations, different flavors of the same product. So you may think, why I'm here pitching a product, a piece of software product. The reason why I'm here is actually, we want to demonstrate, I think we all want, that we can all make a difference. And the value chain is so important to build into the whole picture when you're configuring a product. We are aiming to include environmental features into the software, eventually to also include the social aspect in the upstream supply chain when that is handled. The impact of using a CPQ solution is like what is achieved, for example, with an eco-label in the private consumers, where you got the Energy Star, you got the fair trade, and so on. One of the aims is to make it simpler, more simple for buyers and end users to select products having environmental in mind. So the configurator enables informed choices, so the end user and the customers can actually make the right decisions on the right time, and not only to get the optimal price, but also to pick the right environmental product. We believe customers will demand to get the choice. It will not be a nice to have, it will be a need to have. And that's actually how we approach this. And you already see it today. You see it when you're buying an airline ticket, when you're buying a car, when you're buying a household electronics. You have that choice to pick a sustainable product versus another. Maybe it's slightly cheaper for the non-sustainable product, but you could also pick one that is more sustainable. That's what we want to drive into complex manufacturing. We also believe that the more transparent you become in pricing or your emission to produce a product from a life cycle perspective, we are going to drive innovation. We believe that manufacturers, when they are being extremely transparent, when they configure products, then they will have a way to optimize how they develop their products, because their customers will simply ask for more sustainable products. So we also believe this is going to drive much more innovation, simply just by putting transparency into how you quote to your customers. So what we are aiming for now is actually to have the 2030 goals, as I mentioned in the beginning, where we want to be able to sell more of the environmental best products. So actually, build in the whole value chain into when you price a product. To illustrate, for example, we have this product. There's a selection point where the end user can actually, for instance, ask for a certain level of recycled content. Could be a different kind of plastic, or it could be a different kind of metal that goes into that product. It will have different environmental impact. Our aim is to have the full life cycle built into the quoting and into the pricing of a product. And we want to have that displayed in the quoting system. So when you price for a customer, you can actually have full transparency, full visibility into this. So the resulting difference in price is one of the standard features in CPQ today. And as the circular economy takes off, recycled material should be better priced than the new ones, actually. If the feature compared was energy usage during the lifetime, for example, an electric engine versus a diesel engine, then that should be visible. We also believe manufacturers will move closer to the end customers. So that's also a trend we see in the market, where manufacturers start to sell their product as a subscription. Because manufacturers need to commit to the life cycle emission of a product. And they can only do that by moving closer to the product, closer to the end user, and manage that life cycle of the product. So, as an additional benefit for manufacturers, CPQ solution helps them with a compliance-related report that has to happen in the future as well. Manufacturers, they need to report and they need to measure themselves from a sustainability angle as well. By building it into the quoting system and the pricing system, you can actually have that reporting done automatically. That's our ambition as well, to build it into the CPQ solution. So, conclude, so before we go into our panel, let me just emphasize that manufacturing is the base of most things in the modern society today. It causes a big part of the global greenhouse gas emissions, impacting the climate. And let smart technology like the one we provide enable those that select the escalators or the mobile infrastructure that we use to broadcast this session as well. But enable those to watch online to do so, to enable buyers of industry products to make the best choices by articulating the environmental impact of their choices. Now, Katarina, I think we got a panel now.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Bo. Please take a seat in the chair over there, and you'll be joined by some colleagues here or some other experts. Madeleine Bijram, Tacton Sustainability Manager, please join me here on stage. Irene Campo-Gay, Technical University Denmark, PhD student, will also be joining us. And Ksenia Gabajenka, PlusPack Group Sustainability Manager. And they will be with us via Zoom. So let's see if we can turn around and watch your colleagues or other experts here. There they are. Excellent. Welcome, both of you. Maybe, Bo, if you want to sit in that chair, you can see a little bit better. You don't have to twist your entire torso to see this. So great to have you with us here. I'll give you a little bit of a better introduction here. Madeleine, you're a sustainability manager at Tacton, and you're exploring how sustainability can be a facilitator and be realized in all your manufacturers and how they move towards what Bo mentioned, a more circular economy. Yep. And Irene, as a PhD researcher at the Technical University of Denmark, you're specialized in product configuration systems and also mass customization solutions. Correct. Excellent. Yes. And Ksenia, you're a group sustainability manager at PlusPack, leading strategic projects with a focus on sustainability in line with circular economy. So terrific. So I'd like to start with you joining us here on Zoom. How do you see, after having listened to Bo here, the configurator, it's a difficult word, configurator, to enable more sustainable manufacturing in the industry? Would you like to start, Ksenia?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. First of all, thank you for your invitation for this very exciting topic. I would actually say I completely agree with what already mentioned by the previous speaker. Configurator is the way the future is going to be done with regards to digitalization and integration with sustainability. We do already apply the CPQ in our manufacturing process or in our product design process. And we can see all the advantages of being able to show the customers the solutions, the possibilities they can choose from, and also the kind of already environmental impact that is associated with those. And we can also see that this is also the way they are requesting it to be done. They want to get facts, they want to get data, they want to get this transparency, not only on pricing, not only on the physical features, but actually what it means to produce this product. So I agree, this is the way forward, and this is completely in line what PlusPack is also going to achieve, is actually to integrate this configurator in the sustainability progress.
Well, thank you very much. How about you, Irene? What is your take on this aspect of transforming the industry?
Yeah, so first I want to say it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And yes, it's certain what you were saying now. Configurations, I believe they will play a very significant role, as they have been already doing in certain other aspects. But now with the sustainability assessment side of configurators, we will be able to assess customers and to guide them into more sustainable solutions. But also we will be able to automate the process of environmental impact quantification and even automate the certified impact quantifications. So we will be able to use standardized and digitalized ways of calculating environmental impact.
Thank you very much, Irene. I'm turning now to you, Madeleine. Your thoughts after having listened to Bo and to Irene and to Ksenia.
I think it's really, this is the right time. Because as Bo said, that the manufacturing industry has such a huge impact, I mean, both for good and, of course, the way we use things that are manufactured, but also on the environment. So this is the right time to kind of move from, because I've been working before with dual-use products, both consumer and professional products, and for these we see today the type of declarations that articulate the environmental impact when you use it and so on. And you mentioned a few of those labelings, so to say. And I think the CPQ system can articulate at the right point in time environmental features and the difference between two very similar configurations. So I think the timing is right, and I really enjoyed listening to both of our speakers here also, mentioning transparency, for instance, that it brings transparency.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Bo, maybe a more complicated question here. The challenges with getting the benefits from the CPQ, an ordering tool where the environmental features for different product configurations are shown. What are the challenges here at hand?
Well, first of all, some of the challenges we face to build these functionalities into the solution is we need to get a little bit more clarity on the regulations, because that's going to drive much of the behavior and what of the data that we need to provide. So regulations are definitely something we want to get absolute clarity about. Then the next challenge is to get the data, because imagine we work with customers who have millions or billions of different components that they need to manufacture or configure into one product. And you can probably imagine the many variances they can build, and to build that exact number based on all these different variances means that we need to have data on every single component, so you can understand both the emission of producing the product, but also the life cycle impact of that specific configuration. And that to get that data into the solution as well. That these are the two things that we are working with. There are solutions, and there is we can see that it's coming on both of those challenges, but this is what we deal with right now.
I can tell, Ksenias, you're nodding up there. Do you recognize these challenges?
Completely, because not because we have already the sustainability parameter in the CPQ, but these are the challenges we are facing already now when we talk to the customers. We're selling to more than 50 countries around the world, and each and individual country, they have these different regulations. So if we will be able to combine everything in one tool and do it so customer specific as possible, that would be great. And in addition to that, data, yes, it's not easy to get access to all the data. But again, we can start just where we are. It's the generic databases which are available. It's already good. And I think, again, we don't have to be afraid to be transparent in this case and say, this is what we're using as a data. Let's just start there, because the direction will be anyway clear, and then you can still work on that. So just keep it very transparent and easy until this is what we have, and we're working on it. But I agree. These are two very, very big challenges we are facing as well.
Thank you very much. Irene, from your researcher perspective, how does this sound? Do you recognize the challenges, and do you maybe even have some data on it?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's this possibly lack of data that might seem challenging in this kind of projects. But at the same time, it's this new legislation and new laws that we're expecting, new recommendations that we're expected to take place very soon, the ones that will also drive the development of this data, and that will make this kind of projects possible. And through them also, we need to establish a clear goal of the project. And as Ksenia was saying, we just need to get started with something, and then from there be evolving and get a more complete project.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
Regarding challenges, I think also it's important, the users, I mean, the people that are using the CPQ to configure whatever they want to buy, they are used to having like very precise data. The price is precise, the measurements are precise to the inch or the centimeter, and then hope to be able to show them, the environmental impact, but that's not going to be precise. So from the user perspective, there is a challenge to kind of, it's difficult to make them, accept this, maybe. I see this as from a user perspective.
And what solutions are we looking at here?
Well, I guess that as the data becomes better and better, we can say that the quality of the data is better and better. But that's a kind of a common effort from research and from industry because all of these data comes from databases, and all of the different players cooperate to bring data to these databases, and with time, they're going to be more and more, precise also.
So I have sort of a more overall question here. Why now? Why not earlier? Would you like to start, Bo?
Well, there's definitely much momentum right now. So that's that. So a lot of people are listening to this. So that drives a lot of the agenda. But I also believe that I can say from our perspective, we are now at a point of time where the solution from our side is so sophisticated now that we can literally on the fly, when you configure a product, immediately both visualize the impact when you change a product, but you could also, if you change one component, what is the price difference? And just imagine that you at the same time could get the sustainability impact in runtime. So you sit there in front of your screen and you're literally building a power plant. You're buying a new truck for 100,000 euros, and you can literally visualize, and you can get the price, and you can get the environmental impact of your choices instantly.
So
that's where
really
we are today.
Upstream. It's really upstream. It's in the design phase even.
The what? Sorry?
It's upstream. It's already in the design phase. You don't have to make the mistakes because you see them.
The thing is that we are now at a state you cannot make mistakes, but we just need 100% transparency, and we need to make it available for the end users and the customers to make deliberate choices about how much do they want to invest, and how is this going to impact their sustainability goals. And that's where we are now. So actually, when we got the data and we have the regulations in place, we are so close to actually deliver this nirvana, which is a dream for us to be able to deliver to our customers.
So I'll turn to you, Irene. What if we look at a global perspective, if we really get this going fully, what impact can this have, well, for the planet? It's a big question.
Very huge impact, isn't it? I mean, through this kind of tools, we can make this sustainability information available to the customers. That is what they are demanding, and they are demanding this because there hasn't been such a great focus in sustainability before, right? So it's this, and in my opinion, also this new demand on getting new assessment tools in order to reach these new levels or new objectives towards sustainable regulations. So we need some kind of assessment tools, such as configurators, that will guide us in this.
And it's about credibility and also about transparency. Ksenia, you addressed the topic transparency before. Would you like to elaborate what this can entail, this configuration tool, in terms of transparency?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, the transparency in itself can be quite vulnerable. Bo has mentioned that before, and you have also mentioned yourself, is that not everyone is so keen to show actually what it means to produce one another product, both in cost of in pricing or the materials. The pricing is also always vulnerable, but when you go and talk about the carbon footprint or CO2 emissions, here it becomes even more sensible, because especially some of the materials, and you know that many of the manufacturers, they know that the metals, they are quite high in CO2 emissions. And by showing that directly to the customers, even maybe without that filter, can be quite, wow, it's a bit challenging, but you need to actually learn to handle it. You need to learn to talk to it. You need to explain why it's necessary to go through all the steps, not only concentrating on the materials, even though we know that 70 or 80% of the CO2 emissions is already locked in the design phase. You really need to do the talking. You choose the material, but you have also to look into the complete life cycle analysis, as it also already was mentioned, and really do the education, if you can say so, because at the end of life, these very high or very carbon emitting materials, they actually will play a major role, and it will be a very good for environment. But we just need to learn to tackle it. It's a bit challenging, and we can also see it in our company that not everyone is comfortable about this showing the real emissions about the raw materials, the real consequences of the CO2 emissions. But we just need to do that. We can't hide from it. It's something that we need to be quite transparent and just, try to educate everyone. It's a language we need to be aware of.
And also the customers are demanding it more and more, correct?
Exactly. And then maybe just doing it together with the customer, it can be also a bit challenging when you're so transparent, because they can ask you some questions, you have to answer the questions, and it's a challenging task, but they're demanding it. You're right. I mean, from our experience, we can already see that customers are asking for the specific numbers, and it's not only on already produced items, but also on what they're going to order. So it's there to stay.
It's like a dance, moving nicely together forward into the sunset.
Exactly.
Boom.
Let me try to add a bit on that, because
Please go.
that demand is coming. And to many instances, there already. So there are public institutions that won't buy anything from companies that can't give that transparency.
It's procurement rules.
Procurement, yeah. Just imagine that if you're selling a solution and you're saying to a customer, this is the best solution for you, but I can't give you the price because I don't know. Would you buy that?
Probably not.
No. And you're going to see the same on sustainability. If you can't answer that question, they will not buy from you. And when you're in these really large installations of huge equipment that has a huge impact on the environment, it has to be there as well.
And also now we're counting all the scopes and the race to zero and all the calculations. We need to be able to follow it all the way to the end, right?
Exactly.
So Madeleine, will this be applicable for all types of industries or just certain industries?
I think the thinking is, of course, applicable to articulate the environmental features when you do at the point of decision point, so to say, and then it depends on our solution is aimed for the more complex products. So
such as for instance a truck or like a water pump or like the heat exchanger over here on stage, and so on. So these type of products. So it will be for all, but of course the way to come to the state where a customer can see the difference. That's the different paths to come to that. And that's why we see for products that are smaller and simpler and more, not as complex, maybe it's easier to get this information today.
But we also see that the trend is that customers want more specific products now. So they want, not necessarily customized, but they want it to be tailor-made for their needs. And that's not easy. And that's why having a standard product where you got the standard data, you can provide the data for that. But the minute you start to change a little bit, it's a mess. And we need to figure that out as well. Otherwise, we can't make deliberate choices. So
last question here in this talk about transparency and data, and how do we address collaboration in this transition? Because what you're mentioning here is there is a big need for collaboration, not to make it too messy, right?
No, but there is a big need. And actually, some of the experience we have when we speak to our customers is that we speak to the team that runs the pricing and the quoting so that's the sales part. Then we speak to the sustainability team. They don't know each other. So just by bringing them into the same room, they suddenly figure out we have some shared interest here. And by putting, and that we've seen that a few times, that suddenly then it just starts going because they can easily see it. But we are talking about huge corporations here where they need to get together, and we are happy to facilitate that. But I'm sure sooner or later they will find each other.
They need to configure their work too, right?
Yeah, yes. We probably need to do that.
Well, thank you so much, Madeleine. Thank you very much, Bo, Ksenia, and Irene, for joining us here and shedding light on this interesting and important topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we move on to the UNDP Hour, which will be moderated by Victor Gallas, Deputy Director, Stockholm Resilience Center. So I hand it over to UNDP.
Hello, and welcome to the UNDP Hour at the STHLM+50 Climate Hub, a stage and an online space available to you before, during, and after the climate conference STHLM+50 until World Environmental Day on 5th of June. My name is Victor Galas. I'm the Deputy Director at the Stockholm Resilience Center at Stockholm University, an independent center that advances transdisciplinary research for governance of social ecological systems. During this hour, we will talk about the environment as a human right. So what has happened in the link between environment and human rights? Why does it matter? And how could the resolution on the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment mitigate climate change and other planetary crises? Here we will hear from the UN Special Rapporteur on Climate and Human Rights, Dr. David Boyd, and climate activist Archana Sarang, member of the Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate. And in the second half of this hour, we will dive into the country consultations that UNDP has led in over 50 countries ahead of STHLM+50. The Minister of Climate, Water and Ecological Transition from Ecuador will join us alongside UNDP's resident representative in Ecuador. Now, we will move over to the stage. I welcome David Boyd and Archana Sarang to the stage. Welcome. Archana, would you mind sitting there? David? Welcome. Yeah. Let's see. I'm just going to open my notes. Welcome to Stockholm.
It's great to be here.
So, David, let me start with you. So, to people here who don't know and people online, what does it mean to be a UN Special Rapporteur on Climate and Human Rights? And tell us a little bit about this resolution, 4813.
Yeah, so basically a UN Special Rapporteur is kind of like a watchdog on human rights, making sure that governments and businesses are fulfilling their obligations and responsibilities. And this resolution that was passed last October by the UN Human Rights Council is really a historic moment in the evolution of human rights globally, recognizing that everyone, everywhere, has the right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And what does that mean? That means that people have the right to breathe clean air, to safe and sufficient water, to healthy and sustainably produced food, to a safe climate, to healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, and to non-toxic environments where people can live, work, study, and play.
Sounds very ambitious. You compare this with the environmental, you compare the environmental movement with civil rights movement in America. You compared it to the early days of the women's rights movement. Can you elaborate that a little bit? What are the similarities between the environmental movements and these other historic movements?
Yeah, well, these other human rights movements that you're talking about really arose in response to human rights crises. And that's what we're facing today with the triple global environmental crisis is, pollution is killing 9 million people a year, the climate crisis endangering billions of people. And those other movements, like the abolitionists who ended slavery, they really used human rights as a powerful argument to advance that cause and to achieve success in those causes. And I think we're at a point now where we're in a similar position. So, the colonial economy 250 years ago was built on a foundation of slavery, and that had to end. And so when one of the first cases, a British judge, one of the first cases to set a slave free, the judge said, "Let justice be done, though the heavens may fall." And we're in a similar position today with this climate crisis, where we know we have to terminate the fossil fuel industry as quickly as possible. And it's going to have huge economic repercussions. We can't sugarcoat that, but it has to be done in order to achieve justice and to protect the human rights of billions of people on this planet.
What I'm thinking is that, as a political scientist myself, we know there are a lot of these similar rules in some constitutions around the world, in some legal frameworks, but they don't always have tangible effects in a country, right? So why would you expect that this resolution would really have an impact on the ground in countries and help local communities?
Yeah, I understand why people are skeptical about resolutions from the United Nations, but if we look at the last time there was a resolution of this nature, it was in 2010 when the UN recognized for the first time the human right to water. And that has had a cascade of positive effects. Constitutions were changed in countries like Costa Rica, Fiji, Mexico, Slovenia, Tunisia. Laws were changed from Colombia to France. And most importantly, as you said, Victor, change on the ground. So in Mexico, for example, over the past decade, that recognition of the right to water has led to a government program to bring safe drinking water to more than 1,000 rural communities. In my country of Canada, that resolution on the right to water changed the government's position, and the government has worked with Indigenous people to bring safe drinking water to more than 130 remote Indigenous communities. So that resolution was really a catalyst for change, and I fully expect that the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment will be a catalyst for accelerated change in terms of renewable energy, clean air, protecting biodiversity, and all of those other elements of the right.
Thank you. I mean, I want to invite you, Arjan, of course, to this conversation. You're, as I mentioned, a member of the Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate. You're a climate activist. I saw online someone call you also a climate warrior. So what are your reflections on this type of resolution from the UN? Can you tell from your experience, do you think this will have an impact?
First of all, I would like to say that this particular resolution in terms of human right and environment has made a lot of difference for us. Because for me, coming from an Indigenous community and coming from Khariat tribe, for us, nature is a source of identity, culture, tradition, language. And when we see environment and human rights, it's not separate for us, it's intrinsic. And that is when I feel that having these kind of resolution also advocates for it and also emphasize for it that for us Indigenous people and local communities, fighting for our life dignity is also fighting for our environment. And it has to do a lot more with what our Indigenous elders and ancestors have been defending our territories, land, forest, and which also brings down to the narrative and fact that when Indigenous people and local communities are protecting the environment, are restoring the ecosystem, they are contributing to ecosystem restoration and climate action, which now, if we see from the lens of human rights, also brings down the narrative that often during this action or this practices, they have been under gross human rights violation, which again cannot be seen as a separate entity of, human rights violation and ecosystem restoration or environmental restoration, which brings them and ties them together to say that there are Indigenous people, local communities, young people, and a lot of communities in the margins who are impacted by climate crisis, who are impacted by environmental degradation, and whose way of living, not merely what they do, but who they are, is what they have been contributing to climate action. And that's why I feel that Indigenous people, local communities, and young people should be leaders of decision-making processes when it comes to ecosystem restoration, biodiversity conservation, and climate action, and not victims of it, of the policy-making spaces. And that's why I feel resolution like this is also a kind of defense and also a kind of enabling environment and mechanism which we need for the communities.
I'm thinking that for resolutions such as this one, that you need a judicial system that is working, right? Somehow. Is that a concern in India or in general? How would you make sure that the judicial system operates in the spirit of this resolution and doesn't block it or ignore it?
For me, I think it's really important to see as a global way. And when I say it's important to see as a global way, I think it's really important for us to also see as a policy makers and decision makers that when we are making these frameworks, when we are making this resolution, it's just not a resolution. We also have structures and mechanism in place in terms of implementation, which also brings down to me that it's really crucial that how these are implemented. Is it again implemented in a way of imposition or in a participatory approach, which again brings down to the fact that it's really important that we make young people, Indigenous people, local communities part of the process of implementation, and that is what I think will make a lot of difference. Also, I would like to emphasize that it's really crucial to see that when these resolutions are made, are we leaving people behind? Because I think at the same time, it's also important to see that are people aware of this resolution? Because I think language plays a very crucial role in terms of dissemination of this information. And I would like to urge and advocate and propose that it's really important that we make sure that these resolutions are also translated in the regional languages, because it will be more accessible to people. And the second thing which I feel is really important when we are talking about young people, indigenous people, local communities, and environment and human rights, I think it's really crucial that we have safe and enabling spaces for them, because often we want to engage with communities, but what are the safe and enabling spaces which we have for them is important. And I think, as rightly said, that a right to life, right to water, right to live with dignity has a lot to do with environment, because in most of the regions of indigenous communities and local communities, we have extractive developmental projects, which often when we are talking about air pollution, in the cities we understand, but people fail to acknowledge how air pollution is happening in the rural and grassroots areas as well.
That's a good point. I mean, on accessibility, but again, the judicial system and its operation, isn't that a concern that we're seeing? Those are weak in many countries. Their resolution would really not have an impact because of that.
Right. I mean, I think it's fair to say that in countries where you don't have an effective rule of law, where you have corruption, weakness in government institutions, then these resolutions are really just words on paper, they're aspirations. But that's part and parcel of what we need to do. And in countries around the world, what's really been fascinating, over the past 40 years, we've seen a growing number of cases being brought by local grassroots people, indigenous people, young people, asserting their right to live in a healthy environment through the judicial system when governments have failed them. So for example, there's a wonderful case from Colombia where a group of 25 children and youth sued their own government for failing to protect the Amazon rainforest. And they succeeded in winning a case at the Supreme Court of Colombia, ruling that their right to a healthy environment had been violated by deforestation, with the court ordering the government to take steps to stop the deforestation. And we're seeing that type of case being brought forward in country after country around the world. In some countries with great success, in other countries less so.
What would you say, Archana? Do you have an additional example of a success story where actually these rights have been executed in a way?
Yeah, so I would like to emphasize that the regions or the communities who have their rights over the land, forest and territory recognized has made a lot of difference to them, specifically in lens of indigenous people and local communities, because when our rights over a land, forest and territory is recognized, we not only have a right to have a safe living, but we also have access to food, which diverse food which we get from the forest, so it leads to food security. Also in terms of livelihood, we are able to cultivate and practice farming and forest-based livelihood in our own region, which often we are deprived from when we are forced to leave our places, when there is land grabbing, when there is eviction. So I see human rights and environment for us indigenous and local communities plays a very, very crucial role, because a right to environment, right to human right is very important from the place where we are and what is our relationship with nature.
Victor, could I add another success story?
Yes.
So one of my favorite success stories is actually one of the countries that led the process to achieve this resolution in Geneva last year was Costa Rica. And Costa Rica added the right to a healthy environment to their constitution in 1994. And at that time, decades of deforestation had reduced forest cover in Costa Rica to less than 25%. But that recognition of this fundamental right to a healthy environment not only has had decades of legal repercussions, but it's changed the culture in Costa Rica too, to where there's real pride in that. And so Costa Rica now has over 50% forest cover. They have 30% of their land in national parks. They get 99% of their electricity from renewable sources. They've passed laws banning open pit mining, banning offshore oil and gas development. And they really are the epitome of what sustainable development looks like. And so one of the ways that they actually managed to achieve this amazing progress in reforestation was by allocating the funds from a carbon tax to indigenous peoples and campesinos, local farmers, to restore and reforest their lands. It's been just enormously successful.
So what about failures? Are there any examples where this actually didn't happen as expected? And what explains such failures?
Yeah, so there are examples of failure. So there was a case brought in Norway several years ago, again, led by young people and Greenpeace, where they were challenging Norway's decision to open up a new area of the Arctic Ocean to offshore oil and gas development. And their legal argument was that that was a violation of their right to a healthy environment as protected by the Norwegian Constitution. That case went to the Supreme Court of Norway, and the Supreme Court of Norway interpreted the right to a healthy environment in a very narrow way and approved of the government's decision to issue these offshore licenses. That case is now under appeal to the European Court of Human Rights, so it's not yet a final failure. Yeah. But we've also seen failures, for example, in Brazil, where the current government has reversed decades of progress on stopping deforestation, has reversed decades of progress in reducing pollution. And those are poor decisions made by governments, and one can only hope that those governments will be replaced by governments with a more holistic vision of sustainable development.
Chandler, do you have any failures that you would like to share, and how would we overcome such failures?
I think if I talk about failure as a young person, I think we have been failed. Because at this moment we are in the state where we are kind of fighting the lost battle, but we still have hope because we see the young people across the globe with the different expertise have been contributing towards ecosystem restoration and climate action. And that's why I feel it's really, really important for us young people to continue the fight. But at the same time, I feel it's really important for us to work intersectionally and also intergenerationally. So we feel we need your advice. We need to work together with the elders. And that's also, I feel that it's really important to make sure that we are working together with respect. Because I feel often there is lack of respect and within us when we are attempting to work together, but I think we will make a lot of difference. And there's a way miles to go ahead in terms of attending our commitments, whether it is in terms of ecosystem restoration, SDGs, and climate action. And we should not fail our upcoming generation, and we need to make the difference right now.
I mean, it sounds to me like a resolution such as this, if you want to have it lead to an impact and be successful, you both need some sort of government support, or at least not blocking, and then also support from the public. Right? So I'm thinking your role as a climate activist becomes increasingly important in that context, just to make sure there is support. But I'm also reflecting a little bit on the fact that we've been through a pandemic and still are in a pandemic in many parts of the world, and also the repercussions of the war on Ukraine, right, on inflation and increasing food prices. How does that affect your work as a climate activist? Or do people still care about climate change and environmental issues, or is it just being overtaken by this other more urgent?
I think what we have experienced in COVID-19 and what we are experiencing in terms of environmental degradation and climate crisis, there are so many instances and evidence that as of now we can firmly say that these all are impacts of climate crisis, because we are facing droughts, heat waves, cyclones, and everything all together rapidly and very frequently. And I think that advocacy has been done for the young people, and we firmly see that this is happening because of climate crisis. But it's also really important to see that how we can continue to advocate and make people accept that this is happening because of climate crisis, because we cannot move ahead if there is still continues to be denial. And the second thing which I feel that the COVID-19 pandemic also made us realize that COVID-19 is not separate from climate crisis, because we were facing the impacts of COVID-19. Also, we were facing the impacts of climate crisis, which made us more vulnerable as Indigenous people. Like for me, because of COVID-19, we were losing our livelihood as Indigenous people. But because of cyclones, we're also losing our forest-based livelihood. So this happened across the globe in many parts of the indigenous people and local communities, which we saw the impacts of climate crisis and COVID-19 went hand in hand together. And the solution cannot come in silos. The solution has to come in an integrated approach, which also makes us a difference to advocate for intersectionality. And that's why we feel that we have been saying that climate justice is also social and economic justice. And we cannot separate it. So as I say, moving ahead, for us young people, we have been advocating that we cannot no longer see, like for example, COVID-19 or other employment crisis and climate crisis is a separate entity. It's really important to see that how we are having livelihood security, food security, employment security for young people, and also working towards climate action, whereby it is important that we have finances being allocated for young people's participation in the decision-making processes, where we have green jobs for the young people, that they are being able to be employed. And that's why, which also brings down to the fact that we young people should not be seen only as mere young people. We are professional, we have expertise in different thematics, and we need to make sure that we are also giving the opportunities for young people in taking up the job opportunities, which I'm very proud to be part of Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, because I feel that has given us a safe space to be very honest, to be to the par. And I feel we need more leadership like Secretary General across the policy making spaces, where we have young people being in the policy making spaces and speaking truth to the par, and we can work together on it. So at the end, I feel intersectional approach is the way ahead.
That's right.
I think that, you know, you mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic, and really it has shown us two things. It's shown us, number one, that governments have the resources and the financial ability to address problems. Governments have spent tens of trillions of dollars addressing the pandemic and its economic consequences. Where's the trillions of dollars for the climate crisis? We're seeing nowhere near the mobilization of funds to address that other greater existential threat. And the other thing about the COVID pandemic is the vaccine apartheid. The fact that in the global north, the vast majority of people have access to vaccines, and in the global south, the vast majority do not. And I really think that same type of injustice is happening in the environmental field, it's happening in the biodiversity field, it's happening in the climate crisis. And so really, when we think about this, I agree 100%, Achana, about the importance of integrated, transformative responses, which is what the Sustainable Development Goals really epitomize, a vision of 17 interconnected goals that we need to move forward on. And unfortunately, the Russian war on Ukraine, the COVID-19 pandemic, has deflected our attention from those fundamental goals. I mean, it's a beautiful vision of a just and sustainable society that we should all be prioritizing, and that will have enormous benefits across the entire planet.
I mean, that's an interesting, but also a little bit of a scary reflection, right, from your end. I think since we are in Stockholm now, and we are, so Stockholm +50 begins formally, I think, the day after tomorrow. So what are your hopes for Stockholm +50? What do you hope will be achieved here?
I'm hopeful about Stockholm +50 because I feel it is an opportunity for us to come together and after COP26, ahead of COP27. So I think it's a huge movement for all of us to commit towards more stronger climate policies, environmental restoration policies, and also I think it's a moment to reflect how long we have come, how far we have come. It's almost been 50 years, and I think there are miles to go ahead. So I'm hopeful about it, and what I would like to see in Stockholm +50 is one, an advocacy and commitment to recognize the rights of indigenous people, local communities over the land, forest, and territories, to ensure that there is meaningful leadership and meaningful leadership and participation of young people and local communities and indigenous people in the policy making spaces, ensuring that it is safe and enabling. At the same time, the third, which I would also like to see, that it's really, really important to see that the loss and damage caused to the indigenous people, local communities, and marginalized communities is taken seriously and prioritized, because the loss and damage caused due to environmental degradation and climate crisis cannot be compensated. And it's really, really important to start acknowledging these injustices and working towards it. And I would like to sum up by saying that often I see indigenous peoples, local communities, young people's resilience has been, commended or has been appreciated. I would strongly like to urge that instead of appreciating our resilience, be with us, support us in a fight to make changes in the structures, because only and only when there is change in the structure we can come out of this vicious circle of vulnerability.
Will you be back for Stockholm Plus 100? I assume. Let's see. What about you, David? What are your hopes for Stockholm Plus 50?
Well, 50 years ago at the original Stockholm conference, the seed of the right to a healthy environment was planted. That tree has grown over the past 50 years, and it's now time for us to harvest the fruit. And I think that it's only by taking a rights-based approach to climate action, a rights-based approach to the biodiversity crisis, a rights-based approach to pollution, that we can actually engage inclusive participation of all the affected people, that we can prioritize the people who are being left furthest behind, who are suffering the most badly, and come up with effective, efficient, and equitable solutions to these problems. We know what the answers are. It's simply a matter of taking the actions to do it.
Thank you very much. I mean, this was very insightful from both of you, and I hope I run into you during Stockholm Plus 50 during other events. So thanks for your time. Dr. David Boyd, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, and Archana Sareng, member of the Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate and Climate Warrior. That's what I will call you. So now we're going to hear from Ms. Ulrika Moder. She's the UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy in a video message.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Stockholm Plus 50 Climate Hub UNDP Hour. My name is Ulrika Moder, and I'm the Assistant Secretary General of UNDP United Nations Development Programme. And we are the largest UN agency with presence in 170 member states and territories. For us, the work ahead of the Stockholm Plus 50 conference began already in January with the very first country consultation in Colombia, where we gathered different actors to voice their concerns, but also solutions to make sure that they could voice really what they think is needed. And for the past 5 months, we have organized over 50 government-led country consultations, gathering voices across generations, from private sector to civil society, from researchers to marginalized groups at the front lines of climate effects and adaptation efforts. We need these voices as an international community. We need them ahead of Stockholm Plus 50, but we also need them beyond, and we need their action. Because who could actually better advise on drought adaptation than pastoralists from sub-Saharan Africa? Or for that matter, for nature-based solutions than the indigenous groups that comprise less than 5% of the world's population, but that are protecting 80% of our global biodiversity. At this crucial window of time, every voice matters and every action counts. We have an intergenerational responsibility to really protect the earth and to ensure that life support systems are available to all. This notion of responsibility was central to the 1972 UN Conference on the Human Environment 50 years back. And so, for me, Stockholm Plus 50 is about reflecting, it's about connecting issues and really accelerate urgent action, the action that is needed. Today's conference is a pivotal but brief moment where we can pause, we can gather information, we can recommit to a path of sustainable and equitable future for all, and we can really make change happen as we take these lessons onwards. Thank you, and again, a very warm welcome to the UNDP Hour.
So, ahead of Stockholm Plus 50, UNDP organized country consultations in over 50 countries where representatives from all over society came together to discuss their concerns, expectations, and suggestions for Stockholm Plus 50 conference. So I have two new guests here. So we have Minister Gustavo Manrique and Matilde Mort. Bienvenido. So let me start with you. So you're the Minister of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition. So tell me, what do you mean with this last part of your title, ecological transition? What does it mean?
Well, first, thanks for the invitation. For me, it's an honor to share this scenario with you and with Matilde from UNPD, from Ecuador. Ecological transition, I think it's a way of living that all the citizens, the countries, should apply. What is transition? Transition is moving from point A to point B. It is breaking the core status. So we're a new government. We started last year, and at day 9, we signed a decree, a national decree, in order to send the message that Ecuador start a really serious movement to change that inertia. So the pillars are sustainability, circular economy, zero net carbon emission, and water. So we are the 4th country that apply this public policy of ecological transition. So it's a matter of start moving, start switching, start a process of decarbonization, a serious process about that. So we have accomplished some really nice goals in this 12 months of administration.
Okay. So Matilde Mort, so you're UNDP's resident representative in Ecuador. So, and you hosted the country consultations that then led up to Stockholm +50. Can you describe what came out of this consultation process?
Of course, and well, again, thank you for the invitation. Maybe before answering the question, I wanted to talk a little about the context. So Ecuador is a mega diverse country. It has 4 very distinct different regions, the Andean highlands, the Amazon, the Pacific coast, and Galapagos. And this makes it a fantastic scenery and landscape and ecosystem and biodiverse country. No? And it also has a great human diversity. It's an area of a little bit less than half of Sweden, but it still contains 13 different indigenous populations and nationalities. And for many of these people in Ecuador, the environment is not only the source of resources and livelihoods, but it's also a heritage from the ancestors, it's part of their spirituality, and it's part of the vision and of the world and humanity as one. And there is a specific people, the Sarayaku people, who live in the Amazon region, and they speak to us about the Causaxacha, which means the living jungle. And so this is a jungle that is a living being in which all mineral world, the animal world, the vegetable world, the cosmic world lives. And why am I saying this? Because we made these consultations in a context of a people that is very much connected to Pachamama, as it's known, Mother Earth, no? So in terms of the consultation itself, I mean, we knew from the beginning that it had to be inclusive and participatory. So we made a specific outreach to different groups, indigenous groups, Afro-descendant groups, women, youth, LGBTQ community, people with disabilities, and so on. And we had a very large, of course, digital consultation. But also knowing the digital gap, we complemented that with different workshops and interviews and so on. And we also gave the methodology to different groups. So the Confederation of Amazonian indigenous peoples, they replicated the consultations on their own. So it was really a very rich process. So what did we get from this? We had 2,500 persons involved and I would say also collaborating in a global conversation, because as UNDP, we provided a digital space for having not only the consultations at a national level, but also globally, no? And a couple of results from the consultations that I find interesting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about this with the Minister. It's issues like the need for strengthening governance systems and for better articulation between different actors is one of the issues that came up. There was a lot of mention also to greater financing, and I think David Boyd mentioned this in the previous section, and also technology transfer, and in general capacity building, because there is a feeling that the technology is out there, but there's not the full access to it, no? There was also a mention to communication, to improve communication and more education and investment in education for sustainable development. Changing economic systems, of course, circular economies, dependence on, reduce the dependence on non-renewable resources and so on. But again, the issue of citizen participation came up. So strengthen citizen participation mechanism and so on. And perhaps in relation to that, mention also this Andean, in the Andean culture, you have this concept of the minga, la minga. I love that. When I came to Ecuador, I suddenly started hearing about la minga. So la minga is when everybody joins forces to get something done. So communities go out, you know, neighborhoods go out, they clean their streets, they participate. And I think that's a beautiful concept that is also part of this ecological transition, no? All joining forces.
Wow, sounds like a perfect contribution to the Stockholm +50 process, bringing that spirit. So we have a short video, because I mean the country consultations took place in over 50 countries. So I think we're going to get a video introduction to these discussions that were held all over the world.
Still 71% of waste in Vietnam is going to landfill.
So, Minister, I think I have one question for you now, just to kick this off. I think we've heard about the pan-Latin American climate work. So there seems to be some collaborations between Latin American ministers on climate issues. Can you tell us a little bit about that? How is that going, and how's my home country, Chile, doing on those conversations?
Sure. Well, I'm really impressed how is the collaboration moving towards. We have been working together with several ministers around the world, to be honest. We have some closest because of geographic matter, which we are working more tight. But in general terms, We are working really close from some Nordic ministers, for example, Norway, or in Germany as well. And they are really aware, I'm going later on to the region, but talking about Norway or, for example, Germany, they are really aware of protecting our forest and our communities. So, for example, with the UK as well, we just signed a very important agreement, economic and advising collaboration for the south region of Ecuador with a transborder project with Peru, which will protect the landscape. But this is a new term. We're used to hear the landscape, and you think as a view, but it's all which is around the communities, and work with bio-entrepreneurs and non-deforest service and products. So with UK, we have been working with Lord Zach Goldsmith very close in different projects, as well with UK, with Galapagos Island. Then with Germany, and actually through a project with the PNUD, UNPD, with Matilde, we have Pro Amazonia, which we are working really close. For example, we export recently, I think it was 250 quintales, I don't know how to translate that unit, to France, and of coffee. And it's coffee produced by local communities, and what it's the world valuing now, it's that coffee, it is produced by local community, but by no deforesting. So it has a seal of non-deforesting. And in the region, we have been close, working really close with what we call the marine corridor, which is, you know, that when I was young, they taught us that Ecuador were neighbors with Colombia and Peru and the Pacific Ocean. But we have a border, a marine border with Costa Rica. Our international waters connect with the international waters of Costa Rica. And for those who know Galapagos, Galapagos is a consequence of volcanic explosions millions of years ago. And what we see, it's what it's over the water. And that's the biodiversity that Matilde was saying, that, that's the place where Charles Darwin inspired the evolution theory. So that's what you see. But it happened to be that underwater, you have these submarine mountains that connect underwater with Costa Rica. And Costa Rica connect with Panama up north and to Colombia. And these species that are not fishing target species, such as whales, manta rays, turtles, and some others, choose these submarine mountains to have a swimway, just as a highway, because of the riches of the food. So we decide, these 4 countries together, the ministers obviously be coming from the president, the decision to create the biggest transborder marine corridor. And we signed that in Glasgow, and we as Ecuador increased 6 million hectares of protected area. And as well did it Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica. So we create this transborder. So there are plenty ways that I can share you of different supporting that we are. You know, the borders were created by humans. The species doesn't know about borders. So we must work together in a unique strategy to manage our planet as a whole system. You know, there is I love this, and I finish with this. We have to drop the S of the oceans. That's another thing that they taught us when we were young. Oceans. 83% of the waste we collect in Galapagos 83% come from another continent. So we have local problems that the only way to solve them is with global solutions.
Can I connect back to our previous on the previous panel, just to you, Minister? I mean, so the ambition is to push an ecological transition, right? And do that. What? The ecological transition. Sure. You mentioned that, and in a collaborative spirit. At the same time, I mean, that in itself is challenging, right? I mean, that's not easy. At the same time, in the last years, you have the pandemic, you have the repercussions of the war on Ukraine. How has that affected your work and the conversations you have with other ministers in Latin America?
Sure. I'm a pathological, optimistic guy. I really see always the positive things about things. And I truly believe that we're moving forward. We're here. I just came from Davos last week, the Economic World Forum, and I think that the transversal issue, the conversation was sustainability. So I read the other day as well that after the pandemic, I don't remember the source, but the data was that 4,000% it has increased the awareness of sustainability after pandemic. So I think that the people is more able to talk about that, more able to they understood that if we lower a little bit the production or change the way, just as the pandemic obliged us, will be better. So I've been in this for 25 years, and I truly believe or feel that we are in a better environment to bring this to the table. I think it's a matter of survival, not just as a species, but in the business way, in something, depending on the country you are, but between 5 years or 10 years, if you don't have a purpose, your company will die. No one will choose it. It doesn't matter if you're in South America or in a very developed Nordic country. So it's a matter of survival, not just from the point of view of as a planet, whole living system, but as a business-wise, it's a customer decision.
And I mean, building on that, I have a question for you, Matilda, because I think one of the messages for Stockholm+50, and I think also what came out very strongly in the latest report from the IPCC, was the need for structural deep change, transformation. So, I mean, from your point of view and your experience, is that happening? Are we seeing these deeper changes? And how do you make sure that we're just not nudging around the corners or adapting a little bit, but actually really creating deeper system changes?
Yes, so we have all these transformative agendas on the table, no? The Agenda 2030 and the 17 SDGs, the Paris Agreement, the Sendai for disaster risk reduction, to name just a few of all these agendas that have come forward during the last years. And so how are we actually, how do we actually sustain or promote this transformative effect that these agendas are proposing? And I think I would like to mention there the UNDP Human Development Report of 2020, which is called the Human Development in the Anthropocene, which has, I think, quite a few insights in how we can actually make these changes. One is the concept of agency, personal agency, and I think also the business sector agency in terms of how we actually can change things. Agency is important, for instance, for changing social norms. And we might say, well, cultural changes, social norms take time to change, but not necessarily. For instance, the issue of smoking. perhaps 30, 40 years ago, it was fanciful to smoke. And today, we all know the repercussions on health and so on. And there's a systemic change in the world in terms of smoking. And I think that's happening, as you were saying, Gustavo, around sustainability and environmental sustainability. So that's one of the ways of change, social norms. The other ones is the incentives to change. Government regulations, fiscal incentives, and so on and so forth. And I think that is happening more and more. For instance, in Ecuador, we are doing a review of the fiscal system to see what kind of subsidies there are that are harmful for the environment. And then we're working together, of course, with the Minister of Environment and Water and Ecological Transition towards changing these systems. And finally, one of the other things that this report mentioned is the nature-based solutions, which is working with local communities, indigenous communities, with using nature in many different ways in the economic sectors. And perhaps a couple of examples from what we're doing in Ecuador with UNDP. We're promoting green infrastructure plans as disaster risk reduction instruments in cities. You mentioned the example of Pro Amazonia with the deforestation-free commodities, deforestation-free coffee, deforestation-free cocoa, working also in the livestock sector and so on. So, I mean, these are only a couple of examples, but I do think there are many, many more. And part of this is, of course, also the availability of finance. You mentioned, well, you've been working with the Galapagos and also finding the financing for sustaining this new agreement between the 4 countries. But if you see globally, financing for environmental sustainability or green finance has grown exponentially, and there's a huge potential there for also changing systems.
That's an interesting observation. I'm thinking another challenging part of this, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Minister, because I think this is a difficult question for anyone in government. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, and that is how to avoid lock-in during a crisis. So, for example, after the pandemic and during the pandemic, there was this notion and idea that we could build back better, right? So invest in ways that would promote sustainability rather than just continue to lock us into an old fossil fuel infrastructure, for example. What's your take on this as part of a government? Do you believe that you managed to avoid that type of locking that we've seen in other countries in terms of just continue to strengthen existing structures, or did you manage to actually divert some of that recovery into something more sustainable? I know it's a difficult question, but I think everyone is struggling with that.
It's a really great question. It's tough to say. Again, I think there's no only one answer for that. It will depend in the country you were born. In Ecuador, we have unfulfilled basic needs. For you to let you know, I have a policy not to talk bad about my country when I'm out of the country, but to make the point of this extraordinary question, we have the highest rate in child malnutrition in the region, 1 every 3 kids. So we don't have water, fresh water, and I'm going later on to that point. In some regions of the country, we don't have sanitation in some regions. We need to create some economic system in order for other countries to help us, you know. We were one of the 4th city, Guayaquil, that was more hit in the world globally for COVID. Guayaquil was the 4th city with more deaths by hour. So it is hard to say that you have to lock or unlock. I think it will depend the industry, the product, the richness of the country, the GDP, and so I don't know. It's hard to have a concrete answer.
Yeah. Do you have anything on that, Matilda?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You have all these vulnerabilities, and I think it's hard to see beyond the vulnerabilities when you are in such a crisis context. And I mean, we lived through it with the pandemic, and I think we're going to live through it again very soon with the pressure on agricultural systems due to the war in Ukraine. But I think that in the midst of these uncertainties and social needs, I think there are quite a lot of opportunities. And I was mentioning the finance, the growth in green finance. Of course, there are differences. If you see Europe, for instance, had huge packages that also incentivated green transformations, social financial packages, but with a condition. And I think we have not seen that. In the Latin American region, it's like way behind. I think perhaps I think the figure is 2% of what was invested for the pandemic recovery had a green dimension to it. But despite that, and on the finance sector, for instance, in Ecuador, we're working with the cooperative sector. The cooperative sector is 1/3 of the financial sector in Ecuador. And we just supported them to do the environmental and social risk analysis system. And that is the basis for green credits. And now there's a huge amount of green credits coming in through the cooperative sector, and where we then can work with transforming agricultural systems, going towards electromobility and so on and so forth. And this is also happening on the private side. There's a lot of financing coming to the private banks to accompany the private sector to do this transformation. So yes, there is a huge social need, but at the same time, there are many things happening that are leading towards this change also.
That's very interesting.
Just a short comment on that we are, as Matilda said in the first intervention, the most mega-diverse country in the world per species per square kilometer. We have in 1 hectare of the Amazon more species than together Canada and United States together in 1 hectare. So we are really giving an ecosystemic service to the world. The thing is that we haven't negotiated before that with the country. I really, as a citizen, Ecuadorian citizen, I really feel as a rich country in terms that we have preserved that megadiverse. And the other, I really see the biodiverse of our country as a currency. The currency that the world needs in order to survive by preserving it. The thing is, we have to know how to value a jaguar, a tiger, a monkey, a plant. And we have to step in and negotiate with rich countries. And they have to pay. We only contribute 0.18% of the gas emissions worldwide. But we are #1 in megadiversity. There's not a balance there, And the second thing that the world needs for this ecological transition is the minerals, You need the silicio for solar panels. You need the aluminium for the frame. You need a lot of things. And we're really rich on that as well. So I think that the challenge, and the thing is, one is on the top and the other one is underground. So how to manage that by giving the communities that in the past, they haven't been attended, you say? They haven't been, with no water, no electricity. So we have to combine those 3 things because Ecuador needs resources to fulfill the chronic child malnutrition.
We need to wrap up there. I'm sorry, Matilda. I know we could have gone on for many hours. I want to thank you so much for taking the time in your very busy calendars to join us here. Thank you very much, Matilda Mort, and Minister Gustavo Manrique for joining us. And for the audience, thank you very much for joining the UNDP Hour. The session tomorrow will take stock of the footprint of Stockholm Plus 50. What did the 1972 conference mean, and what can we expect 50 years later? And our guests will be the Swedish Minister for International Development Cooperation, Matilda Ernkrans, and UNDP's Administrator, Achim Steiner, and Ambassador Jan Mortensson, who played a key role during the conference in 1972. And here to moderate that session is the chair of Stockholm Environment Institute and former Climate Minister of Sweden, Miss Isabella Lövin. Thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow.
To this first of this week's Exponential Race to Zero shows, brought to you by We Don't Have Time and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, together with our partners UN Race to Zero and the We Mean Business Coalition. Today, we're going to look at green energy and how to get more of it right here, right now, because we need it. Before we power up this green energy session, let's welcome on stage the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time, that's Ingmar Rentzhog, and the co-founder and CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Johan Falk. Ingmar, hi, great to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've got the floor.
Yes, and I'm going to do this quick. I'm actually going to start this segment by asking you, the audience, a very important question. And the question goes, how big do you think the chances are that we will ever meet the emission targets in the Paris Agreement on a scale between 0 to 100%? And we start here with the audience here on site, and those that think it's 0%, if you raise your hand, and we go to those that think it's 25%. Do we have any 25% in this room? Huh? It seems to be a very positive audience. 50%. We have some 50%. 75%. This was a very positive audience. And 100%. Not so positive. We have also asked this question to the viewers on Twitter. So far this morning we had over 1 million viewers that tune in to the broadcast. And if we bring up the answer here, we have a little bit more negative audience on Twitter. 63% thinks that it's between 0 to 25%. This question is something we have been asking a lot of impact investors and business leaders lately at We Don't Have Time. And many people are not as positive as you in the audience here today. Many people actually answers between 0 to 25%. I think that is very problematic, because if we're going to solve this, we need to think that we'll be able to do it. We need to have that vision. And personally, I don't just have the vision. I believe that we will do it. I'm 100% sure that we will meet the emission targets in the Paris Agreement. And I have some facts backing it up. One fact is, when we started with those broadcasts 5 years ago, we had 10,000 viewers. It was people tuning in, watching a show about climate solutions. When we did the broadcast last year, we had 5 million viewers. And when we did the broadcast on this year's Earth Day, just a couple of weeks ago, we had 13 million of viewers. So the number of people engaging in solution and wanting to drive change are increasing more than exponentially. And it's also businesses. The United Nations have an initiative called Race to Zero, where investors, businesses and cities can join. And in just 3 years, more than 50% of the total GDP belongs to a businesses or investor that have joined the Race to Zero. And that means that they have pledged to go net zero. They want to leave the fossil fuel-based economy behind. So this is going to happen. But there is just one thing that I'm not so sure about, and that is, are we going to do it on time? Because we really need to achieve this target before the climate crisis are getting out of control so that we can't solve the climate crisis anymore. And that is what We Don't Have Time is all about. We Don't Have Time is a tool where everyone can use it. So just open your phone and download We Don't Have Time. And what you can do with the help of We Don't Have Time is that you can give climate love and reward all those that are working on solutions, so that we will see more solutions. And those that are lagging behind, you can give them climate warning, tell them to stop doing bad things and speed up. This is very important. The only thing we need to do is to speed up change in an exponential pace. And that's why we are very proud to have partnered up with Johan Falk and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative.
Thank you, Ingmar. I'm totally with you. That's why we bring together leading transformers, disruptors, and innovators, which are all aligned with the 1.5 ambition. We have a common mission to halve emissions by 2030 towards net zero. And that is the carbon law. The carbon law was set in 2017, together with our chairman, Johan Rockström. It's then been implemented by the UN Race to Zero, the European, the US goals. So it also shows that it's possible to scale big ideas fast. But now it's about action. We are beyond pledges. And some of the examples of and initiatives that Exponential Roadmap is driving is the SME Climate Hub, the 1.5 Business Playbook, and the supply chain leaders, all driving exponential climate action. But today, it is about energy. And actually, renewable energy is scaling exponentially. But we need to go even faster. And it's also about energy efficiency, which is just as important. It's the cleanest and cheapest way to actually cut emissions. We need a laser focus on energy efficiency as well. So we're very excited to bring together leading companies now focusing on how we can scale faster. Thank you, Nick.
Just whilst you're still with us, we're just waiting a little bit for Nigel to come in on the show. And so I've got you here, and it's a captive audience, so that's really fantastic. I mean, to what extent do you think this war in the Ukraine is focusing the attention of policymakers? Do you think it's going to lead to an acceleration of the increase in renewable energy faster than we've seen in the last few years? I mean, or do you think that people are going to panic and just build LPG terminals everywhere and start fracking as much as they can and digging everything up, all this old fossilized wood, which we call coal? I mean, what's your instincts? What's your sense? How do you feel positive or negative about this?
Ingmar. War is never good. And if we're going to solve the climate crisis, we don't have time for war. But war in the past has really speed up development. And I think this war is also going to do that. We've now seen that the European countries have stopped importing oil from Russia. For me, that is of course good, but it's kind of absurd. We can't just import oil from Russia. We also need to stop burning oil from wherever we dig it up. That's the next step. But if you start with not importing, the price will go up. And when the price go up, the alternatives, the green solutions, will be the better alternative. And actually, what is making me sure that we're going to reach this 100% is our economy. Because last year, for the first time, renewables were cheaper compared to fossil fuel energy. So this will speed that up. And we have something we need to get rid of in order to really speed it up. And that is the fossil fuel subsidies.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think now when we have a war, I hope that our political leaders, we have a G20 meeting here in Sweden this week actually, I hope that we realize that it's absurd to sponsor the oil countries.
Yeah.
Because that's really sponsoring blood money.
Good. Thank you. Johan, you're going to be with us later. Nigel Topping is with us now, so let's make the introduction to him. Thanks very much indeed. I now have the pleasure of introducing Nigel Topping, who was appointed as the high-level climate action champion by the United Kingdom for the UN Climate Conference COP26 in Glasgow last year. He's also a commissioner on the Energy Transitions Commission and one of the brains and many people behind such landmark initiatives as the Science Based Targets Initiative, the Business for Nature and the Global Commons Alliance. Nigel, it's great to see you again on our show, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Nick. It's great to be with you. In this really historic week, as you say, I'm one of two high-level climate action champions. Worked very closely with Gonzalo Munoz, the Chilean champion. Now work with Mahmoud Mohidin, the Egyptian appointed champion. Really, just to drive those kind of collaborations you described, so that we generate the exponential pace that we all know we need. And you know, before I did this, I was the CEO of We Mean Business. So it's great to see We Mean Business partnering along with Exponential Roadmap and Race to Zero, and we don't have time. So thanks to all the partners, and it's great to be with you today. So this 50 years, you know, some of my first exposure to the kind of systems thinking that we need to drive this exponential change is through some of the limits to growth reports, which of course were also born out of this 1972 moment. And it's been particularly exciting to partner with the Exponential Roadmap as one of our key Race to Zero partners. You didn't mention the Race to Zero is the initiative that Gonzalo and I launched a couple of years ago, and that has now thousands of businesses, cities, investors, schools, universities, hospitals committing to the kind of exponential change that we're all working on. So I thought I'd just say a few things about COP26 and the momentum we have, and about the way ahead. I think the first thing to say is, and Nick, you know this as someone who's been following the COPs for a long time, COP26 really was the first real economy COP where we really start to pivot to focusing on implementation. Of course, the Paris rulebook, this very complex body of negotiated items, was finalized, so we have that done now, and the countries really ratcheted up ambition so that they all agreed that we are focusing on 1.5, not well below 2 degrees. We are focusing on this decade and raising ambition every year, which we know we'll need to go from the trajectory we're on now to a net zero in the 2040s trajectory. And the COP, of course, was also contentious because it's big and it's messy and it never delivers everything that everybody wants. So I think it was both a huge success and also highlights our collective failure. I think it's a huge success in the mobilization of momentum. You know, that national momentum, we had huge mobilization of the business community, the finance community, cities, states and regions. We had over 1,000 cities in the Race to Zero, thousands of companies, many of them through the Exponential Roadmap. We launched the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero last April with $13 trillion of assets. It was 130 trillion by the time we got to Glasgow. Some brilliant new financing mechanisms like the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet were launched. That's now targeting 26 emerging markets to use philanthropic money to crowd in public money, to crowd in more private money. The First Movers Coalition was launched to build on the success of things like RE100 and EV100 to send strong procurement signals to the market, to add that to steel and CCS and many other things. And I think really importantly, the breakthrough agenda based on exponential thinking, Johan, which we launched a year ago, a year before the COP, was embraced by countries. Over 40 countries embraced and supported the Glasgow breakthroughs, currently on 5 sectors. In fact, we're launching the agricultural breakthrough this week, but I think that'll be extended soon. And then the first report on that breakthrough progress by the IEA, Irina, and the champions team helping them will be reported this year. So lots of reasons for hope, because loads more ambition and momentum and real focus on implementation than ever before, much more state, non-state dynamic. But also, we have to be really honest, if you're a young person who's just learnt the climate science and looks at what the world has been doing the last 30 years, an abject failure. Emissions are still rising. We are not deploying nearly enough finance on solutions to drive those exponential curves faster than they're already going. As Johan said, even if we are going exponential in some areas, they need to go faster. And we know that even the most optimistic scenarios, where every single pledge you can harvest from the mass in Glasgow, if they're all implemented, we only get to 1.8 degrees, but we're on much more like a 2.4 to 3.2 degree track. So three key things I wanted to say. The first is that we really see increasingly that we've got to focus more on resilience and start thinking exponentially about resilience solutions. We know that the world economy will be 10 to 20% bigger in 2050 if we adapt by implementing in resilient solutions and mitigate, but not just mitigate. And that will generate about $45 trillion of value, and it affects the lives and livelihoods of 4 billion people. So the first thing I want to say is it cannot be true. So please, every time you hear it, challenge it, that there's no business case for investing in adaptation. Those are huge numbers of people, of dollars, of economic potential. And whether that's extending insurance coverage, investing in mangrove restoration, investing in solar irrigation for smallholder farmers, clean cooking stoves, energy access, hurricane-proof housing. There's all sorts of very real solutions that are needed that are financeable, are investable. We may need more innovative business models, but we need to get those on an exponential curve as well. And in fact, we will launch the Resilience 2030 breakthroughs later this year. Second point I want to make is finance. None of this happens without deployment of trillions of dollars, both the mitigation and the resilience work. It's great that the finance community really has stepped up. I think they were the last. Cities really stepped up in Paris and said we've got to be net zero 2050. Businesses around about 2019, but the finance community really only stepped up en masse in 2021. But we need them, and they're there now. We have over 500 banks, insurers, investors, asset managers, and service providers in the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero, which I launched with Mark Carney just last April, so just over a year ago. Mike Bloomberg's now co-chairing. We have Mary Shapiro, the former SEC regulator, running the team there. So it's brutally focused on how do we turn that stock of 130 trillion into a flow to finance the transition to net zero. And you'll know some pretty big players like Aviva and Generation are already committed to net zero 2040 in there. And I think we'll see more and more people as that we intellectually really grasp the size of the economic risk and opportunity bringing their net zero dates forward. The GFANZ community are working on some of the technical issues about what are the pathways that need to be financed per sector, very much in line with our work in the Race to Zero and Exponential Roadmap. What are some of the finance mechanisms for accelerating the phase out of current fossil assets? So yes, as the earlier speaker said, we need to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, but we've also got a lot of fossil fuel assets that were built in the last 10 years that we need to shut early. So how does the finance of that work? And we need to really focus on mobilizing finance, private finance in emerging markets. Our estimates are that we need about $2 trillion a year by 2030 in emerging markets, excluding China. And that's about a 3x, and about 70 to 80% of that needs to come from the private sector. So we need to unlock that 70 to 80%. There's a lot of work going on now on these country platforms in countries like South Africa, Indonesia, Vietnam. Just last week, or 2 weeks ago, I was in Kigali for the Sustainable Energy for All Forum. Bloomberg Philanthropies announcing an extra $242 million to accelerate the clean energy transition in 10 more countries. This Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which I mentioned, is contributing $50 million to the SE for All's Universal Energy Facility. The IKEA Foundation put another 5.8 million into scale up of that facility. Innovate UK, the UK's Energy Catalyst, is putting another 40 million. So there's lots of really important catalytic money starting to flow in into mobilizing finance in emerging markets. One of my favorite examples I heard of was a company called Coco, who make clean cooking stoves using fuel, ethanol created from sugar cane residues in East Africa. The clean cooking stoves are made in a $100 million facility in India. And the Cocoa just did a deal with the Rwandan government that they will invest 25 million in a nationwide sort of fuel ATM distribution scheme in exchange for the policy removing the import tariff on that technology. So that's a great example of innovative finance, right? Mobilizing real private finance with one smart policy move that's going to then provide the possibility of clean cooking for every Rwandan household, with all of the productivity benefits, health benefits, disproportionately for women as well. So just a good example of what can be unlocked. So what we need to do now, though, is really focus on making this all about the business opportunity to deliver the 2030 breakthroughs. Yes, there's a policy role, but one of the reasons I love the partnership with the Exponential Roadmap, and I've probably used the word exponential more than almost any other, is that this is going to be an exponential transformation, and we're just beginning in many sectors. So I think getting companies to set their short-term targets in line with the science to show that exponential growth. We now have thousands of companies. I think we're about 8,000 companies now in the race to zero, and then focusing collectively on those very specific tipping points in 2030, whether it's green steel, green hydrogen, green shipping fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. And as I say, those Glasgow breakthroughs were launched and I see that extending and being adopted very much as part of both the COP process, but also as part of the broader clean energy ministerial process. Some of my favorite examples are the way that companies who commit it's starting to be a pattern within a few years, they bring their target forward. Maersk, I think it's 2018, they said net zero 2050, now net zero 2040. Mercedes said net zero 2039, now they're saying all electric by 2030. Just 2 weeks ago, Sony were 2050, now 2040. So this kind of Moore's law effect, that the more we all commit to exponential goals, actually the easier it gets to achieve them, is I think the most important message for every business. Join the race to zero, set your exponential goal, and we will see costs come down, deployment come up, and we will reach those breakthroughs. On the road to COP27, to close, a few pleas to those who are not yet join the race to zero, set your exponential goal, join this pre-competitive collaboration to figure out what we need to do and then compete like hell to get there. Articulate the benefits of the moves you've already made on renewable energy, on electric vehicles, on your innovation journey. I heard Holcim last week say they launched their green cement, 30% less emissions. A couple of years ago, everyone said they won't sell any. They're already at 10% of market, a green product at a premium price. It's because cities and the whole value chain wants it. Above all, advocate for the policy change that's needed and show to your staff, to your customers, and to the world that you're not just talking about it, you're not just setting long-term targets, but you're innovating today. The whole vibe that we want to create in Sharm el-Sheikh with Mahmoud is from pledges to actions, and create a real excitement about the innovative potential that's already being delivered by those who got out of the blocks early. So really looking forward to seeing many of you either virtually or in person in Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27 in November to demonstrate that the exponential roadmap really is the pathway to the future that we're all trying to build. Thank you, Nick.
Great. Well, Nigel, thank you. That was so comprehensive. I think we just expected you to talk about renewable energy or green energy, but you covered the entire gambit, so we might as well stop broadcasting. Fantastic, Nigel. Great job. We're really pleased to have many of the Exponential Roadmap companies here. And yes, we use the We Don't Have Time stage very much as a place where these companies can actually talk about what they're doing and inspire others to go further and faster and join the UN Race to Zero. So super. Nigel, thanks. I'm going to leave it there. And now I'm going to introduce our next guest. That's Dr. Arubna Ghosh. He's an international public policy expert, an author, a columnist, and an institution creator. He's the founder and CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, with experience in 45 countries. And he previously worked at Princeton, Oxford University, UNDP, our partner today, of course, or one of the partners, and the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ghosh, you have the the floor, and you're with me there. That's fantastic.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Good day to everyone. I know some of you are here. It's a wet afternoon in Stockholm, but in some other parts of the world, it's pretty hot right now. And we're facing the most extreme heat that has been recorded in many parts, and it's going to keep getting worse. So I'm Arunabha Ghosh. I run the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So what can I tell you about an exponential road to clean energy? The first question we have to ask ourselves is why? Why do we need to act? And of course, I can cite all sorts of statistics to you about the climate crisis being here, about the fact that there are millions of people still without access to clean energy. But for me, the why boils down to three things: energy access, energy efficiency, and energy security. The climate crisis is, of course, upon us. It's not something far out. And yet, the road we're on will still have about nearly 800 million people without access to electricity out in 2030, when we're supposed to have delivered energy access for all. So how do we make sure that those hundreds of millions of people get access to electricity, but it is also clean? At the same time, it's emerging markets, developing countries, where that demand, the next surge of demand for clean energy and electricity in general is going to come from. I come from India. And countries like India are going to post 88% of all the additional demand for electricity over the next 2 or 3 decades. So if we don't solve it for the emerging markets, if we don't solve it for the developing countries, then we don't solve it for anyone, certainly not for the planet. And at the same time, while we deliver access to electricity, while we make sure that it's efficient, we also have to make sure it is secure. I don't have to remind you that now energy security, climate action, geopolitics, and international cooperation all come together. And how do we build the resilient supply chains to ensure that the clean energy infrastructure that is needed in the countries where electricity is needed the most is secure, is affordable, is available for all? So if you accept the why, the question is what has been done already. In 2010, when I set up my organization, CEEW, India had less than 20 megawatts of solar. It was the same year when the National Solar Mission was announced. India now has more than 50,000 megawatts of solar, more than 105,000 megawatts of solar and wind and biomass, more than 155,000 megawatts of solar and wind and biomass and large hydro. And the target is 500,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity by 2030. This will be the first country that will build more renewables than its entire electricity system in a single decade. And India is not alone. It's going to happen in Vietnam, it's going to happen in South Africa, it's going to happen in Indonesia, it's going to happen in Philippines. Now, I say it's going to happen as if it's a certainty. No, it's not a certainty. Because a lot of other things have to go in. So if a lot has already happened, what else needs to happen? It is this exponential shift in the curve which is critical for what we need. India's targets, for instance, means that the 10 minutes I spend talking to you, we should build another about 2 megawatts, 1.5 to 2 megawatts of renewables every hour. Every hour, 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year, for the next 9 years, India has to deploy 10.5 megawatts of renewables. It's a breathless marathon. No country has done that kind of pace of installation before. And unless we put together all the bells and whistles, not just the policy targets, but the technology, the finance, the manufacturing, the supply chains, the skilled labor, the after-sales service, the end consumer finance, the reformed distribution companies, the de-risked capital, unless all of that come together, we will not get down to this exponential change. And therefore, in the last segment of what I want to talk to you, I'm going to say, how do we get there? The first thing, of course, and I'm sure you heard it from Nigel as well before me, is finance. For that 10.5 megawatts of renewables getting deployed every hour, it translates to $150 million of investment every single day for the next 9 years in just India. So when we say there's trillions of dollars of capital sitting somewhere in the world, we have to ask ourselves, is capital flowing to where the sun shines the most? Is capital flowing where the wind blows the hardest? Is capital flowing within the tropics where you have those hundreds of millions of people without access to electricity, but where you will get that electricity demand, where the whole story will unfold? And that's why it's no longer sufficient just to make announcements. It's no longer sufficient just to go to a COP and say, here we are the capital investors, we have decided to invest. If you don't bridge the gaps between real and perceived risk. Sitting here in Stockholm, it's easy to dismiss an investment in Jakarta, an investment in Manila as risky. And therefore, we hold on to our capital and not deploy it where it's needed. We've got to figure out de-risking of capital at scale. Only then can we deploy electricity, clean electricity at scale. But there are a few other things that need to happen. And it has to happen with regards to empathy. Why do I say that? Because if we can't put yourselves in the shoes of the person who does not have electricity, you don't know what it is that you're trying to solve for. If you can't put yourself in the shoes of this person who does not have access to clean transportation, you don't know what you're trying to solve for. If you can't put yourself in the shoes of the person who's running a small business, the hundreds of millions of small businesses that run on inefficient boilers across the world, you don't know what you're trying to solve for. And yet, if you look carefully, that's where the fortune lies. In India alone, there is a $50 billion opportunity to use clean, distributed renewables for livelihood activities in rural areas. Solar irrigation pumps, milk chillers, solar-based power looms, green fodder. In sub-Saharan Africa, that's a $12 billion opportunity. In Southeast Asia, equivalent numbers. And yet, these so-called small projects don't get the investment. And therefore, the last thing we need to do is empower these communities. The exponential change is not going to come from above, it is going to come from below. It is going to come from the landless laborer I met 10 years ago when India had barely any renewables, who took on a loan of $400 to install a solar panel on his thatched roof inside a forest. And I asked him why. And he said, well, you know, before solar, I was using kerosene for lighting. And my one white shirt would get dirty. And I was spending 50 rupees, at that time $1 a month, on detergent powder. After solar, I'm spending 20 rupees, 40 cents a month on detergent powder because my one white shirt remains clean. I've never yet met a banker on Wall Street, a banker in the city of London, who's figured out a financing solution for clean energy based on the savings of detergent powder costs. But that's what it means to put yourself in the shoes of the people who don't have the things we take for granted. There is big stuff happening. The 88% of electricity demand that's going to come from the emerging markets and developing countries. It's hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that'll go in every year. But that exponential change will only come with two other E's: empathy and empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Lots and lots of questions I'd love to ask you, but we're well out of time. We're keeping a tight ship, but that was very fascinating. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to invite our next keynote speaker. That's Andreas Regnell. He's Senior Vice President, Head of Strategic Development at Vattenfall. Thanks very much for being with us, a major electricity generation company in Europe. I just want to say, Andreas, I'm actually one of your customers in Germany.
Very good.
I have to confess, I was thinking about switching to a 100% green electricity producer, but your recent progress on decarbonizing your business, halving emissions by 2030, towards net zero by 2040, I think I'm going to stick with you and go with this journey and see how it goes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And I think it's actually quite representative how many customers think today across Europe. And I will take a perspective as Vattenfall, as an investor in fossil-free power generation and fossil-free electricity systems, which is really quite, in many ways, different from what just heard the emerging markets perspective. I think was incredibly interesting and important to also bring with us. But I will take more the European perspective, and you mentioned some of the countries we're active in. We're big in, of course, Sweden, Germany, Netherlands, the UK, France, Finland, and Denmark. And first of all, the number one thing I would like to say, which is obvious to all of us here, is that electrification is the answer to many of our issues around climate change. Coming as an investor, we are quite involved in not only investing in renewable and fossil-free power, but also helping our customer to become fossil-free within one generation is our purpose. And in that process, we're essentially involving ourselves in what we often refer to as the hard-to-abate sectors. So steel, cement, chemicals, transport, etc. And it's very clear that if you want to transform a total value chain, in a hard-to-abate value chain, the way forward, as we have experienced, is to do it in partnerships along the full value chain. And of course, it's always beneficial to have partners, but why is it so particularly important when we get to the hard-to-abate sectors? And that because the risks are more significant, typically, because they call hard to abate because it's hard. It means that the risks are bigger, the investments are greater, and the leap of faith that you need to take to actually overcome the issues are bigger. And so there are many reasons then, if you can do the business case together, if you want, that you have the energy, you have the transport, you have the process, and you have the customer in one partnership, then you can actually reduce the risk. And we talked earlier about the risk sharing, because that will be one of the most important parts of accelerating this. And we talk a lot about exponential growth, and I think the distribution of risk to those parties that can take it and is actually a big part of the equation. But one of those things that we're involved in is hybrid, the fossil-free steel manufacturing, or fossil-free iron making that then will allow for fossil-free steel making. And that's one of those examples of where we originally were three companies, so mining, LKAB, energy, Vattenfall, and then the steel making, SSAB, and later on also Volvo as one major customer of steel have joined. And now they have the full value chain. And that's incredibly strong. And we're involved in a similar, or not similar, but another hard to abate is, of course, transport and air transport. And we're involved in another end-to-end partnership where energy, Vattenfall, the manufacturer of the electric fuel, Shell, and then the customer, the airline, SAS in the end. And when we have the full value chain, it's essentially possible to take those steps that are otherwise so difficult to take. And one thing that I'd like to mention in this context is that and one of the reasons that we are so progressive, and one of the things that made us commit to the 1.5-degree trajectory and net zero by 2040, of course, we are world citizens, and we think that's kind of the way we all need to think as human beings. But maybe as kind of the leadership of Vattenfall,
as important is that we think it's the only way to stay competitive as a utility or an energy company. Time will only allow for those players that are really progressive to stay competitive. So it's both something that we as individuals like, but it's a very, very commercial part of our strategy. Then we all ask ourselves, so what do we need to do now? And there, the answer is slightly different if you come from Sweden, Northern Europe, versus if you come from India. I realize that. But from our perspective, active in where we are, I think there is essentially a line of capital providers outside our doors and other doors of our type to provide capital. Capital is not the problem. I think there's a line of technologies, if you want, outside our door that we know how to do hydrogen storage. We know how to do batteries. We know, I mean, all those technologies that we need to make the new fossil-free energy system, it's essentially there. So we have the capital, we have the technology, and I also think we have a line of customers outside. And there I just want to take a bit of a detour. I think sometimes if you don't have the process, you don't have the product, you go out and you ask yourself, is someone willing to pay more for a fossil-free product version of the previous fossil version? And the people you go to is typically the procurement departments. And procurement departments are born and raised to say no. That's how they become good procurement departments. So they say, yes, we would prefer a fossil-free product version of the steel or the ammonia or the jet fuel, but we won't pay more. And that is actually something that I think have delayed some progress, because then the answer comes to the leadership of the companies that talk to the capital markets. And we previously heard of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which will put tremendous pressure on all CEOs if they want capital from the capital markets to move in line with a 1.5 degree trajectory. So they will say, unless we buy fossil-free product, we are not competitive. And that has, so the answer from the procurement layer is very different if you talk to the CEO. And I think now, the world is, at least the parts of the world that we are active, on the CEO answer. We need that fossil-free product now. So we have the technology, we have the capital, and we have the demand. And I think what actually stops us as Northern Europeans or Europeans right now from making as much progress as we need to do is that we actually forgot to tell the rest of our societies about the opportunity. It's still a relatively small part of society that sees this as clearly as an opportunity as we do and many of our customers. And to do this, to do this transition, we need a lot of electricity infrastructure, we need a lot of new factories, we need a lot of infrastructure in general that is taking space. And the people currently owning that space or seeing those windmills or are worried. And they don't have the same narrative, the same perspective on the opportunity as we have. So I think in our part of the world, it's actually not the capital, not the technology, not the demand. It's actually that we need to create this, the societal narrative to bring people with us. Because what we stumble on today are permits, and its supply chain to less extent, but still permits. So we need to bring society with us to enable it in this part of the world. Thank you.
Andreas, thank you very much indeed. That was really good. Thank you. Okay. So we go from green energy to energy efficiency. The green energy revolution is not just how we generate electricity, but how we save it and how we conserve it. I'd like to bring Johan Falk back on stage to give us a snapshot on the urgency of scaling this part of the energy jigsaw puzzle, energy efficiency. Come on down, Johan.
Thank you, Nick. So energy efficiency is really the first fuel. It is the cheapest way, it's the cleanest way to cut emissions. Can represent potentially up to 40% of the potential up to 2040. We have 10 million factories with tremendous waste, where there is an opportunity to cut energy waste. We have 30 million industrial motors with a tremendous opportunity to increase energy efficiency. And even more important, we are in an energy crisis, so this is absolutely the moment to get the laser focus on energy efficiency, just as renewable energy. So that's the reason why we bring 3 leaders in this particular space, Alfa Laval, ABB, and Microsoft, really to focus on how can we scale energy efficiency much faster. So that's what it's all about.
Okay.
Back to you, Nick.
Yeah, lovely.
Thanks.
Super. All right, so first on stage, I've got Julian, and we talked about his last name just a little minute ago. I'm going to say Jean-Etier, but he's going to tell me something else. And he is the president of the energy division and vice president Alfa Laval, a global player in heat exchangers. Come on down. Julian, I want you to make your keynote. Come and stand by this nice table here. There's the camera. It's all yours. And correct your last name for me. I do apologize. I'm British. I mangle all French words.
It was perfect.
Okay,
it was perfect.
Hero,
thanks a lot, Nick. Thanks a lot. Yes, thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity here to raise attention, to raise awareness about the topic of energy efficiency. My name is Julien Genetier, Nick, and I'm president for the business unit in charge of plate heat exchangers at Alfa Laval and vice president of the energy division. Alfa Laval is a company headquartered in Sweden and is the global leading supplier of a highly efficient solution for heat transfer, separation, and flow. And we have made our own commitment to carbon neutrality by signing the 1.5-degree business playbook. And the announcement this morning of the partnership with SSAB in order to produce the first plate heat exchanger made of carbon-free steel is a major step on that journey. All of our equipment are predominantly made of steel, so this is a major step. But the journey ahead is still long, and there's many, many more steps to be made towards a full carbon neutrality by 2030. Similarly to us, many companies, many governments are making commitments towards carbon neutrality. But then comes the question, where to start? Is it about installing more windmills, installing more solar panels, finding new renewable source of fuels and chemicals? Is it about influencing the energy mix, addressing the hard-to-abate sector? Well, it's probably all of the above. But usually, we are forgetting about one essential solution, and it is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, as Jonas says, is the cheapest and the most renewable source of energy. It's the energy that everyone possesses. Is there any more sustainable source of energy than the one we don't have to produce in the first place? And it will and needs to have a strong contribution in our race to net zero. As we can see here on the graph made by the IEA in their scenario to reach net zero, the contribution of energy efficiency from the current trends all the way to 2040 needs to contribute with 40% reduction of this CO2. So this is a strong contributor, and what we cannot see on this graph is that by 2030, the contribution of energy efficiency will be up to 50% CO2 reduction. The other good thing about energy efficiency is that the solutions are already available. They just need to be implemented. Alfa Laval has, for example, some of those solutions. One of them, heat exchangers, is particularly important in this part of driving energy efficiency. You don't usually find heat exchangers, you don't really see them, but normally they are within, we tend to say, 1 mile or 1 kilometer around you, you might find heat exchangers. They are usually hidden in a building to help heat or cool a building. They are in a process to produce food, chemicals, and other fuels. And they do that when applying the right technology. They do that with a superior energy efficiency. I have the chance here to have on stage one of such plate heat exchangers, and we deliver many every year. And all of the heat exchangers we deliver in a year contributes to 50 gigawatt of energy saving every year. If you add the energy saving that is coming from the maintenance of the installed base of existing plate heat exchanger, you add another 50 gigawatt of energy saving. All in all, that's 100 gigawatt of energy savings that we deliver every year to the world. That corresponds almost to as much as the 90 gigawatt of new windmills that are being installed every year on the planet. For those who are used to these mass, and for those who are not used to these mass, 100 gigawatt correspond to 50 million tons of CO2. That's twice the size of the consumption or the production and emission of a city like Paris. At COP26, we have joined ABB in launching the energy efficiency movement, a movement aiming at raising the attention and awareness about energy efficiency as a key element of the race to net zero. And in our preparation to COP27, we are welcoming many other members coming from academia, government, institution, companies, competitors or not, to join the movement and increase the awareness and the attention on energy efficiency as a key enabler in our race to net zero, where solutions are already available, they just need to be scaled up.
Okay. Thank you, Julian. That was super. And I a little thing here right now. I've changed my mind. I'm going to do the panel afterwards on the cozy sofa. So if you'd like to take a seat over there,
certainly
I'll introduce our next guest. Okay, super. Yes. Our next guest now, and let me welcome on stage, is Åsa Granli. She is the head of motion sales Sweden at ABB and has more than 12 years experience with ABB in various positions. Åsa, come on down. It's like a game show, this, isn't it? And give us your keynote. Lovely to see you.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here today. And so my name is Åsa Granli, and I'm head of sales in ABB Motion in Sweden. ABB is a global leading technology company. And for almost 140 years, we have been transforming industry and society and trying to achieve a more productive and, in the same time, more sustainable future. Today, sustainability is at the core of what we do. This is reflected in our 2030 sustainability strategy, where we have pledged to support our customer in reducing their CO2 emissions by at least 100 megatons. So we are doing this by pushing the boundaries of technology. And within our 4 business areas, we have process automation, electrification, robotics, and motion. And we are constantly increasing competitiveness as well as sustainability. So climate change, that is a fact. We also know that the global population are rising. And it is estimated that we will be 9.7 billion people on this planet by 2050. During the same period of time, the global economy is expected to double. And this, of course, is significantly increasing the energy demand. At the same time, we have an urgent need to reduce the CO2 emission to combat climate change. In this context, I mean, energy efficiency, that is not an if, it's a must. It is the simple and impactful solution to a very complex crisis we are in the middle of. It is the low-hanging fruit as a bridge to the path to the future where all energy is green energy. And I mean, it is as simple as that. As the previous speaker just said, the most sustainable energy is the energy we do not use. And this is really the essence of energy efficiency, to only use the energy that is needed. And the needed energy shall be used to maximum output. So we need to expand the political discussion to not only focus on energy transport, energy type or energy carriers, but also to include energy efficiency. Because here we have the solutions, we have the technology, we have the products already in place. We just need to take them into use. The biggest source of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the largest consumer of natural resources, is the industry. So the industry is really a key player here to reach the target set in the Paris Agreement. And looking at, from a global perspective, 37% of all energy consumed is consumed by the industry, and 24% of all CO2 emissions comes from the industry. And a large portion of this is associated with electrical motors. So, of course, we need to take a look at all possible applications consuming energy. But let's start with the motors, because 70% of the electricity consumed in the industry is consumed by electrical motors. So if you look at an industrial motor, they are everywhere. And they have a lifespan of around 30 to 40, 50 years. This means we have a huge installed base of old motors, inefficient motors. And this is not only unreliable from a production perspective with old technology, it is also an energy leakage. It might seem like a small issue having this wrong motor in a wrong place, but from a global perspective, we have 300 million industrial motors installed. And if we could replace the non-efficient ones with high-efficient motors in optimized processes, we could reduce global electricity consumption with 10%. So the tricky thing here, that has been tricky at least, is that it's not always easy to know whether a motor is wrong, old, not optimized. But with a new digital solution we have in place, this assessment is very easy to do. You can do it on a whole site, on each individual motor. So the digital solutions coming now with the smart sensors, we can connect all the motors and to measure the performance, to collect data, to help us make the right decision. So digitalization is the enabler for energy efficiency decisions and actions, and in a very cost-efficient way. So change is needed, and I mean energy efficiency, that is just common sense. We have numerous examples of customers and partners joining us every day in streamlining their operations, and more join in every day. But this is still not enough. We need more. We need more stakeholders getting involved. We need everyone to really come together with their creativity and their determination, and to use the technology we already have. So to speed up this change that we all see is necessary, we have initiated the energy efficiency movement. Energy efficiency movement is a global movement where we invite everyone, investors, businesses, academia, individuals, non-governmental organizations, everyone, because we need everyone. We're in this together. We have the solutions in our hands together. So join the movement and do it today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Åsa. And join us for the panel session. We're going to do it over here on the cozy bit of the stage. Super. Now we're going to go to our last guest for a keynote speech, and that's Nexi Detti, who's Senior Technology Strategist with Microsoft. And that was nice that Åsa gave us a link into digitalization. Nexi, you have the floor. Where are you? Yes, come on down. Yes. Take a nice spot here. There's a lovely camera there, and there's a big one floating around.
Thank you. I guess I don't need to do any introduction. Thank you, Nick, for that. Microsoft is a technology company. So we harness the power of technology to empower everyone to a more sustainable future. But we've done this for quite some time, this sustainability work, and we've been working with the first climate goal since 2009, where we set the first CO2 emissions reduction goal. That set so many things in motion. One of the things is when the introduction of the carbon tax in 2012. The carbon tax has been raised a couple of times throughout the years, and using that funding to actually start a program which is called AI for Earth. The program AI for Earth actually produced so many use cases in all the way from ocean cleanup to actually precision agriculture and many more use cases like that, where AI is an enabler. In 2016, we certified our campus to be zero waste campus, and that also inspired and set in motion a lot of things, all the way from setting the goals for the other campuses, but also setting the goals as a company to become a zero waste company. In 2020, we made the boldest commitment and laid out a plan to become carbon negative, water positive, zero waste, and protect more land than we use by 2030. These are all very ambitious goals, and they align very well with the thought leadership that we have even from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. I'm going to go in and talk about some of the progress that we've made, because I think it's interesting to see how far we've come, right? When it comes to the carbon, we are investing in technology and innovation to remove carbon. We see that as a necessary to be able to meet the goals that we have. We are also investing and driving innovation in regards to renewable energy, signing power purchase agreements and long-term contracts for renewable energy. The other thing that is a lot of work that we have done that is also as part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative is actually working with the supply chain. 87% of the supply chain now is reporting their emissions. We're working also with the supply chain to actually create an action plan so that we can continue to reduce those emissions to 2030. We have also introduced the Cloud for Sustainability as a platform to help organizations with their sustainability journey and their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. When it comes to water, Microsoft does not use a lot of water, doesn't have a lot of footprint, but being a natural resource that has a planetary boundary, we see this as necessary to invest in replenishment projects. Through our work with water.org, we've made some great progress providing clean water and sanitation to more than 95,000 people globally. When it comes to zero waste, this is a huge focus, trying to move to a more circular economy, building our circular centers. We have 5 of them in development, where when they are fully implemented, we'll be able to have 90% reuse by 2025. We have 4 data centers that are zero waste certified, 11 campuses that have tailor-made roadmaps to become zero waste by 2030. And we have diverted more than 15,000 tons of solid waste from landfills or incinerators. When it comes to land use, when we establish our data centers, we use some land, and we have made a commitment to actually protect more land than we use. As of now, just last year, we have contracted to protect 17,000 acres of land. We have kick-started the Planetary Computer program, or the initiative, where we have more than 500 users interacting with the APIs, the data there, 24 petabytes of data available in an easy-to-use format from 30 different initiatives, environmental initiatives and observation initiatives throughout the world. And through the AI program We have also given out 850 grants to be able to drive the necessary innovation to reach net zero. And lastly, I want to say that we are a big part of the Exponential Road. We are a member of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and we try to play a matchmaking part together with our partners and customers, so that as stakeholders we can identify initiatives and drive them together. There is a lot that we can learn from the technology side of things when it comes to scaling, when it comes to exponential transformation, and we want to bring that to different industries using technology as an enabler, and using the Exponential Initiative also as an enabler for facilitating collaboration. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much indeed, Nexi. Now come and join us with our other two friends from the other companies on the sofa. Well, two can go on the sofa, one can go on the chair there. Who wants to do the cozy bit over here on the sofa? It's like a daytime TV show, this, isn't it, really? Except it's this black sofa, which is very interesting. Okay, so we're here to talk about energy efficiency, and thank you very much for all your keynotes and covered many, many topics. But, okay, so was with the UN for 17 years at the UNEP, and also with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. I was also a journalist on the Times newspaper in the 1990s, covering the environment and technology. And this thing about energy efficiency, even these points you're making, which is, you know, a kilowatt of energy saved is the best possible thing, you know, you could possibly think of. They've been with us for years, right? Everyone's known intuitively and practically that this was absolutely a killer thing that we should do. We should deal with energy efficiency. And yet, and you had the numbers before, by the way, and there's some IRENA numbers that say by 2030, I think you have to, about 25% of the contribution will come from energy efficiency to halve emissions. Lots of numbers around on the benefit, but why is it never taken off? Why is it still the Cinderella, if I can call it that? You know Cinderella from the... Do you have any children?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it still the Cinderella topic?
Yeah, maybe I can pick up on that. Okay. And I will come back a little bit to what I was talking about in my keynote speak. Yeah. We have known about it for a very long time, as you know, as you said. And from my perspective, or from ABB's perspective, we have now, with all the new digital solutions, we have now the possibility to do these assessments and energy analysis from a holistic perspective in a very easy and cost-efficient way. And that's the new thing. Before you had to, you know, go out there in a complex industry environment, dangerous maybe, to assess motors or other equipment. Mm-hmm. Now it's possible to do it remotely. So that is kind of a new take on this one.
Mm-hmm. So that's the connection with digitalization as well, yeah.
Exactly.
And I would like to complement, because I think what gets measured gets done. And I think that's, if you look at transportation and buildings, there has been some progress there, and it was easier to measure, either to identify, you could have targeted incentive, targeted certification process. In the industry area, that's the measurement data and the data were the point missing. To have government, institutions, companies engaging on this roadmap, digitalization will be a key enabler to drive energy efficiency, to support incentive, to support governmental programs and company-wide initiative to drive energy efficiency to a larger extent that it has been. And industry is roughly, or the energy efficiency gains in the industry is estimated to be half of the solution. Yeah. Buildings and transportation is partly already addressed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we need solution from the digital world.
Absolutely, and I think part of the problem has been actually some data has been there, let's face it, to get that data to a place where you can analyze that and create insights. These kind of insights in regards to like where are the energy pain points, so to say. That was not as easy to do for many industries, and I think that has kind of evolved with the new digital technologies, even like, you know, retrofitting old systems to get that data, to even like the technology in regards to like ubiquitous computing at the factory, for instance, to get that type of a compute at the factory so that you can get those type of insights already inside a factory, let's say. So that has taken time to actually mature. That has taken time to actually open up, to say like, yeah, let's look at, there is some data, but some new data we need. We need some new IoT systems and so on. Digital twins are still, in my view, of wishful thinking. We're still not there yet, and so on. So, but it's happening, and there is a tremendous gains to be gained, even from just facility optimization. 15 to 20%, for instance, energy efficiency. That is good enough to, for instance, to implement a solution like that, for instance.
So are there any other obstacles in this? I mean, I'm looking at the thing that looks like it's come from a Doctor Who. Sorry for all these British TV references. This Doctor Who thing over here from Alpha Laval, right? That apparently, there are all these sitting in hidden places, right, that nobody sees them, but they're doing all this work. Is part of the problem that it's not the technology or the digitalization, but these must be in cities all over the world, right? How do the cities get the finance? Is it the cities? Or is it the training of the experts? I mean, you think about Germany, where they've been trying to get heat pumps in, and they haven't got that many in because nobody knows how to install them, this kind of stuff. Is it a training thing? Is it a finance for city thing? Are there other blockages to the energy efficiency massive step up that's clearly possible and would be very gratefully received by, planet Earth and the atmosphere? Any other factors?
I think you touch upon the word innovation. The innovation is not so much in the technology, even though we all innovate on improving our product even further. But probably one of the key innovations should come from business model, innovative into business model, because you talk about cities and what a city would do. But a city would possibly reuse the heat or the excess heat that is generated by an industry or a data center, which require then a sector coupling between a private and a public sector. And this type of business model innovation is key and needs to be encouraged in order to stimulate, for example, the reuse of waste heat from an industry into a district heating or district cooling network. Education is also a key element and a key enabler. If we consider that energy efficiency is a good way to decouple social and economic growth, and at least don't sacrifice social and economic growth while we don't emit more, then education and training around the importance of energy efficiency is going to be key in our countries, in developing countries even more, as they get the opportunity to get their industrial network right in the first place.
I was going to come to that because I think in the past, the debate on energy efficiency was always like it's a developed country thing because they have all the emissions, so if we can make those more efficient. But for the poorer countries, it's not important, right? Because they don't have any emissions, right, to be efficient about. But that's kind of changing, isn't it? Because we have our Chinas and our Indias, we have our Brazils and our Mexicos, and, indeed, we have our least developed countries. That's maybe a different thing altogether, right? But can we take what we're developing here in wonderful Sweden, Northern Europe, blah, 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 and export these to countries in ways that would help them? And again, where does the finance come? That's the other big question, right?
I mean, the short answer to that question is yes, of course. Let's take this technology. It's not a rocket science kind of thing. So all the developing countries have the possibility to do right from the beginning, as you just said. And I would also like to touch upon the business model thing, because the financial part of it might potentially be an issue. So there, I think also from the industry, we need to look into different kind of business models to really allowing all countries to join in on this. It could be, for example, leasing agreements or other type of business models that we are not using to that biggest extent today.
Okay, I think there's two things that the first one, from a business perspective, I think one thing that is really important is the culture in regards to how, within the industry and the company, in regards to how we talk on energy efficiency. Understanding that that is actually where we can take action right now. And that's what we actually need. We need action, and that is the easy or the low-hanging fruit. The other part, if we compare countries, I used to work at ABB as well back in the day.
It's so cozy here in Sweden. I bet you probably worked at ABB as well, didn't you? She probably worked at Alfa Laval. But don't say Volvo cars as well, because
it's all okay. But one point there, like we used to get these like requirements on how to build these huge power HVDC transformers, and whenever they came from developing countries, underdeveloped countries, the losses that they tolerated were a lot higher than they were, for instance, if that specification came from Germany. So there is that part of raising that awareness, that education, and saying that if you, even in the power transmission, we could save a lot by actually just changing the specification and asking for a better designed product.
Yeah, sorry.
I could
Julian.
add one more thing. I've said in my keynote that energy efficiency is the energy source that every country or everyone possess. And there was a statistic in the made by the IEA that €1 million invested in energy efficiency is creating up to 6 to 15 full-time jobs in the country where you make this investment. So it's a very local business as well. So it's a fantastic opportunity for governments of developed and in countries in development to foster energy efficiency measures.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned jobs, because it hasn't really come up in any of the shows so far, and I hope it will come up later in the day, because we need to connect these kinds of innovations and kind of changes with what does it mean for people's jobs on the ground, because obviously, you know, we want the world to get off fossil fuels, for example, and there's obviously some concern in some countries. South Africa, for example, at the climate COP in Glasgow, needed some reassurances from the so-called donor countries that there would be some just transition within this getting out of coal, for example. So I'm glad you mentioned jobs. But I wanted to come back a little bit on the issue of the developing countries, because it strikes me that in Europe and North America and other places, we're innovating these things, and our governments are, you know, pleased we're innovating them, I think, to a large extent, and we're contributing to emission reductions in our northern countries. But the big prize is in the developing countries, right? Because that's where the emissions are going to surge off the Richter scale unless we help. So do you think institutions like Business Sweden and export credits and all these other things come into play in this very important area that we need political cooperation between nations, which sorely sometimes is a bit of a headache? And because we're talking about the 1972 conference, which was trying to get international environmental policy moving for the first time ever. Do you think that there is an opportunity for the governments of, say, the Nordic regions to make it more favorable to bring these developments to the developing countries, to work on those?
I certainly think so. And as you were implying, with new business model should come also a new financing model. And there's an opportunity to foster and develop more programs. Business Sweden can be one vector of that, and other export credit agency can be a vector for that, in order to secure the implementation of energy efficiency first principle in developing countries as they are developing their industrial network, their cities, their transportation network. So certainly so.
Yeah. I agree as well. I think this is not a one-man show, or not the industry's own show, so to say. We need to really, truly collaborate. I mean, Business Sweden for sure, and other organizations. And I think it's a great opportunity for us in the northern part of Europe to really help and support, but also, as you were mentioning, local trainings, so to say, to write the right specifications from the beginning, to make the necessary high demands locally in the countries.
Well, you mentioned buildings before, because I always find that a fascinating area, because there is something that was born in Paris in 2015 at the Paris Climate Conference, which was actually UNEP, the UN Environment Programme's the Secretariat, which is the Alliance for Buildings and Construction. And whenever they bring their assessments out, it's always stubbornly that buildings are about 38% of global CO2 emissions. And you see, you know, lighting coming in, LEDs and all that, you see all this coming in. But stubbornly, it remains like 38%. This efficiency area has got to be a big gain there, but I think it gets back to this other question, which is, who makes the decision in these buildings to have these kinds of better heat exchangers, digitalization, you know, when it comes to motors? Who makes that choice? Is it the government, the city, the landlord, whoever owns the building, the homeowner? Are there incentives for it? And if it's a big building, you know, who's deciding on that? Because there are people that own whole estates of buildings, don't they? Shopping malls and things like that. This is a complex structure. Maybe it's not what you're specifically working on, but I think it's important to reflect that
I can comment on that.
It's a complex world out there to get these things out.
I can comment on that a little bit. I think most of that comes actually from the way we utilize the buildings. Like, so the utilization is very, very low. And if you look at, I've worked with smart buildings for like seven years ago, and everybody was talking about how you could save up to 40%, but that didn't really happen. I think what happened during COVID, there is now also something, there is a movement that is happening in regards to how we utilize, for instance, our offices. All of a sudden, these new business models where you actually can be at a hotel office near the neighborhood, so you don't even have to travel. So there is things like that is going to change that game a little bit. But then there is a lot of commercial buildings that are unutilized or utilized very, very low. So that's a big issue.
I could bring two reflections. I'm not an expert on it, but if I take this building here in Stockholm, probably the heat exchanger that has been designed to cool and heat this building has been designed for extreme condition when it's 45 degrees C in Stockholm, which is not every day, or when it's minus 25. But very seldom it actually operates at the optimum conditions. And here digitalization and smart conduction of a heat exchanger, for example, of any other products, is going to be key. We consider that half of our heat exchangers are not operating anywhere close to their maximum and ideal conditions. And that represents in total for all heat exchangers up to 1 gigaton of CO2 that is consumed or emitted because of poorly performing heat exchangers. So there is a huge opportunity to optimize the way we run and utilize existing building. Then if you move in the developing world, one of the previous speakers on stage was talking about what happens between the two in the tropical areas where most of the population is located, and the need for cooling here will be really critical in buildings. And there was an assessment that if every single people that is living in this area will put a small AC, it will require the electricity production of Europe, Japan, and US alone to be added. There are smarter solutions to do that using district cooling network, reusing cold water from the river that we do implement in some part of the world and that we have to get right as we plan and develop new cities in this part of the world as well. So I would imagine that this is probably the developing part, and the poor utilization is probably tainted all the other efforts that are made in order to improve that. So we are stuck on that 38% that you mentioned, Nick.
You're absolutely right on the air conditioning. It is a potential disaster in the making if they don't get it right, and also don't use the right chemicals in the air conditioners, not the old ones, which, you know, I mean, HFCs have gone, but there's other nasty ones knocking around the system these days. Let me ask you one other thing. I mean, we've got Egypt coming in November for this climate COP27. You mentioned some new alliance that... Who's in this alliance? Who are they? And have you got any targets on Egypt?
I guess you're referring to the energy efficiency movement that I was talking about. Alfa Laval is one partner in this, and we have many more.
Is Microsoft not a partner?
Not yet, but maybe
that's
soon.
so sad, isn't it? Why don't you join them? You'll be very welcome.
Right here, yes.
We don't want you left out.
And we're many more. But, I mean, to really change, so to say, the political atmosphere in a meeting like that, a forum like that, we need to be many more in a movement like this. We need to, as I said before, expand the political focus to also include the energy efficiency topic, because it is, progressing on the agenda, but it's not, as far as I think at least, to as high as it needs to be. So there I think, raising awareness, talking about this, be here, talking about it with all stakeholders. This is the way we are going to change it. We need to raise our common awareness about this.
Well, I think one of your challenges is that when you come to a UN climate conference, it's always different groups of nations who are like, what's in it for us, right? Yeah. And obviously the rich countries can see it quite clearly, but I think some developing countries still see it as you're just trying to make, say, fossil fuels more efficient. But as the renewable energy sector grows, you've got to make the renewable energy sector more efficient as well, haven't you? Yes. Because we don't want to waste all that wind power and solar power,
exactly.
Right? So it doesn't go away. It's not like it's about reducing fossil fuel emissions. Yes, it is. But it's also about reducing the losses that you might get from inefficiencies in the renewable energy sector too. So it's actually two areas.
No, but it's for me, true success at COP27 will be that all countries will adopt an energy efficiency first principle. Yeah. Yet we should not oppose the renewable electricity and renewable chemicals and fuels that are needed, because in order to reach net zero, we will need that. Yeah. It needs to be a balanced view on the two set of solutions, energy efficiency and renewable source of energy have to be co-developed at the same time. Yeah. The timeline might be different. One is ready for scale-up, one needs to be developed and mature in terms of technology. But both will require investment, capital allocation, in order to succeed in both and reach a target of net zero by 2050.
Okay. I can take half a second, because there's a little clock there telling me to shut up. So
I'll use half a second and say that one important thing, I guess, is to use this narrative that has existed in the ICT community on how you scale things and which kind of partners you work to create these new business models. A lot of times is actually, even for underdeveloped countries, is what kind of value do you deliver with a solution? So if you cannot add added value by adding, digitalization as part of the solution, I think it will scale in those countries as well.
Yeah. Good, everybody. I think we're going to have to close it there. Thank you very much indeed. I love energy efficiency. I think it's a really fascinating topic. The only reason I was being a bit hard about it was it's been such a strong topic for so many years, and I really hope it can take off much more, especially with this new alliance initiative or whatever you want to call it.
Energy efficiency movement.
Energy efficiency movement. Let's remember that one. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye. Bye. Come round this way. We've got more guests coming on the show. Jolly good. Where's that little camera gone to? Come this way. Come on down, camera. We're now going to focus on electricity revolution. And let me welcome back Johan Falk of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And Johan, can you frame this section for us, please? Thank you.
Yes, now we talked about energy efficiency. It's incredibly important, but the other big solution is around the green energy system, right? And we need to do both. We need to accelerate both and go much faster. As we said, sun and wind is on an exponential pathway. But that's not sufficient. We have to go even faster. We need to ensure that we don't block this exponential development. But also, the green energy system is much more than sun and wind. We also need to be able to store energy and use it for fuels. So it's also about hydrogen, it's about storage, it's about e-fuels, which can also take us to zero aviations and shipping over time. So that needs to go hand in hand, and these are not future technologies, but we need to pull them in further. So we have a very exciting group of companies here, which are all aligned with the 1.5 ambition.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So It's Ørsted who's gone through incredible transformation, now focusing on renewable energy.
Yep.
You have D-Light, particularly working on removing energy poverty. You have liquid wind, accelerating e-fuels. And finally, IKEA, who's driving renewable energy. They'll focus on how we can scale the green energy system further.
Okay, and they're all members of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative?
I think they will or become members, but we have discussion.
Okay,
yes.
Super. All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Nick.
Johan. Very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to get a keynote here from Emil Damgaard Gran, who is with Ørsted. He's head of policy engagement at Ørsted. And Emil, if you're with us on the magic of Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I believe I am with you through the magic of Zoom, and I've promised to spend a few minutes on telling about Ørsted, our transformation, and how we view the energy transition landscape. Because indeed, as Johan was just saying, it involves a multitude of technologies and solutions that all need to be integrated. And first of all, thanks a lot for having us. We just talked about the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and we in Ørsted are very happy to now be joining the Exponential Roadmap Initiative to share our experiences from our transformation and to get inspiration from others of our peers and from NGOs and from people across and companies across the value chain on how to go the last mile on decarbonization. But just quickly for the ones of you who might not be aware of what Ørsted, what kind of company that is. Ørsted is the largest global developer of offshore wind power. We used to be one of the most fossil fuel intensive companies in Europe, but we transformed. We dismantled our legacy oil and gas and coal business, and we've converted our coal-fired power plants to sustainable biomass and certified biomass, or will be closing them down, the last as per next year. And in general, we have been rated as the most sustainable energy company in the world by Corporate Knights. So enough of bragging for now. I haven't been main responsible for it, so I don't think it's too much to do a bit of bragging there. But what we are trying all the time is to advance our goals and our targets even more. That means we are the very first energy company with an approved and aligned both on short and long-term science-based target. That means that, of course, we have a supply chain decarbonization program in place where we also engage with our suppliers on how do we decarbonize steel production, for instance. I just came from an event we actually hosted here in Gentofte in Copenhagen today, and Steel Zero, another very laudable initiative on what are the policy levers that need to be pulled in order to speed up the decarbonization of steel production, for instance. So we try to our best possible, in the best possible way, to see how can we decarbonize not only our own operations, but also how can we help our suppliers and make sure that we will become fully decarbonized or fully net zero across all scopes by 2040, the latest. I quickly want to, with my last minute or two, point to some of the challenges we see in the energy landscape, because of course, when we talk about renewable energy deployment, yes, it's not only solar and wind power. The good news is that they are, I think most people in this virtual room might be aware that it's cheaper to deploy than fossil fuels right now, but that's not just enough, of course. We also need, for instance, renewable hydrogen. And that's why we're also proud to partner with the liquid wind potentially on the flagship Run project, which could be one of the largest e-methanol projects, which will take place in northern Sweden. But there are some challenges for speeding up the deployment, both of solar and wind power and of renewable hydrogen. And on solar and wind power, as we see it as a developer, it's very much a question of finding the space. It doesn't cost governments anything to make available more seabeds or more sites for solar and wind deployment. Of course, it has to go hand in hand with nature and biodiversity concerns, but it is something that just needs to go faster if we want to move exponentially with the deployment of renewable energy. There are some challenges for renewable hydrogen and e-fuels as well. We can do a lot from an industry side, but we also need to make sure that the public sector facilitate a demand push. So that is, for instance, agreeing on which standards that constitute sustainable e-fuels or renewable hydrogen. That is on supporting some of the early stage projects that we need in order to mature the technologies. And that is in general to see if we can create a level playing field so we don't subsidize fossil fuels. My last remarks here will be that I look forward to taking part in the panel discussion after that, and also to diving a bit deeper into what is needed to make sure that this exponential change towards a 100%, a world that runs 100% on renewables, that will happen even faster. Thank you for now.
Super. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, please do stay on because we do have a panel coming up after this. That was really good. I'm going to now invite Carol Gobzinski, who is the head of climate and energy at Inga Group. This is the largest franchisee of the world-famous IKEA brand and accountable for establishing and implementing the overall climate and energy agenda throughout its business. That's your role. If you'd like to join the stage, this would be absolutely fantastic. You have our full attention. The cameras are here.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
Yep, great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karol, and I'm leading the climate and energy within the Inca Group. And within IKEA, we have a beautiful vision to create a better everyday life for the many people. And as we all know, the better everyday life on this planet depends on the stable climate conditions. And this is why it's not a question why we are taking the climate action and why we are committed to follow the science and why we are committed to contribute to 1.5 ambition, why we are working with exponential roadmap initiative, as well as contributing to development of the pathways under the UN Race to Zero. And by working, we are working towards achieving halving the emissions across the value chain by 2030, as well as reaching the net zero latest 2050. Beyond that, we would like to accelerate the renewable energy transition beyond our value chain, and that's what we are working towards. During the last couple of years, we reduced emissions across the value chain, so including scope 1, 2, and 3 in absolute terms, and we are working towards keeping that trend going forwards. And how we achieve this reduction, I think we heard a lot about energy efficiency, which is such an important factor, and it should definitely come first. And we spoke a lot about offering for many years already as IKEA only LED lighting. But since we set science-based targets as well, we improved the energy efficiency of LED lighting range by almost half, what is enabling to reduce the emissions of the value chain, as well as is enabling people to cut their energy bills. It is about increasing the renewable energy share through the last years, and third part is about offering more plant-based options, because we know that plant-based diet has much lower climate footprint. Going forward, we have three main movements that we are working towards. One is about transforming to become much more circular business model, with having all the products designed with circular principles, designing the services which are enabling the circular flows within the society, and using only renewable and recycled materials. Second, it's that I will focus most on today. It's about renewable energy. And when we talk about renewable energy, first of all, it's about the improving energy efficiency, so the cleanest and cheapest energy source for companies, individuals, and the whole society. It is about electrification. We love heat pumps, and we've been a fan of heat pumps for many years. That's why already many of our stores are using this technology, which is super energy efficient and is not creating any air pollution locally. The third one is about renewable energy, and I will come back to this one later on. And the third movement is connected to using materials and food ingredients with much lower climate footprint. As Inca Group, the largest IKEA retailer operating across 32 markets, we committed to support the transition towards renewable energy across the value chain by investing 6.5 billion euro by 2030, primarily in wind and solar, but as well in other technologies, to enable reduction of the value chain footprint, but as well going beyond. Until today, we invested more than 2.5 billion euro in on-site and off-site investments across many of the markets where we operate. And lately, we just announced new projects, 9 projects, which will be located in Germany and Spain. Going further, we know that investments are very important, but this is not the only factor or important area of action to meet our reduction within the value chain. It's about as well collaboration. That's why we are sharing the solutions, but as well finding the partners who are supporting us to develop the renewable energy projects, to develop EV charging infrastructure, as lately within Sweden, we're installing 700 EV chargers on our premises. And then it is about going further. It's about securing that you have the right measurements across the business. We want to empower all the co-workers to take climate action as a part of everyday job. And this is why it's so important that greenhouse gas emissions data, it's not only reported data, but actually the performance driven on daily basis by the many co-workers. And thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Carol, thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry we haven't more time for a good chat, but thank you very much indeed. It's absolutely brilliant. Do you want to stay on this panel, or? Yeah, why not? Why not just join us as well, Carol? Sit in. Right, let me now invite some other guests onto this section. We've got Katie Plitcher from D-Light. She's Director of Climate Finance and Strategy. You're coming in by the magic of Zoom, I think? You're not Katie, are you? Yes, she's here. Fantastic. Okay.
Hello.
Good. We've got Emil, of course, from Årstad, who is actually standing in for Philip, who was, I think, unwell. I hope he's better. But thanks for being available. We've also got Caroline Barth. I probably mispronounced that because you've got an umlaut, haven't you, on the A? Okay, but you're public policy with Liquid Wind. And you're responsible for public policy and international expansion. And Caroline engages with politicians and industry bodies to gain supportive legislation for e-fuels like methanol.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to have a little panel here. I hope you can see me, or at least hear me, on the Zoom call there. And Katie, just to say that you manage the climate finance program, is that right? And the strategic projects for D-Light.
Yes, that's right.
Great.
I'm part of a global partnerships team.
Okay, fine, super. All right, before I go to questions, Katie, can you maybe give me like a short pitch about what D-Light does?
Sure thing, yeah. So D-Light specializes in providing pay-as-you-go solar home systems and other transformational products, mainly in sub-Saharan Africa. So along with others in our industry, we work to replace kerosene lanterns with sustainable solar home systems and lanterns. So the key to this is reducing the upfront cost, as a lot of the households that we're working with can't afford, a high upfront cost, even if it's fairly, low budget typically. So we've specially designed a technology platform that enables us to let customers make pay-go payments, which are, pay-as-you-go, made on a daily or weekly basis by mobile money. And then this makes the system cost overall less expensive on a daily basis than kerosene. So then customers will experience health and livelihood benefits as a result. So to date, we've reached over 125 million people with our products, and our aim is to transform 1 billion lives by 2030. And at the same time, we've avoided 25 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions, and we aim to scale this in increasingly verified and measurable ways.
Okay, cool. So now I'm going to ask Caroline, tell us what Liquid Wind is, because those that we don't know your company, we're speculating merrily. What is Liquid Wind, right? It has all sorts of connotations in the English language, but yeah. Tell us about Liquid Wind, its ambitions, and your plans to scale e-fuels. There's a more formal question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Our mission is to scale e-fuels, just as you mentioned, but also to do it in a sustainable way. And more concrete, what we do is we take renewable electricity, which we get from wind, and we convert it into a liquid fuel. And with this liquid fuel, which then is easy to store and to transport, we can enable a green transition for hard-to-abate sectors, such as aviation and shipping.
Okay.
Our focus market is the shipping industry, where nearly 100% of the fuel used is based on fossil sources today. That's nearly 100%. And we use an enormous amount of fuel. So if we want to make this transition from fossil to green, we need a scalable solution. We have the scalable solution, and we work with big industrial players to make this happen. For example, Ørsted, Alfa Laval, which we saw earlier today, and Siemens Energy.
Okay.
And I want to add one thing more.
Yeah, please.
So we have the technology to produce the fuel. We have the technology to use the fuel. This is something can be used in the maritime sector already today. And we are ready to scale.
And is anybody using it?
Yes.
Hooray!
Not the renewable version of methanol, but fossil methanol.
Okay.
But it's chemically the same.
Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah, because I mean, we could talk all day about how dirty shipping bunker fuel is. I mean, it's the dirtiest stuff, and it's the stuff that's left over from the petroleum industry after all that refraction or whatever they call it, and it's the dirty stuff at the end, and they still managed to sell it on. I mean, if it was actually on land, it'd be like toxic waste. You wouldn't be like, you wouldn't be able to touch it or even look at it, right? But it gets into ships and it can go around the world. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, great, everyone. Let's take a deep dive into how we actually can accelerate the scaling of green energy solutions. So what do you see as the major obstacles, and how do governments and cities need to respond? Emil, what's blocking your major expansion, and what do governments and cities need to do? Maybe you can start, and then I'll go to Caroline.
I'm very happy to begin out here. First of all, I mean, we can expand fairly fast. And second of all, apologies for my extremely boring background here. I realized that compared to the scenery
we have to admit that it is probably the most boring background we've ever had. There's no sign of even a wind turbine anywhere.
No, I think my best excuse is, yes, I came on as a late substitute for my good colleagues, so you'll have to stick with that background. And
no, congratulations,
but the next time,
thank you.
I'll give you fireworks and wind turbines and everything. But of course, we can expand fairly fast, and we are growing our business within offshore wind power, renewable hydrogen, e-fuels, onshore wind, solar power, battery storage. So that's all fine, but as we know, and the reason why we are gathered here virtually or physically, is that it's not happening fast enough. And one of the biggest levers that governments again can pull is to set aside more space, and especially when we talk about offshore wind. There was just a big declaration made in the Danish city of Esbjerg with Ursula von der Leyen and 4 heads of government. I think it was last week or the week before that, on a target of 150 gigawatts of offshore wind power. That is something, and that is what is needed. That is setting aside the sufficient amount of space, because we need a lot of renewable electricity in order to drive the decarbonization of transportation, of industry, of heating, and also just to power our homes. The other thing is the speed. It's fine that we have all these fancy targets and we set aside the space, but permitting, for instance, it can take up to 8 years to have approval for an offshore wind farm. Some places in the US, historically, there have been, it has been quite challenging, because you have had to get approval from around 30 different institutions, organizations, in order to build an offshore wind farm. And that is not efficient enough. If we want to stay within 1.5 degrees, then we don't have that time. So space and speed in terms of approval, those are 2 of the biggest and most important levers that can be pulled.
Carol, I'm going to come to you in 1 second, but I just need to ask our friend again, Emil, this question. The permit question is going to come up later in this show as a major obstacle by another speaker after you guys have gone. And I keep understanding that in countries like Sweden and Denmark and things like that, it's not just it takes a long time to get the permits. Sometimes they don't even get approved, right? Once they've been, they're just thrown out, right? Or they're rotting on some shelf somewhere in some official's office, right? Because nobody wants them on land, and maybe some people don't want them offshore. I mean, I sympathize with communities that have some concern about wind turbines, but there's got to be ways to get through this, right? Because otherwise the downside is rip-roaring climate change for everybody for the next, million years. So how do you get around the permit thing? What do they need to do?
You're right. And of course, no country or market is the same in terms of regulatory framework. So it is tricky. There's no fancy one size fits all. But I think that the acknowledgement of that there are pros and cons with all energy technologies. If we choose to block all new solar farms or wind farms, then we'll have to go with the old ones that are polluting, and the old coal-fired power plants, gas turbines. More oil in our transportation. That won't go. So we have to acknowledge that there are pros and cons. Of course, there are great concerns. We also have that in terms of biodiversity, for instance. And that's something that every company should take seriously. And I think that could also, some companies could definitely do even more. We've set the target to say that all offshore wind farms that we commission by 2030, the latest, they will be so-called net nature positive.
Yeah.
So that means that we will, if there are any implications for the places where we build the offshore wind farms, we will offset that, or we will make similar projects other places.
Okay, Emil.
That's on biodiversity.
That's good. That's good. All right. So let's just hear Caroline. What's blocking you? What do you want to? What can governments and cities do in, say, sub-Saharan Africa to speed up the penetration of what you're doing, Caroline?
Oh, sorry, Katie.
Katie. Well, then I've got the wrong person. I'm a complete disaster here. It's you I'm supposed to be asking, isn't it?
Yes, but please
don't. Oh, God, I said Caroline. Katie, I'm going to come to you in a second.
Please.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to ask Caroline the same question. What's blocking your development of all these wonderful e-fuels that are made from renewables?
So, firstly, I definitely agree with Ørsted, of course.
Okay.
But we see a demand to make this transition in the industry. But if we want it to happen today, which we, of course, need it to happen today, we need to create further incentives for the industry. So we need regulations, making sure that the polluters pay for their emissions, and making it more beneficial for the industry that choose to use the green alternatives. And this can be done through economic instruments, for example.
Yeah. Katie, I need to ask you that same question, because actually, it's not here actually in the questions I'm supposed to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because you're in sub-Saharan Africa. I lived in sub-Saharan Africa for 13 years when I was working for the UN Environment Programme. There are different kinds of problems there, aren't there, for getting things out into the communities and the countries. What slows you down in Africa a bit?
Yeah, so certainly the policy element is there. There are some countries that have a much easier commercial environment to work in. One of the biggest elements we face is value-added taxes as the goods and import taxes as goods come into the country. Oftentimes they are imported, and oftentimes the taxes can be 50% of the cost of the goods. In other countries, they have exemptions, which really, really help increase affordability. The other is just logistics. We're dealing with very last-mile communities, and so a key there is having a robust network of sales agents and distribution outlets, and it just requires a lot of training and maintenance, good incentives, and so we are creating livelihoods as we're building out this network, but it is one that is a challenge to maintain. And so I think the more we can leverage the existing networks that are there amongst different communities, and then also work with governments and funders to run large-scale programs that will help subsidize and make this possible in even more remote areas than we can reach currently. That will help a great deal.
Is corruption a problem?
It certainly is in areas. A lot of U.S. companies and European companies in particular just simply can't engage with that. So it limits where we can work in some cases. And so we hope that that policy environments worldwide will continue to crack down on corruption and make it so that we can work in increasingly broad areas.
Yeah. No, thanks for your honesty there. Okay, so we need increased demand and investments. They've been highlighted as the key, I think, everybody, all the time when it comes to climate change. Investment, investment, investment. How do we get the investment flows going? So I'm curious to hear, maybe, Carol, you can comment on this as well. How do you think that demand in the investment side of the green energy should be accelerated? How do we do it? Because, I mean, there is a lot of money flowing to renewable energies right now. Let's be honest, it's one of the success stories of the world in which we live in terms of acting on climate change. But we all need to know that it needs to go faster. So is there an investment angle to this? Is there something, who wants to have a go with this? What would we need to move things faster?
I think it's really interesting because I think we'll make a circle a bit here because there is definitely big interest from the investors within the renewable energy sector. The demand side is as well responding with the demand for renewable energy. But the permitting part and bringing the capacity takes time. And this is what I think very much connected to permitting. And I think we need a lot of spotlight on this area because from one hand, of course, we need to do faster, but we need other kind of process as well to do it because it's ecosystem thinking and how we bring these stakeholders together on much faster pace to find a solution. And maybe the current processes going from one office to another, back to previous office, it just doesn't work very well. And so looking on the investment side, I think there is a big, as I said at the beginning, big interest. I think we need to focus a lot on the permitting and the regulations which are enabling to bring this capacity faster. And maybe the second part which is coming is, of course, the more we have renewable energy in the grid, we need to develop the flexibility of on the demand side as well to secure that we can accommodate this renewable energy. I don't see this obstacle. This is a massive opportunity. And that's the other area which I will bring forward and really curious to hear as well other colleagues here.
Caroline, are you seeing investment in your area? Is that something you feel good about?
We see great interest from investors in this kind of investments with e-fuel, for example. Another thing I experience when it comes to demand and our customers is that they feel there's some uncertainty when it comes to regulations also on the definition of renewable fuels specifically. And this is something, at least we have experienced in EU now the last 2 years.
This is a very interesting point. A very interesting point because I mean, we've had the idea of biofuels around for a while. We've had the idea of different kinds of fuels. I think DHL, the big logistics, post office, whatever, transportation keeps talking about creating liquid fuels from waste. I mean, there's obviously new fuels coming through all the time in different shapes and forms, and hydrogen. Is it green hydrogen? Is it blue hydrogen? How many colors of the rainbow is it, right? I think for many people that don't understand this business, they're a bit confused. And I think there needs to be some kind of clarity on this. Yeah, for sure. But the investment is there, right? The interest is there. And on the shipping side, I mean, we've got some shipping lines like Maersk who want to be trying to be greener, which is really cool. And I think there will be more and more pressure on the shipping companies to deal with this bunker fuel because I don't think the world's going to accept it for too much longer, right? So do you think that the investment flows would become stronger with stronger policy on what do we do with shipping fuels? Let's clear up the whole issue of what are these alternative fuels that you can make through, say, renewable energy. There's a policy angle here.
So if we had regulations also, long-term regulations, that would, of course, create even more interest from investors.
Absolutely, absolutely. Emil, does that chime with you, with Ørsted?
Definitely it does. I think there are a bunch of aspects in this, and And on the investment side, yes, we see a lot of interest in this. Of course, there is still, so in the very mature regulatory markets where you can say, again, I'll use offshore wind power as an example. We, of course, also look at risk profiles when we consider different markets. And when we go out and make a plus 30-year billion-dollar infrastructure investment in an offshore wind farm, for instance, we need to be quite certain that there is a good pricing mechanism and that there is a stable regulatory framework that we can count on. And that is, of course, something that is not present across all economies around the world, but that is something that helps to attract investments, because most investors on the big scale, institutional investors, they are fairly risk averse. So they need to have some sort of certainty. And we also need to have that as developers of renewable energy, that if we spend a lot of money investing in a market, that there is a relatively stable framework. So that is one thing. And just quickly on the demand side, for instance, for sustainable fuels, it is some quite, I would say, boring words that are very important, as you also brought up, kind of definitions, standards. And sorry to the legal people out there, but those things that normally are just taken care of by someone else, and that's just how it is in the very mature technologies and products we have lying around. But in these newer technologies, it is so important that there are some agreed upon formalized standards and definitions that's being acknowledged by key institutions and lawmakers, because that enables businesses to be able to show that if they, for instance, source more renewable energy, or if they use sustainable fuels, then that's approved, that's acknowledged, and they can actually show that there's an add-on compared to similar fossil-based technologies.
Katie, I mean, we're talking very Europe here at the moment, developed countries. You're talking about supporting very poor people often in communities in sub-Saharan Africa. But yet, renewables is growing there a lot as well, isn't it? I mean, Kenya's got one of the largest wind farms in sub-Saharan Africa in Turkana. Think the Constant Gardener, John le Carré, if anybody doesn't know where that is. You know, geothermal expanding up the Rift Valley, the Great Rift Valley of that goes from Kenya way up to, in fact, even Yemen. So are you optimistic that you'll see more penetration of renewable energies in sub-Saharan Africa in your lifetime, in our lifetime? Do you think it's taking off in these countries?
Certainly. I mean, I think that, you know, renewable energy in general is becoming, you know, cost competitive and even more cost competitive with traditional fossil fuels. And that it continues to be the case in Africa, especially where you have an abundance of solar power. What we're, you know, really excited about in our industry is this distributed renewable energy potential. And so that, you know, both creates resiliency, and I'm talking about now both solar home systems and mini grids, which are another key technology. Yeah. So those, you know, are a way to get access to power and renewable power to people faster than you can do with just the traditional grid system. It's also the least cost method of getting, it can be even, you know, a fifth of the cost of extending the grid that's already fairly overtaxed in Africa. And so it's a sector where, or an area where I think we'll see that the distributed renewable energy systems really have a chance to scale things up much more quickly. We're talking about a commercial technology that doesn't really rely on, you know, lengthy permits or need, you know, it needs a supporting environment, but not to the extent that a large scale utility plant does. So it's one where we'd like to see increased investment, because I think that's really one of the key things holding us back from scaling to the extent that we truly could in a fast way.
No, thank you, because I just want to reflect on one quick thing, and I'll come to you and Carol in a second, but with Emil talking about de-risking, and you guys are kind of talking a bit about de-risking too, it's not, here we are in a rich sort of part of the world, but it doesn't seem so different from the chap from India, who was also talking about how do you de-risk the investments in local community investments. So de-risking is a thread, I think, running through a lot of this. I mean, how can it be when wind is so advantageous in terms of economics right now that it still needs to be de-risked, right? There's something going wrong there if the investors aren't jumping in like lions to eat up this wonderful new profit that they can get, you know? Sorry, Carol, go on.
And it's great that you brought this topic that we've been very much focused on, I think, Europe and the US, North America, a bit on this permitting part. And I think the risking on as a financial instrument is very important from the Global South. And that's why, for example, IKEA Foundation, the philanthropic arm of Inca Group, committed €1 billion to de-risk the investments in renewable within the Global South and replace the fossil fuels. And this is the important part as well, especially for philanthropic arms, to look how to contribute beyond the value chain and the markets where you run your business in a way when you can invest directly, but how can you impact this in the wider scale in a way? And so this is one of the instruments that was adopted within IKEA ecosystem to support this transition to get faster.
Yeah. No, I mean, the developing world needs lots of other assistance too to de-risk. I mean, even that wind farm in Kenya, in northern Kenya, took so long to actually happen. Even it's got the best wind in the whole world, right? It's a constant wind. It's not intermittent, but trying to get the World Bank to de-risk some kind of political issues and trying to, who actually paid for the interconnector from Mombasa to northern Kenya? That wasn't part of the budget of the wind farm operation, but who built the interconnector, right? All this stuff went on. It's a fantastic story. Read about the Lake Turkana wind farm story. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our session, and thank you for bearing with me, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I want to ask you the kind of million-dollar question, really, which is, if you could dream of a wonderful, brilliant outcome at COP27 in Egypt, right, as it relates to your worlds, what might it be? Just briefly, like one thing. What would be great about COP27? Carol, we've got it. Carol, okay, Carol is going to answer this one first.
Yeah, I think it's securing financing for the countries which are hit the most by the climate change and which contributed the least. And I think this is definitely one of the key points for the next COP to solve.
Right. Okay. Finance again, always comes up. However you look at this, however you take this onion. Anybody else? Emil?
Yes, I think that it sounds a bit pragmatic, but if we, after COP27, are in a situation where countries have submitted, revisited their indices, and we can conclude that 1.5 degree is still alive and is still a possibility, I would be very satisfied.
I think we'd all be very happy if it was still alive after what the IPCC said, and or was it the WMO said the other day? But anyway, let's not go there.
I mean, to be honest, based on the last meeting, COP26, I would be super happy if we have clear targets and timelines set out after COP27.
Right. Particularly for e-fuels as well?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Yeah. All right. And lastly, but not least, from Our Lady.
Yes. So I think for me, seeing clear, workable rules on carbon markets, we've seen firsthand how the carbon markets can really fund the necessary climate mitigation and adaptation actions in emerging markets and low-income countries. So for us, it'd be great to get those rules finalized, and especially in a way that really funds a lot of these projects in emerging markets.
Good. And I think you're going to see the core carbon principles from the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets in July. What a mouthful that was to end the show. Doesn't mean anything to anybody, does it? It's actually quite important, but we have no time. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We've got to close it down and move on. Very nice to see you, and arrivederci.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. Looks like my entire battery has fallen off here we go. That'll be fine. All right. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Johan Rockström, who is joining us for a Q&A on climate policy and energy. Yes. Professor Rockström is a Swedish scientist. I don't know why I have to introduce Professor Johan Rockström in Sweden. It seems absolutely ridiculous, doesn't it? But it is a global show. He's a Swedish scientist, internationally recognized for his work on global sustainability issues. He's a joint director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in Germany. Johan, we've talked about scaling of the green energy system and energy efficiency today and how we can go even faster. But first, please provide your perspective on the current energy crisis. Are we at a crossroad in how we source and use energy?
Yeah, thanks. Well, it's a really important juncture we're in, and it's a lot of turbulence, and we have all the instabilities. And I think we have to recognize that there are two time steps that are actually right at the center of the energy debate right now. And we tend, particularly politically and media-wise, focus only on the short term, which is this tendency as a follow-on the Ukraine war, the whole geopolitical instability, that you tend to see politically a step backwards on the real, holding on to the pledges and to the politics around climate policy. And this is worrisome, and journalism tends to jump immediately at this. In this country, my home country, Sweden, the tendency is to focus on how to lower gasoline and diesel prices at the petrol station because of the rising cost of energy, which of course is a complete mistake policy-wise. But then you have the longer term, which is, for example, what's happening in the discussions in Germany, where the whole dependence on fossil fuel, imports from totalitarian sources such as Putin is rather, on the longer term, accelerating the pathway away from fossil fuel dependence. And I think one has to keep both these time steps in mind at the same time, because there's a tendency right now where people getting really worried that, okay, so all focus is on the economy, on energy prices, and therefore we're losing pace on the climate policy. But I think it's actually overall going to be the other way around, that we may have some bumpiness short term, but on the longer term, we will see that the whole climate agenda connects with the security agenda, which therefore accelerates the logic and the investments in the phase out of fossil fuel dependence.
Well, I think what you're touching on, in a sense, is that this war in the Ukraine, which is an absolute shock, I think, particularly to the people there, and for, and probably for the families on both sides of this conflict in many ways that we can't really go into. But what you're saying is there could be in this dark cloud, there could be a silver lining. That actually it wakes us all up.
Well, it's a devastating, disastrous dark cloud, but I think there's no doubt that this will help us position the climate crisis where it deserves to be, which is that it forms part of a security agenda, it forms part of a resilience building agenda, and it's not only the energy transition, by the way, it's equal with the food crisis as well. Food, energy, climate, geopolitics is kind of merging together into becoming one political agenda, which means that to build a resilient Europe or a resilient Germany or a resilient whatever entity you're kind of operating under, if it's a business, a city, or a country, you better move faster towards renewable energy. You better move faster towards becoming more independent when it comes to fertilizers, when it comes to all inputs for food production, when it comes to your own food self-sufficiency. So I think we're moving into a new phase of what globalization really means, not only this kind of efficiency and optimization focus we've seen over the past 50 years, but rather focus on more thought through collaborative measures, yes, but still building more resilient redundancy so that we can handle shocks in a better way.
Yes, if you're interested in what's happening to my earpiece, you have to actually look at this little machine behind me. Have you got it? Can you see? Can you see? This one? Yes, that fell off. Okay. There we go. Professor Rockstrom, some of the exciting developments and innovations happening behind the scenes here.
No, exactly.
Like the battery pack falling off.
Double noises as well.
Okay, that's great, okay, so we've seen very strong investments in the north of Sweden focusing on green energy solutions. What are we seeing now? Is it race to the top between the regions? Is that a legitimate question?
You mean in Sweden specifically?
Yeah, it seems to be in Sweden specifically. Is there a Sweden-Pacific question here?
Well, I wouldn't want to isolate it in Sweden. I think what's happening in the northern part of Sweden, which is innovation, investments in fossil fuel-free steel production, major investments in hydrogen technology, major investments in building large-scale battery technology. This is not about Sweden. It's really about pointing the direction for the new jobs, the new economy, the new competitiveness in the future. And what we're seeing is that the industry across sectors is really betting on electrification in a big way. I mean, just a few years back, we were still sitting there wondering, are we moving towards a bio-based energy system, a hydrogen-based energy system, a nuclear-based hydrogen system, or an electric-based hydrogen system, which is powered through renewable energy from wind and solar. And now we are seeing clearly that the finance sector and industrial sectors, particularly from the mobility sector, is betting big on electrification. But interestingly also that we're seeing hydrogen as a carrier being a really important investment for the big, difficult-to-abate industries. And this is more like a beacon to the world rather than being a north-south issue in Sweden. I hope, and I don't think this is fantasy today, a few years back it may have been seen in that way, that we're going to see a much stronger strategic binding together of the energy infrastructure across Europe, because we see comparative advantages of producing hydrogen in the southern part of Europe to supply it to the industry in the northern part of Sweden, for example. And that infrastructure is almost like a geopolitical mapping of where do you position your solar, your wind, your hydro, your pipeline systems for different forms of synthetic carriers of fuel. And I think that is the next step. So what's happening in northern part of Sweden may just be the beginning of a new energy landscape in Europe.
Okay. That's very interesting indeed, and interesting for everybody else to watch who are not in the Nordic region, and I can see that developing, yes. What about the incentivization of green energy generally? Can governments do more? You know, the word always comes up is finance, 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 and yet when you listen to some of the commentary in the newspapers and elsewhere, some of these investment funds that say that they're going green with their green flows don't seem to somehow do it as much or as fast as we expected. Is there another way of incentivizing so that the investors really power into it, so that they really reflect the emergency growth we need in renewable energy to deal with the climate crisis? Incentivization.
Well, you know, I don't think it's only that politicians can do more. I think they must do more. And they must do more specifically, particularly in this moment of opportunity, that when we're starting to see, like the IPCC showed, the exponential rise of expansion of renewable energy systems, the exponential fall in prices and the competitiveness, that's the moment where you need to go in with the right economic policies so that you avoid rebound effects when the fossil fuel prices go up. Because what we're seeing, not surprisingly, is that when you get a scarcity on the oil or gas markets, prices go up, and that, of course, leads to, on the short term, on better competitiveness on renewable energy systems, but also means reopening of fossil fuel-based infrastructure. So you get a spillover effect, an unwanted spillover effects on other markets around the world. So you need to have, kind of a safeguards for that. And what is the safeguards for that? It's very simple. It's the price on carbon. You just put the right price on carbon. And we show increasingly scientifically that should be at least $100 or euros per ton of carbon dioxide, rising towards 200 very rapidly because the social cost of carbon lies at that level. And if you have that in place, then you buffer against this volatility caused by the rapid rise and fall on coal, oil, and natural gas prices. That's number one. But the number two, which I tend to find very disappointing with a lot of politics, because politicians are increasingly pledging net zero pathways. They are increasingly adopting the carbon law of cutting emissions by half. You see increasingly countries having a price on carbon. I mean, over 50 countries in the world have price on carbon. But what they are missing is to put the end dates on fossil fuel infrastructure.
Yeah.
You should simply say, combustion engine is out of the system from 2030, or having ICE, internal combustion engine, free urban zones from 2025. You know, to really signal to the financial institutions, but also to citizens in general, that it's not only the beginning of the end, we're really rushing to the end. We have really clear phase-out dates when we're no longer going to see any form of mobility or industry heated or powered from oil, coal, natural gas. And it's time we do this, because we're still subsidizing coal directly with over 500 billion US dollars per year, indirectly with over $1 trillion, and we're still investing in new oil and coal infrastructure. I mean, that's quite remarkable after the Glasgow 26, where, you know, over 100 countries have now pledged net zero pathways, and still we are not able to halt the investments in new infrastructure. So that is why the reason for that is, of course, that we're sending unclear messages into the market. Exactly.
Yeah, mixed messages. And also because governments sometimes are not really very joined up, are they? Because you've got one chap or one lady at the climate conference from the Environment Ministry or Foreign Affairs or someone like that, and then somewhere else in the government, you've got somebody around the back with a spreadsheet out working out how to, you know, build new fossil fuel infrastructure. I mean, joined up government would be really helpful, wouldn't it? So that they all know what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah.
No, and I think something that we need to, which is difficult but has to happen, and I hope it can happen at COP27, the first COP in the Global South, that you know, 60% of the remaining fossil fuel-based resources are in developing countries. And of course, this is often state-owned, so it's very cheap energy sources because you don't have to pay for it, because it's basically a free common. And of course, scientifically, we can have very strong arguments why it's wrong to not price it, but it's not priced. So that means that the only way, if we really want to rapidly get along the scientific pathways we need to follow, you need to compensate. You need to put big compensation schemes to help rapidly emerging economies and the most vulnerable economies to switch faster, and they have to get that financial help so that they are credit worthy on the market, so that they also can invest in large-scale offshore wind parks in a competitive way. Today, countries like Nigeria has difficulty in doing that because they cannot get the loans at the low interest rates because they don't have the credit worthiness as many other countries have. So there has to be mechanisms of helping, you know, the buffering of the fact that we need to get the Global South to jump on this exponential roadmap as well.
Because these are aware the big emissions are either going to happen or we're going to do something to make sure they don't happen. I mean, these are where the big prizes are in terms of emission reductions.
Correct.
And I think it's sometimes lost that we're doing so much maybe in Sweden or in the developed countries, but actually that's important. But where the big prize is getting this rapidly into the developing countries right now. I think that's absolutely clear.
That's right, and that's why it's an interesting dance, because on the one hand, you have a very firm old argument that you know, the developing countries has caused such a small fraction of the current global warming and don't have the financial capacities of being forerunning. So we have always had this contraction and convergence argument. We've left that after Paris, recognizing that we're in so deep trouble that everyone now needs to come on board the same mitigation pathways. So the story now is that the North, the rich countries, should invest big and show that you get better prosperity, human well-being coming out of that. So it should spill over to the Global South, but that's not enough. You cannot do that alone. You have to also lift the financial investments in the developing countries so that you can accelerate the transition even there. So you have to do both. And so far, we've only done partly the first one.
Yeah. Well, in fact, some of the guests before mentioned this very clearly, which was this issue of de-risking.
Exactly.
And it was interesting. It was coming from a guy in Denmark, actually, with offshore wind in Denmark, but also from an Indian gentleman before about de-risking in the communities there. And I think all around was a sense of de-risking. And I think when you look at the developing countries, I suppose the average audience member here might say, well, who's supposed to do that? Is that the World Bank, or is that some other institution like that?
I think it is the multilateral system. It's IMF, it's the World Bank. It has to be you know, a global initiative, and it should be the international community putting forward. The funding has to come from the rich nations, but it should be done through the multilateral system, and it should not be you know, made so bureaucratic that in the end nothing comes through. It has to be really efficient and fast, and really help scaling the big solutions, which can be brought forward, I think, much faster than we're seeing them today.
Last question, Professor Oxum. What are you telling the governments here in Stockholm for STHLM+50?
Well, my most important message to the current government, or any government in Sweden, is that please move the agenda of STHLM+50 away from our fantastic climate and environment ministry to the Prime Minister's office. This is about security, prosperity, and equity into the future. This is about the next phase in modernity for humanity on Earth. And there's so much at stake that we're at risk at undermining our ability to have any kind of modern state development or dignity or peaceful development. So I'd like STHLM+50, 50 years after heads of state Indira Gandhi and head of state in Sweden, Olof Palme, put the environment and development agenda on the table. We should not do the mistake of making this the agenda only for the environmental ministries. It is really the agenda for the leadership at the highest level in the world, and that is what I see missing to a significant extent here, and we need to raise that factor. And of course, with the geopolitical turbulence we're seeing with the Ukraine war, it's becoming evident for everyone that if you really want to have, you know, peace and security in the future, you don't want to have the heat waves in India shutting down export borders of wheat in India. You don't want to have the starvation in Kenya amplified by droughts caused by our global warming, because that threatens the ability for these nations to be stable, which of course then spills over to migration, displacement, and conflict. That's not what you want. And this is the agenda of the heads of state. It's not the agenda for a single ministry.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very valid point. Absolutely. Okay, I think we're running a little bit out of time. There's only one final thing I want to say just about the STHLM+50 was that one of our dear friends, Anders Wickman, you know well, from Sweden, I think he was concerned that the concept of the circular economy wasn't getting enough traction. Is that something that concerns you? Because is that not the next phase we have to go to?
No, definitely it's concerning in the sense that we tend to, you know, debate and focus on just one issue at a time. So we spend all focus on the energy transition, and then we see, which is really positive, much more focus on halting biodiversity loss, but missing too much the fact that, you know, we're living in a world that is overloading element cycles of materials through our consumption, which fundamentally is about the linear production systems we're seeing. I mean, we're exploiting for free in one end, and we're polluting for free often in the other end. How do we transition this into circular business models and circular societies, circular behavior among us as citizens in ways that gives us better health and well-being? I think that must be center stage as well in any agenda forward after STHLM+50.
Thank you so much indeed being with us, and I hope we'll see you tomorrow. And I hope the battery on my battery pack doesn't drop out again and go tumbling to the floor. But it's really great to see you, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow, I think.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your time. So our next guest here is Asad Razzouk. He's a Lebanese-British clean energy entrepreneur. He's a podcaster and a commentator as well. And he's Chief Executive Officer for Gurun Energy in Asia. And Asad, it looks like, where are you, Asad? You're there on the screen, fantastic. It looks like 2022 will be another bumper year for renewable energy globally, according to the International Energy Agency. But what could make it go faster and further, Asad?
Ooh, where do you want me to start? How much time do we have, Nick?
Can you hear me, Asad? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, yeah. So it's going to be another bumper year for renewable energy, but what could make it go further and faster, Asad?
Look, it's not a bumper year. Okay, let me just start with bad news. It's not a bumper year because we need to multiply what we're doing by 5 to 7 times in terms of renewable energy only to actually have a chance of limiting warming to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. So to be honest, it doesn't matter if it's a bumper year or not. That is not the objective, right? We are failing across the board. And I loved listening to you and the previous speaker. It's been 50 years of talking, right? And throughout this 50 years, emissions have been rising. You know, I think we've exhausted the talking, and bumper year or not, it's not going to actually make a difference to the rise in emissions. Meaning, you know, that's not it. We're not there yet.
What you can't see is that off screen, somebody is fiddling with my microphone and my backpack. So I'm going to ask you the question as if I'm the invisible man, which is probably a blessing for everybody on TV. Asad, I think you were concerned as well when we had a chat before this call that there was something happening in the area of permits for renewable energy. And you may be interested to know that some of our guests before, and they've been talking about blockers to renewable energy, have been raising that very point. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What is happening here? Is renewable energy being stalled around the world because of the permitting system of governments and systems?
Look, to be honest, I think that's a side topic and it's a little detail. There's a big elephant in the room. We have been cooking the books for 50 years, these 50 years of talking. So in other words, every financial statement for every single company in the world that you see actually is showing the wrong numbers. And that is the fundamental problem that we have to do something about. Mm-hmm. So I'll explain. If you take the pollution from 3 companies in 3 different sectors, Exxon, Toyota, and BASF, they disclose exactly how much pollution they're causing, and they are paying exactly 0 for that pollution. Mm-hmm. If you listen to the professor before and you price that pollution at what he indicated, $50 to $100 per ton of CO2, and this is just the greenhouse gas pollution. It's not the other environmental horrors that they're causing. You would then deduce that Exxon, Toyota, and BASF have been loss-making for, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years, loss-making, which means that none of the money that they invested in that entire period would have been invested. And so long as we keep cooking the books, because our accountants are asleep at the wheel, our insurance companies are asleep at the wheel, our regulators are asleep at the wheel, and our governments are asleep at the wheel, emissions will keep rising, and that 2-degree clock will just keep getting worse. Now, permits in that big scheme, Nick, are an important detail, yes, but they are a tiny little detail to do with one tiny little segment of the problem.
Okay.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm more than happy to come on that. So it's interesting what you're talking about, the cooking of the books, because what you're basically saying is we're not pricing pollution, and we never have been pricing pollution. All these companies have been getting away on this on the cheap or for free. In other words, trashing the environment, yeah? So there is one movement here at STHLM+50 from something called the Earth for All report, which is a Club of Rome report, 50 years after the 1972 limits to growth. And in that, they specifically ask for a new indicator of wealth beyond GDP, so that actually we do price pollution, and we also better price within the economy when we do the right thing. Is that something that you're passionate about? Do you think that's a way of getting not just renewable energy moving, but actually creating a more sustainable economy everywhere if we have a better, more comprehensive indicator of wealth than this blunt thing called GDP?
Look, that would be what I would call a nice to have. There are many things that are a nice to have. You know, textiles or fast fashion not made from plastic is a nice to have. No more plastic is a nice to have. A green-powered shipping and aviation is a nice to have. So all of these things are a nice to have. But the question is, how do you get there? There's an enormous amount of depression around the world when people look at the climate change problem, because they are not offered solutions either that they can affect themselves or that actually work in any way. And what I'm saying when I say we're cooking the books is you've got to change the structure of financial statements. Because until you do so, you will not achieve a result. It's really as simple as that. There was a Twilight Zone Exxon shareholder meeting a week ago. Now, Exxon is one of the biggest companies in the world, and many big investors are represented. So at that shareholder meeting, if you look at the Exxon website, fully 72% of their shareholders voted against reducing emissions. Another 90% voted against Exxon coming up with a low carbon strategy. Another 63% voted against Exxon coming up with a report about its plastic pollution. And I can go on and on and on. So the question you have to ask is, why does all the money in the world want to propagate the fossil fuel system, right? And until you solve that puzzle, everything else is a nice to have. Because unless all the money in the world is talking, frankly, no impact is going to be seen in real life. We're just going to keep talking. And I'm going to be here with you in 20 years. We're going to be talking about Stockholm +70, and we're going to, still get angry and still show no results.
Yeah, probably not, because that would be Nick +84, actually. So I probably wouldn't be around. But, well, maybe just. But I said that you raised an interesting point here, because I know we discussed this before our call about the ExxonMobil shareholder meeting, and it is fantastic, unbelievable that all these investors would still back what they're doing. But maybe not so unbelievable today when you hear that the former or the suspended head of HSBC's sustainable investment area, who said, who cares if Miami's underwater in 100 years? That's not in our business model, basically. We think over the next 5 or 6 years. Now, he's been suspended, everybody's outraged, but you've got this horrible, awful feeling that we're still waiting around for the investment community on a large scale to really say, we are going green, we are interested in green investment flows, and you can actually see them now. You can actually see us doing the green investment. There seems to be a lot of promises, and behind it all, maybe a suspicion from this case at HSBC that they're not quite as honest as they might seem in their climate ambitions. Is that how you read it, or what?
Do you remember Barney, the pretend dinosaur?
But Barney, the pretend dinosaur, yeah. We had Cinderella on earlier. We had Cinderella on earlier, so now we can have Barney, the pretend dinosaur. The outrage is pretend outrage. Because forget about the outrage. Let's look at what they're actually doing. And what I cited on the Exxon shareholder meeting and what they're doing. So he did this very badly. But actually, he did us a favor because he just came out and said exactly what all these investors and banks are doing. And what they're doing is they're propagating fossil fuels. And the reason they're doing that is because they're looking at financial statements that show all these fake profits, which are Barney, the pretend dinosaur type profits, because the only reason they're profits is because nobody's pricing the environmental destruction around us. I mean, it's a pretty crazy set of facts, but you have to go to the source of the problem. And that is the source of the problem. That is what we have to solve. Right. And what's your podcast called again, Assad? So everybody watching the show can...
Well, you won't be surprised at this point, because it's called the Angry Clean Energy Guy. And you can see why I'm angry.
I said, thank you. I'm only laughing because that was funny, but what you said was not funny, actually. It's bloody serious. So thank you very much for being on our show, and we'll go over to our next guest. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Boaz Paldi is the United Nations Development Programme's Global Partnership and Engagement Manager, and in his role, Boaz oversees UNDP's campaigns and flagship events. Boaz, are you with us on the magic of Zoom? You are with us. I know you're not in Stockholm, because if you were, you'd be in the studio. So why have you got Stockholm behind you? That's Barney the dinosaur again. Maybe you need to either unmute yourself or...
I have a terrible FOMO, Nick. I've been looking at the show since 6 in the morning, and I just have FOMO. I wish I was there.
Yeah, we wish you were here as well, Boaz. We really do. But Boaz, look, you've been spearheading this amazing global campaign on the topic of fossil fuel subsidies. And I don't know if anybody's seen the Dino Talks, where a dinosaur enters the UN General Assembly and warns the world leaders not to choose extinction. Well, Boaz is a key player behind that campaign. And for the audience out there, the digital audience, I hope you've seen it too. So I think what we are asking, Boaz, is one of the major blockers to us actually fast-forwarding renewable energy, what is happening with fossil fuel subsidies? Give us your perspective on this.
So fossil fuel subsidies are so negative in so many ways. First of all, they skew our economy. They make renewable energy seem more expensive than fossil fuel energy, than old dirty energy, and that's not the case anymore. We know now for sure that renewable energy is cheaper. It's fossil fuel subsidies that make them seem like they're more expensive. Keeping the price of fuels relatively low, even though prices are skyrocketing, is really skewing our economy. And we need to move away from fossil fuels. There is no doubt, there is absolutely no doubt that this has to happen, but it also has to happen now. We just don't have time, no pun intended, to wait around. We absolutely need to move forward. And the economy needs to transition to a sustainable green economy that does not rely on these very, very dangerous burning of fossil fuels. The other thing that it does is just take up an enormous amount of resources. Last year alone, $423 billion were used by governments for fossil fuel subsidies. 80% of that goes to manufacturers. That means fossil fuel companies, essentially. And the rest goes in various other ways to cover that cost. Imagine what you could do positively with $423 billion. Imagine how many green jobs you could create. Imagine how many girls you could educate. Imagine if we still have a massive problem with COVID-19. Imagine how we could vaccinate every single person on Earth 4 times over with that money. So there's so much positive impact that we can have, and at the moment it's a negative impact. We have $423 billion last year of negative impact. But there's more bad news. This year, fossil fuel subsidies are going to be at about $600 billion. So we've added onto them rather than reducing them. So of course there's no magic bullet here. But the first thing that we need to do is somehow reform these outdated and very dangerous fossil fuel subsidies.
I mean, Boaz, we both talked about this. I mean, it's a difficult time, right, with the price of fossil fuels being what they are. There are many poorer parts of the world where people don't have access to renewable energy, so they're still stuck using fossil fuel-based fuels for cooking and things like that. And as the price of fuels goes up, their lives become ever more challenged. So the answer to that is what? Some kind of targeting of the most vulnerable in the developing world, and perhaps in some places in the developed world, but not just a blanket subsidy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why go through a middleman? If you have $423 billion or $600 billion, you could instate temporary basic income. You can instate universal basic income. You could give cash payments to people that would cover the rise in price of fuel, help them out, make sure that they're not left behind, but not use it directly to subsidize fossil fuels. That gives us an opportunity to move away from that trajectory. Fossil fuels are only going to increase now. There's no way that they're ever coming down again. You know, in 2020, suddenly we saw all fossil fuels coming down dramatically, and we were all kind of excited about that because we only paid, in the United States, I remember paying, you know, about $1.90 for a gallon of fuel. And now, you know, I'm paying about $5 for a gallon of fuel. And that was, you know, and that's the true price of fuel. But as a previous speaker said, none of that takes into the account the environmental destruction that is going on through that. And so the true price of fossil fuels is so much higher. And so, yes, for the most vulnerable in the communities that are not yet in a situation where they can transition to greener energies, we should help them out. We should definitely not leave anyone behind. And it's not an equal playing field. But for those that can, the transition to a greener energy is an absolute necessity as quickly as we possibly can.
Bose, I think that's really great, and thank you for spending some time with us, coming in from well, certainly not Stockholm, Sweden, but coming in from New York, and we really do appreciate that. I just wanted to let the audience know, the audience out there, that the We Don't Have Time support with UNDP and Bose and his team on what we call the Dino Talks is still ongoing, and we hope to have one episode of the Dino Talks on fossil fuel subsidies on Sunday, on the 5th of June, which is World Environment Day, and then there'll be another one next month and next month, right up to the climate conference in Egypt in November. And it's thanks to Bose and his team that they wanted to partner with us, and we're very happy to be partnering with them. So Bose, thanks very much indeed. Arrivederci, goodbye, and talk to you soon.
Next time in Sweden.
Thank you. Great. So that pretty much wraps up where we are, but I wonder if there's a little time just to bring on our two partners in crime here, which is Ingmar Renshag, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time, and Johan Falk, who is CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap. Over to you guys.
Yes, it's been a great show, and we're really moving towards the green energy. And that's great, but what we also have seen is that we're also still using so much of the old energy. And we can't just grow the new solutions, we must also degrow the fossil fuel energy. So that's why I have this warning. We need to give all those companies and also countries a climate warning if they still are expanding their fossil fuel extraction. I'm from finance industry before I founded We Don't Have Time, and I got really shocked last week when I read that on ESG, that is environmental social governance, green investments, we have ExxonMobil on one of the top placement on that list, and Tesla is not even invited by 500 most sustainable companies on the stock market. This is where your money goes if you invest green, so don't choose ESG. Instead, open the We Don't Have Time app and find the companies that are doing the action like you see here and invest in them and give them some climate love also. So we need to degrow everything.
Good point. Yeah,
that is
I
bad,
can't believe that.
and grow everything that is
I can't
good.
believe ExxonMobil is a top pick as an ESG company.
I think it's like top 10.
Really fantastic. Yeah. That's fantastic. This is a parallel universe, isn't it, where we're all living upside down. So that's quite amazing. Johan, your take on what we've just been hearing.
You know, what we heard is that solutions basically exist to even halve emissions by 2030. You know, energy efficiency, the green energy system. So the question is really, why aren't we moving there? And I think the key point is We have still too few people working with the right compass direction. Too many people are working in the wrong direction. And still the global economy is directing us in the wrong direction. So our mission, what is that? We need to get every single company should be part of Race to Zero, or they should be out of business. So I think our mission is to get all innovation, all companies on the same track, because then we can get there. We need to just raise the energy up to COP27, double it for each COP, just put more pressure on. When we have sufficient number of people, because it's people we're talking about, actually setting a new compass direction, then we will succeed. And I think we're reasonably close to that tipping point. So that is why it's so important that we believe it is possible, it is achievable. We just have to convince 10 other people, 100 other people, 1,000 other people to join and shift compass direction.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it.
I think it's a very good point. It's like when you're pushing the big rock up to the top of the mountain, you have no idea that if it just goes a little bit further to the top, it rolls very fast down the other side. Seems almost impossible. But I'm sure you're right. I mean, we've never delivered a time where there are so many companies at least starting to move in the right direction, as you rightly point out. And it can go faster, which is why we don't have time.
Yes, and I could say something, just last statement regarding time. The most important climate action everyone can do is to spend your time working on solution. And I'm very pleased and very hopeful to see that more and more people are now leaving and don't want to work for the fossil fuel giants anymore. We're going to see some of them speak here later this week, and I think that will really catalyze change. I know that not everyone can choose who they're going to work for, but if you can, you should, because that will catalyze change the fastest. Because if a talent leave a bad company and joins a good company, we will see the degrowth of everything we need to get rid of, and we will see the growth of everything we need. And it's much funnier to work with something that are saving our future instead of destroying it, believe me.
On that note, thank you very much, everybody. Every day, Spotify goes live with a podcast here from their Climate Action Studios. And according to what I'm being scripted here to say, I hand it over to them. Thank you.
United as a nation. switch it up for future generations. Level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters: to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the ones really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms, but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform
the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low-carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So FinTech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together. Your opinions will also be a rating on our platform, where those business and organizations that are doing good climate action will get a better climate score compared to the ones not doing enough. This is going to change how corporations compete.
This top line is 200 to 300 green growth companies that are delivering much better results while taking down our footprints.
Young people have demonstrated that campaigns on the ground can actively shape where the money goes.
We want to be the provider that shows to the company, its employees, that you can make a change with your savings.
We now got 87 asset managers with $37 trillion of assets. That's more than a third of global assets committed to net zero by 2050, and 43 banks with $29 trillion.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
And the time to act is now.
And about 73% globally of all used clothing is being incinerated or landfilled today.
Our food systems are failing massively, both people and planet.
In 40, 50 years, the glass age will sort of be over because we don't have any sand left to produce glass.
So ultimately, over 90% of all that hard-won stuff we use slips through our fingers and ends up as waste.
Welcome to the third Exponential Climate Action Summit broadcast.
All together, we have an amazing opportunity to create a sustainable future by transitioning to a society based on circular principles.
We use 95% less water than traditional farming.
Reusing products has given us a revenue growth of, on average, 20% per year.
So we decided to design for circularity and eliminate the concept of waste.
We want to create a climate neutral car by 2030.
It's removing 1.54 kilos of carbon per bottle.
You have to understand the life cycle impact to know if it's better to use and reuse or if it's better to recycle and use the material another time.
The problem, though, is that the nitrogen that we produce are we not allowed to use today. Because today's legislation, if you're going to use something, it depends on origin and not the quality. And if it has been waste, it is banned.
What governments should do is to ban like landfill possibilities.
Today, reused materials very often are more expensive than virgin materials.
Cars have now absorbed almost all the space in cities, all the rights of way, all the parking space.
We can't wait for 2025, 2030. We need to change now.
Digitalization is one of the great opportunities to actually transform the world as we know it right now.
We need to have a behavioral change and mindset, not only in the companies, but also in the consumers and in the governments.
What if we could change the system together? We believe by rewarding climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet and super expensive
to destroy it.
The circular economy is gaining traction around the world.
We are working on a system of laws and improvements to the system so that you can fix everything.
More than 2/3 of the world economy are covered now by net zero targets.
The initiative is really about bringing together the leading companies that will transform, disrupt, and innovate our way along that pathway.
We are ready to make this transformation the greatest collab in human history.
The future is in our hands.
So what will this require then for us to achieve in Glasgow? But this must be the moment when we say goodbye to yesterday's provision of energy.
We are going to be there by train, of course, and we're going to do daily broadcast in 2 weeks.
We are, of course, really happy to team up with We Don't Have Time during COP26.
We're there really to drive up numbers.
COP26, of course, is critical.
I think the most important thing will be for all member states to understand that the material use should be a priority in their climate policies.
And we will be there and shine a light on what's happening.
For many years, we thought that the oil, coal, and gas, the fossil fuel industry, the transport, the telco industry, that was the biggest cause of human suffering and greenhouse gas emissions. Absolutely not. The biggest industry that touches every human being on Earth, human suffering, human health, and greenhouse gas emissions is the agriculture, seafood, and beverage industries and how we produce and consume food. And so it's the biggest pivotal moonshot moment in history that we have. 9 years left to really fix it. And so I say global food reformist. I think the entire food system needs to be reformed.
For every 2 tons of food produced on the planet, 1 ton is wasted. So around 1/3 of everything that's produced on the planet is wasted. It's over 1 billion tons of food every single year. Now, when you talk about those big statistics, it's hard to get your head around them. So let's just talk about them in a bit different way. You need an area the size of China to grow the food that we throw away every single year.
I think like all these like purpose-driven companies has to help their consumers to find the aha moments, because we are not enough as perfect consumers. We have to become active citizens as we are running out of time and have to act so extremely fast within this.
Restoring nature is so low-tech, and in a time where everything has to be high-tech and complicated, I believe people are in dire need of solutions. So yes, I do believe that consumer-facing communication, whether it comes from brands or from NGOs like ourselves or from governments, is super important when it comes to really changing the mindset and really making this the decade of doing.
It was a great meeting, but the highlight of it is that Jeff Bezos, who was at the meeting, made a big announcement to invest $1 billion for landscape restoration in Africa. I think we need that magnitude of funding. So Jeff Bezos' commitment will come together with another commitment made by 8 financial institutions. So in total now we have $20 billion committed for land restoration in the Sahel from 2021 to 2025.
When we look at what the dietary people say, the specialists, they're looking at the nutrients of this kind of food and they see it's great. You know, it's basically beans in different varieties that you have refined. So you will have a high protein content, you will get a lot of nutrients in it, so we know beans are good for health. And then we can argue about, could we produce those kind of foods in a better way? Of course we can, and we will. So I think moving away from as a society, moving away from some of the large-scale farming, monocrops, to more regenerative farming, that's what we're going to see.
What can we do as citizens and consumers? Well, firstly, it's about shifting our consumption to start to halve down our own emissions, like moving to plant-based food, reduce food waste, and becoming more circular in our consumption, of course.
Our ask of the policymakers is regulate us. Yeah, that's right. A company is saying regulate us, but we need it. My God, do we need it? We have got to set global standards for carbon accounting and carbon offsetting. Right now, it's a wild west out there. There's lack of clarity, and it feeds greenwashing and delays meaningful action. We need a set of global standards and targets that every company is working to. What's our message for business? Join us. Cut the bullshit. Cut the blah, blah, blah. Let's use our voices together. We can be so much stronger together, and we can drive this change.
I mean, when we think that a cup of coffee is more than 130 liters of water and a hamburger is more than 2,000 liters of water, we should also look at having regulations in that space and rewarding the companies who produce things with a good carbon footprint, but also a good water footprint.
Maybe, you know, as a telecommunication company, as Ericsson, maybe you wouldn't think that we work with nature-based solutions, but we've had an initiative now for a few years called Connect the Mangroves, where we actually, through IoT sensors, help local communities in Philippines and Malaysia to connect all the nature's I would say parameters like salinity, saltwater, heat, like pH level of the water, that actually help the local communities to plant new mangrove saplings into better climate, because sometimes they have floodings, so they won't survive. And through the IoT and the technicalities, you can actually make a higher survival rate for the mangroves.
To really be a disruptor, you need a technology, and I think we're really there. We are testing, we are very close. You need a market, and you can hear from Indigenous, this is really wanted from the market. You need to be, you know, in reducing greenhouse gases and have a good environmental case, and we have that. And now we only need also, of course, this to be legislation to be in line with what's needed for circular economy, because this is a perfect circular economy case, I would say.
Fuels subsidized since the start of the COP meeting.
Right.
So it's right now $22 billion. That is what the world governments are sponsoring the fossil fuel industry right now.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about change and talking about limiting the emission, our governments around the world, all countries are doing this. They are financing and sponsoring the destruction.
Do you want to act on the climate crisis but don't know how? With our app, you can send climate reviews to organizations and leaders. Our team reaches out to the organization to encourage dialogue. Just download We Don't Have Time. Tap the green Create button and choose type of review. Give climate love to people doing great stuff. Create a climate idea to suggest a solution. Or send a climate warning to those who hurt the planet. To increase your impact, you can share the review, because when enough people agree with you, organizations and leaders will change. Many even want your opinion, because we have to work together. Do you want to be part of the solution?
2 in 5 plant species are threatened with extinction.
Deforestation problem here is a big issue.
It's been emitting more carbon for the last 10 years than it has been storing. And this is a big, big shock.
I think it's very important to be crystal clear that so far we are losing the game.
But there is hope. We can use the nature to heal our planet.
Welcome everyone to the Exponential Climate Action Summit 5, Nature in the Race to Zero.
You can't get to where you want to get with 1.5 degrees unless nature plays its full role.
This is the question of regeneration.
The lessons that we've learned from Silicon Valley are really about taking solutions that are proven, technology that works today, and figuring out how to scale those solutions up to the world.
Kathleen, thank you for being here. Tell us just a little bit about what it means for Earth Day today as it relates to Ukraine.
Environmental crimes are now occurring every minute in Ukraine.
Today is the 58th day of Russian military aggression in Ukraine. It's 58 days of horror, of tears, of losses of people all over Ukraine. All this has major damages to infrastructure, but also to the nature.
When we're talking about the environment, we're talking about livelihood, we're talking about clean air, we're talking about clean water, safe urban areas, public health, food systems.
There is no peace building without restoration or preservation of the environment.
In a good sense, we hope that many countries all over the world, including my own country, would aim to reduce dependence on fossil fuels as much as possible.
1% of GDP redirected toward the best solutions would be enough to lower global temperature.
As much as we want to engineer geological solutions, man-made solutions to sequester carbon or to utilize carbon, we have the best engineered design ever, trees.
Forest restoration is the climate solution that is immediately scalable.
We have planted, I think, 721,000 trees all over the world.
Within just over 20 years, that forest is now a closed canopy forest. Colobus monkeys have moved back into the site.
Regenerative agriculture has that promise to not only feed the world, but to really mitigate the climate crisis that we're in.
Instead of asking the question, what we have to give up, I would ask the question, what do we have to do to get our lives better than we see today?
And you may say to yourself, oh, well, what can my voice do? But small holdings can have outsized influences.
Doing right for the planet is actually good investment acumen.
We bring together the leading innovators, transformers, and disruptors taking action in line with the 1.5 ambition.
It became the second most watched film in Netflix history. In fact, now you see the climate movement embracing a slogan, just look up.
I'm from an apparel brand that has managed to transform from linear to circular.
And by using our technology in connection with the local villagers and sending them messages and so on, the survival rate of the saplings increased from 40% and doubled up to 80%.
We every year sell heat exchangers that reduce energy use by around 50 gigawatts, and it also corresponds to 25 million tons of CO2 reductions every year.
When you see a climate action happen, go to Within Our Time, give them climate love, because that will have others want to do the same.
This year, we also commemorate 50 years since the first UN conference on the human environment was held in Stockholm.
We think that the next decade is decisive, and the first immediate step is Stockholm+50.
I was just on the Stockholm+50 leadership dialogues, and I called out to leaders once again. We need action.
The issue is, are we willing to take that into the voting booth, into the boardroom, into how we invest, into how we live, into how we travel?
We need to make a mind shift, and you, policymakers, need to make a mind shift.
So now, of course, we see Stockholm+50 as sort of a step towards also to COP27 in Egypt.
So together, let's get to work. Thank you, and aloha.
We believe by rewarding climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet and super expensive to destroy it.
We must now zoom in on the quality and the implementation of plans, on measuring and analyzing, on reporting, transparency and accountability.
We want to be better, and that's why we are open for climate dialogue.
We want to know what you think, and so that we can improve.
Let's give climate love to those that have the solutions. And let's send climate warning to those that needs to change.
I invested in We Don't Have Time because I actually agree, we don't have time.
We're trying to reduce CO2 collectively.
If we don't act urgently and quickly, catching up later won't work.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
We had about $350 billion of direct subsidies and tax expenditures, tax breaks given to fossil fuels.
Have such an enormous mobilization of business, finance, civil society, and science all gathered here.
We have halved our own emissions between 2012 and 2017 and are now at a 70% reduction.
SSAB has decided to be the first steel company in the world to offer fossil-free steel to the market in just a few years.
There's lack of clarity and it just feeds greenwashing and delays meaningful action.
We just have to go quickly. We have the technology. We don't have to develop technology.
We're going to create this huge wealth transfer from energy producers, who represent a tiny minority of people, to energy consumers, who represent all people.
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Get ahead of the curve or you're going to lose.
I was able to attend one demonstration that kicked off at Kelvin Grove all the way to George Square, and we had a lot of activists.
What I feel that I can bring is a young audience that maybe doesn't know what to think about climate change.
What is happening here, negotiating, it's so wrong from our perspective. You don't put a price on your mother.
Now, personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
We want to bring a voice to all the new solutions, the new ideas, the new entrepreneurs who are out there trying to kind of make a break and create this new climate economy.
They're setting a great example, and there's lots of other big businesses that should follow their example.
I really want to urge everybody just to be thinking more about land use and not just electrifying vehicles to, maintain the environment that got us here today.
They want to ban the word burgers, sausages, and steaks from being used on vegan and vegetarian products.
Tell them what they do so that they will be encouraged to do more. And together with the community or users, we share this to millions of people on social media, so this is getting noticed.
Let's bring in Shweta Chakrabarty tonight, risk and behavioral scientist and president of U.S. operations for We Don't Have Time.
As the name says, we don't have time.
ستوكهولم مؤسس منظمة ليس لدينا الوقت. We don't have time. السيد إنغمار رونسبورغ.
Joining us for more is We Don't Have Time's Nick Nettle. Nick, welcome to the program.
And Nick, about this counter, speaking of numbers.
This is a clock that shows you how much money has been spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the beginning of the COP.
We have a climate crisis and we're still subsidizing the industry, which is causing the crisis. I mean, it's completely dumb. I'm a finance guy, it makes no sense whatsoever.
$2.5 trillion went into subsidies for fossil fuel. That's a definition of insanity.
Still, this is a positive. It's the first COP decision that actually mentions coal power or fossil fuel subsidies.
We need to communicate climate action. Because if only a few people or a few companies are doing climate action without communicating it to others, we will not solve the climate crisis.
closer. Soon it's all around. Heal me. Time is running out. Come on, tell them what it's all about. We're running out of time. We're running out of air. We gotta keep it clean. Show me that you care. Wherever you are, you got to wake up. United as a nation. Come on. We don't have time. No time. We don't have time to wait. There's a world to save. Right or wrong, how will you behave? Do the right thing, as they used to say. More than ever, that is true today. Be part of the solution, switch it up. For future generations, level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No time. We don't have It's Kingsville Creative. We don't have time. No time. We don't have We don't have time. No time. We don't have time. No
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually
Everybody. Yes.
Life. We can hear it, we can feel it, we can chant with it. And this is what we're here to protect. It needs our voice, it needs our engagement. The theme of STHLM+50 conference is a healthy planet for the prosperity of all. And to reach that, we need to protect the ecosystems of the world. We don't do that very well today, do we, huh? Well, why? Mass damage and destruction of nature is not illegal. Welcome to this session, where we will focus on making ecocide an international crime and how this can help reach the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Pella Thiel, who will be moderating this session with me. And Pella is the co-founder of End Ecocide Sweden.
Yes.
So, Pella, what has happened since 1972, for real, when it comes to ecocide?
Well, the Ecocide has for sure been ongoing the last 50 years. And at that Stockholm conference in 72, when Olof Palme became one of the very first people to use the concept of ecocide, it was a big discussion in civil society and also in the international policy arena during the 70s. But then it kind of got lost. And it didn't resurface until in 2010, when British barrister Polly Higgins developed this concept, basically. And recently, with the emerging ecological crisis, it last year became the most discussed issue in international law. So this is what we are holding space for today, and we will learn about why it's so salient now, and basically it's the legal basis for any sustainability agenda.
And we were listening to lots of exciting speakers here today.
We will indeed, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to the first of those. It's a person who was instrumental at the Stockholm conference in 72 as a member of parliament, Birgitta Dahl, who was also, during her active life, crucial to develop environmental policy, both nationally and internationally. And she later became the Minister of Energy and Environment in Sweden, and I had the pleasure to visit her in her home 2 days ago. And what do you think was the importance of the Stockholm conference for international policy development?
It was to understand that environmental issues were a matter for the whole world and its future, and that we all had to work together to develop new methods of development in our countries in order to contribute to the environmental issues.
And what happened after this conference? What did it lead to?
Well, I would say both very much, but not enough. Much more needs to be done. We must change all our methods of survival into a more environmental issue, and that is the great task that we have to set up as our goal today. The item I am most proud of in my political life is the decision not to allow any type of violent punishment of children. At first time, there was a strong resistance. We had a long tradition of that kind. But with this new law, we changed the way that people live their life, and now nobody would think of using violence against a child. Well, I do believe that an international law forbidding ecocide would be very useful in our work for a healthy nature and life. In my view, we should never give up hope for the future. You should never jump into the swamp of disappointment. Instead, you should work for a better future for our children and grandchildren.
Well, thank you very much, Birgitta Dahl, and thank you, Pelle, for conducting this interview so beautifully. It's now my pleasure to introduce the former president of Finland, Tarja Halonen. Please give her a warm hand. Wonderful to have you here. You have the floor, and you have a table, and the stage is yours.
I try.
It's a little bit of an obstacle course here today with the instruments, but it's worth it. It will be a wonderful concert later, so.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I was a little bit a while already a friend of that I have to pray. I don't do that. So, dear friends, we have not the lack of the environmental crisis, as you have noticed. We have the climate issue, we have the pollution, we have the biodiversity loss, you might add some others. And then, at the same time, we are combating several other crises that demand global attention. Pandemics, devastating wars, many others. So, I think you agree. We could have an easier time to combat environmental crisis, but this is the time we have. Many say that we are even witnessing a global emergency and an existential threat. Several planetary boundaries have already been overstepped. However, I want to give a hopeful message why we have the goals, we have agreed with that, and we have the means, and we have the people. Then, with the firm action, we can still ensure survival. And the answer is us. It was here, I became almost nostalgic when I saw my old friend here. So it was here in Stockholm in 1972 when governments established the United Nations Environmental Programme. It was also here where Olof Palme, Prime Minister of Sweden, used the word ecocide for the first time to describe environmentally destructive acts. I think that they found it from the word genocide, which means the total end for the people. But now we first time noticed also that we were part of the nature. Since then, environmental protection globally has made progress. But yes, we also faced headwind. The Rio Conference in 1992 highlighted urgent environmental concerns, but concluding agreements mainly on climate and biodiversity should have been a bit more effective. I had the honor of chairing the United Nations Millennium Assembly in the year 2000, when the international community adopted the Millennium Development Goals. And this was the first ever agreement on global social justice. It was also successful in some parts, but not in all. But social dimension is still a very important part of the SDGs. Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015, and for the first time they linked social, environmental and economic development under one framework. The agenda confirmed that everything is interlinked and we cannot solve global problems in silos. So now we are in a halfway. Unfortunately, we are seriously lagging behind the commitments. The Paris Agreement on climate was adopted the same year, and 2015, and it was shining a light, I would say. However, some countries have not even taken that seriously. Dear friends, the motto of our conference today is a healthy planet and prosperity for all. And it's a fantastic aim. And I think we can now be stronger, more focused than ever. We must ensure the survival of the maximum diversity of all species in the framework of planetary well-being. And this is not easy, as we humans have left almost no space for our fellow non-human species, whose survival is necessary for themselves, but also for our survival. Because, as I already mentioned, we are an integral part of the nature. Our health depends on reasonably diverse and stable ecosystems that buffer against the warming climate and too drastic ecosystem change. Nature gives us numerous foods and medicines and everything good things. In nature, all species feel their own needs and are essential for preventing cumulative tipping points. We are some who have been young a long time ago. And that's normal. I mean, that's life. But I'm especially encouraged those who are still young ones. Thanks for your smile. Young people have been in the forefront of climate activism and called for making ecocide a crime in international law. They have also called for immediate stop to all subsidies to fossil fuels, to set the ban on plastic pollution, to introduce circular economy, and to protect the rights of indigenous peoples. So I'm hopeful for you. The future doesn't look so bad. Dear friends, what about then this ecocide law? How can we advance it? I'm a former lawyer, so you can excuse me if I'm too much fond of juridics. The proposal to make ecocide the fifth crime in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, as per the definition proposed by an independent international panel of experts in 2021, I think it's a good one. In recent years, our rules-based international order has been questioned every now and then. In Europe, for instance, Russia's war in Ukraine demonstrates that the catastrophic impacts caused by the unbelievable disrespect of commonly agreed international principles. Yet, we have also seen that the relationship of trust rooted on commonly agreed principles is a very strong one. Rules-based international order has brought immense prosperity and peace that was not experienced before its creation. So I think that the respect of the rights of the nature is a very logical enlargement of this principle. Too many international environmental agreements and even nationally binding laws have not been able to prevent massive destruction of nature. None of those agreements and laws have had a sufficient scope to cover all the ecological spheres of our planet, meaning first, all living things, 2, rivers, lakes, and oceans, 3, ice cover of oceans and mountains, 4, the stone ground under our feet, and 5th, atmosphere, including outer space. The new international law on ecocide seems to be a solid proposal to bring serious destructive action. It has to be serious destructive action under control in all these 5 spheres. Dear friends, to conclude, I want also to raise my voice to ask for recognition and respect of the rights of the indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples have historically been, and luckily often still are, with us, but they have been deprived of their identity and their traditional cultures. Yet some of the richest and most versatile ecosystems on the Earth are in areas legally protected for or otherwise inhabited and managed by the indigenous peoples. So I do believe that we should listen to them. So I think that they and their faith leaders and visionaries, men and women, hold the key to the humanity ties with nature. So we have a lot to have for the conversation. Okay, friends, so now we have to start working together in sunshine and in the rain outside, and we have to include everyone. And I do believe together we are powerful, and what's coming to the timing. Exactly now it's the right time to act. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your devoted service to the future generations. Thank you. Thank you.
I saw them.
I noticed. I saw that you saw them.
Even
Wonderful.
under their cap. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
It's now my pleasure to introduce a person that is very instrumental in this quest. Her name is Suryo Mehta, and she's Executive Director of Stop Ecocide International. Please give her a warm hand. You have the floor, Yo-Yo.
Thank you. Hello. Pella introduced a key name in this movement, the British lawyer, the late Polly Higgins, who brought the concept of ecocide back into the public arena. And Polly was a very dear friend of mine, and we worked together for many years. Polly passed away in 2019. She had brought the conversation about ecocide to many levels of society all around the world. There's a funny thing that sometimes happens when there's a key figurehead to an initiative. Sometimes the rest of us sit back and think, well, Polly's doing that, so I don't need to. What happened when she departed was remarkable. because as her closest associate, I suddenly started to discover that there were many, many people around the world who were interested in criminalizing ecocide. Lawyers, politicians, grassroots activists, academics, and many more. And since that time, in 2019, what was a public campaign that Polly and I founded together in 2017 has since become a global movement, as all of those dots, if you like, have become joined. And from, at the diplomatic level, a kind of a standing start, I suppose, in the last 3 years, this conversation has now become a serious one on the international stage. The small Pacific island of Vanuatu was the first state to raise it at the International Criminal Court in December 2019. And others followed. Emmanuel Macron of France referred to Ecocide a number of times, and France actually included Ecocide in their climate resilience law last year. It's not as strong a definition as the one that I will describe in a moment, but it's a start. There have been some key milestones over the last year and a half. Last year, our foundation convened a panel of legal experts from around the world, 12 of them, from different backgrounds legally, ideologically, different areas geographically, a truly diverse panel of experts. And that panel was tasked with drafting a consensus definition of ecocide that could practically be used to approach governments and say, could you take this forward at the International Criminal Court? That definition emerged in June of last year, and it was so concise in its core text that it fitted on the back of a business card. And the definition is, ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. It's concise, it's balanced, and it's been incredibly well received in the political world and by the media. In fact, our organization, at the heart of this movement, has been so busy since the emergence of this definition that it feels like our feet have not touched the ground. The definition was officially presented to its ideal destination, if you like, to the Assembly of States Parties of the International Criminal Court in December last year. And that event, presenting that definition, was supported by 3 of the world's most climate vulnerable states, Vanuatu, Samoa, and Bangladesh. There was also a diplomatic intervention from Belgium, which is a front-running country in this conversation, having had a really strong majority vote at the end of last year, demanding that the government legislate for ecocide nationally and internationally. Now we find ourselves in a position where over 20 member states of the International Criminal Court have on public record discussion of ecocide at parliamentary and/or government level. And our job now, and when I say ours, I mean our organization, but I also mean everyone present and everyone watching, is to raise awareness of the possibility of criminalizing ecocide, and at the highest level, providing the foundational piece that is currently missing in protection for the environment, and doing that at the highest level as an international crime. We were gifted a piece of research at the beginning of this year, and it was a big public survey. It was based in the UK, but it was an interesting indicator, because what it showed was that over 50% of people hearing about ecocide law for the first time supported it immediately. And what that tells us is that what we are saying is resonating. It's resonating at all levels of society. But our key task now is to reach out so that more and more people hear about this. The youth movement around the world is calling for it. Even investors and insurers are calling for it. And governments are now starting to take it seriously as the language enters the political sphere and the events at the UN. I hope that everybody watching this will join us in spreading that message and in helping to move this movement and this incredibly important strategic legal initiative forward. Let's make ecocide an international crime. Thank you.
Stephen Donziger, fantastic person. He's a lawyer, writer, and environmental advocate known for leading a 27-year legal fight waged by indigenous groups and farmer communities in Ecuador. And it's a fight that resulted in a historic 9.5 billion judgment ordering Chevron to remediate its so-called Chernobyl disaster in the rainforest. And Mr. Donziger has spent more than 2 years in house arrest in his apartment in Manhattan after he refused to hand over his phone and his computer to Chevron. And he's with us now via the magic of Zoom. Here he is. Wonderful to see you again, Stephen.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be with you and honored to be invited to participate today.
You have the floor to share your keynote, and we are all ears.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. I've spoken with this group from house arrest on 2 other occasions. I want to sort of come at this from the perspective of an on-the-grounds frontline defender, lawyer, and activist. I've worked in the Amazon of Ecuador on behalf of indigenous peoples and farmer communities for 28 years. I live in Manhattan. I've traveled there over 250 times. And I can be a witness, a firsthand witness, to say that had the Ecocide law been in effect at the time the American oil company Texaco, now Chevron, went into the Amazon of Ecuador back in the 1960s, I think the calculation would have been different, and I believe thousands of lives would have been saved. What I mean by that is this. If you go back to the mid-1960s, the consciousness of environmental harm was not near at the level it is today. The campaign to make ecocide the world's 5th atrocity crime hadn't even gotten off the ground. And basically, when Texaco went in there, they made a conscious and deliberate decision to intentionally dump billions of gallons of cancer-causing toxic waste into the waterways and onto the lands, the ancestral lands of indigenous peoples. And over the 25 or so years that the company operated in this huge area of the Amazon, they dumped 16 billion gallons of this waste and left about 1,000 open-air waste pits dug out of the jungle floor. They put pipes in the sides and ran them into water sources that local groups and communities relied on for their drinking water, for their bathing, and for their fishing. Essentially, what Chevron did down in Ecuador was deliberately, out of pure greed, to keep their production costs at a minimum, create a mass industrial poisoning. Now, think about what those executives were thinking at the time they designed this system to pollute. They didn't even contemplate, I would guess, that they would ever suffer any personal consequences. Even human rights law, as evolved as it was at that time after World War II, mostly applied to governments and governmental officials acting in their official capacity. The idea that a private corporation would be subjected to human rights law, much less criminal law, for engaging in acts to deliberately destroy the ecosystem, where it would be clearly foreseeable people would die, as they have. That did not enter the decision-making calculus. And, you know, the Ecocide law and the definition that Jojo just read is so well crafted. It can be, I believe, accepted by so many nations around the world and really, I think, quickly become international law. Would have, in my opinion, completely changed the equation such that the harm that has been visited upon 5 indigenous groups that I represent really might not have happened. And it seems to me that the people who are usually responsible for the decisions in these large oil companies and these large corporations that cause human rights violations to private individuals, they almost never get punished. To criminalize this behavior would, again, completely change the equation. And obviously we are in crisis as a planet, and there's a lot of things that need to happen. I would say as a lawyer, as someone who's been on the front lines of this battle for many years, the most important thing, I would say the battle of our generation, or I should say your generation, I'm a little bit older now, but the battle of humanity legally is to make ecocide an international crime. And I would urge everyone, young people, people from different sectors, lawyers groups, to get behind this, just like the original atrocity crimes following World War II were able to generate a very quick international consensus. We cannot continue to allow major polluters like Chevron, Exxon, BP to continue to engage in acts that destroy our planet out of pure motive for profit without paying consequences, particularly when decisions are made to deliberately pollute, as happened in Ecuador. I also want to say that it's very important that those of us who do this work be protected. I have been put in prison and home detention for almost 1,000 days. By the way, I'm free now. That's over. It ended about 5 weeks ago on a contempt of court charge that was rejected by the regular prosecutor in the United States. And I ended up being prosecuted by a private corporate law firm that had Chevron as a client. Think about that, really think about that hard. In the United States of America, a rule of law country, a human rights lawyer got locked up by a private corporation, an oil company, acting in the name of the United States government. We cannot let that happen, not only in the United States, but in any country in the world. And I will say they also took my passport and have denied me my right to travel, which is one reason why I'm not personally in Stockholm today speaking to you directly. So there are a lot of elements that need to happen in terms of advancing the legal framework so it catches up to be able to hold accountable these companies that for far too long have operated with way too much legal impunity when they go about their extractive practices that are really hurtling us toward destruction and completely decimating indigenous groups who are the real frontline defenders of our planet. So I salute Jojo Mete and all the people around the world leading the charge to make ecocide the next atrocity crime. I'm honored to be invited to speak. I salute everyone in Sweden. What a great country. What leadership you have shown on these critical issues. And also everyone who organized this event at We Don't Have Time. Thank you so much for doing what you do. And thank you for inviting me. I'm honored.
Thank you ever so much, Stephen. As you said, we had hoped to have you here in person, and it didn't turn out this time, but we hope we will see you later. And I personally did my thesis in Ecuadorian Amazon, and I was totally taken aback by, I thought I was going to the pristine rainforest, and instead I went into a fight against oil companies. So I think we all know that we are so grateful to you for your work and to the indigenous communities that you're working with. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
We have heard about Ecocide law from Jojo and how the support for it is growing day by day. Many actors are coming to express support, including several companies and investors. And you may find it surprising that businesses are pushing for strengthening of environmental law. And the word for business in Swedish is actually näringsliv, and that means literally nutrition for life. A bit different than in English, it's more business. But today, law does not support business in this sense as nutrition for life. It's not conducive to regenerative business. Sustainability needs to be superimposed and subsidized. So in the next panel, we're going to ask, how could the earth become our business? And because I think this lack of support from law is really interesting, because for business to become nutrition for life, that says something about what the purpose of business could be. And so how could the earth become our business? I want to welcome a panel of really exciting and experienced people. Introduce Nina McPherson, former legal officer of Ericsson and board member of several large companies. Welcome.
Thank you.
Andreas Follér, you're the sustainability manager of Scania, and you're also the sustainability manager of the year in Sweden this year.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then we have Ralph Shami, who is on a sabbatical now as Assistant Director of IMF and IMF International Monetary Fund. And you're an expert on fragile, low and middle income states, and also Senior Finance Advisor at the Finance for Biodiversity Initiative.
Yes.
Wow. Most welcome. And I want to ask you first, Nina, because you're not just very experienced as a board member in businesses, but you're also working to elevate the voice of business for Ecocide Law as a chairperson of Ecocide Law Alliance.
That's right. It's a newly founded foundation, and our focus is to gain the support of mainly, well, first the Swedish business society, but hopefully also business society worldwide. It's an initiative taken by actually your organization and Ecocide in Sweden. But we have made that into a foundation now in order to focus on business society and to show politicians that the whole civil society is behind this, not only parts of it, but the whole.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing.
And actually, how old is this foundation?
Oh, well, a couple of months. Or 1 month, perhaps.
Yeah, amazing. It's great to be able to present it like this. So, Andreas, you are working for a company that produces trucks.
Yes.
How is sustainability management done in that company? What do you do?
Well, wow, that's a big question. Of course, I think our starting point is that it needs to be science-based, it needs to be impact-based, it needs to be risk-based. So those are the three cornerstones that we're aiming at when we are approaching this really complex area. For us, our impact on the Earth and on climate is mainly downstream with our suppliers. We can make choices, we can make decisions that affects the use of resources and materials in our supply chain, and downstream when our products are being used. Today, and historically, mostly with fossil fuels, unfortunately. So we have a big burden to carry. That's why we have also now started to work systematically with science-based carbon reduction targets. So we were the first company in our industry to set science-based carbon reduction target that ensures that our product development, our strategies are aligned with the Paris Agreement. So we know that we are carrying in our share. So yeah, I could talk for hours,
yeah, of course.
but I think that's a flavor.
Wow, thank you. It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
So Ralph, you have described yourself as the bad guy, coming from the dark side, and I'm just so intrigued, like, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm a financial economist,
okay.
And when you talk about conservation, typically that's a conversation among activists, scientists, policymakers, NGOs, CSOs, if you like, and we from the financial side are kept out of that conversation. But if you believe that climate calamity is upon us, you need everybody inside the tent, including us from the financial sector. And there is a way to bring us all in, and we can all work together to solve this problem.
And actually, I think maybe I really love that description, because I think, you know, integrating the dark side, maybe that's an important part of the transition we're in, actually.
Indeed. I mean, you know, there's an old saying that says, once you see the light, you don't want to walk in darkness, because darkness can overtake you. And if you walk in the dark, you're likely to fall. So we have a period of time, and time is upon us, to do, rather than point fingers at each other, to actually get on with each other and see how we can fix the problem.
Right. Nina, as a former chief legal officer, you're very aware about corporate risk. So I'm curious about, in your view, how does Ecocide law, or how would it impact corporate risk?
Well, I think for most companies that are working on their sustainability, on their maybe circularity, having an Ecocide law in the background creates a level playing field. The same thing goes for everyone. And that, of course, if it lowers the risk or whatever, it doesn't matter so much. What it actually is that it's creating a level playing field. And most companies like to know the rules and that they are similar for everyone. At the moment, we have countries that are very progressive, that have stringent laws on how to protect the environment, while other countries may not have the same strength in the legal system or not the political will to make sure that their companies are working in a good way. So I think, all in all, I think this is a very good tool to make business think about the risk and take the proper decisions. So it's mainly preventative law, in my view, not so much in dragging people in front of court, but to make sure that it doesn't happen in the first place.
Right.
So I don't know if that answered your question exactly, but that's my take on it.
I think what I hear is that it shifts risk, that it becomes more risky to break the law. Yeah. To break the law, yeah, to break the rules and make mass damage and destruction.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And in that sense, Andreas, how do you perceive, how would that support your job as a sustainability manager? Do you see it would impact your job in any way?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, my dear colleagues in the risk department, my sense is that they don't like insecurities or ambiguities. They like when it's clear cut. So that makes them able to fill in their Excel sheets. So that I think would be a big plus actually for them. And working with sustainability, it's my role to support all functions of the company, as also the risk department. So it would definitely, if they're happy, I'm happy, basically. But I think all companies that are seriously trying to handle their impacts thrives in rule-based systems where there are universal guardrails that are the same for everyone. And I heard someone on stage saying that this is a missing piece, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, the more I learn about this, the more obvious is it that this is a flagrant missing part of the system. I mean, if we're going to race to the top, we can't have companies or private persons undercutting it, the system. So for me, it makes a lot of sense with this thinking around criminalize ecocide from a sustainability corporate perspective.
So listening to you two, it's like you would wonder if this was on the agenda 50 years ago, where is the blockages? Why don't we have this already?
Why don't we have it?
No, I mean we, like the big we, okay. The huge we. Why isn't it in place?
To be quite honest with you, I think, please fill in, but what I think is a very useful tool here to spread this and to make people understand that how important this is and how good this is the definition by the panel that came last year. It's that Jojo read to us all.
Right.
And it's clear, it makes it on a similar level as the other crimes. You will not want to dilute the other crimes in the Rome Statute. These are really serious crimes. And now we have a definition that makes this as serious. And I think that resonates really well with everyone. Every sustainable company, every responsible company would want to take this on. Before, we didn't have a definition. And it's much more loose in the edge. You don't know what it is. And that companies do not like, as we said. Rule-based is good. If we understand what it is, then it's also possible to work with. So the definition was absolutely key. That's my take. I don't know about...
Sounds about right.
Mm. So, Ralph, you are in the world of finance.
Yes.
It's so exciting to me because money is like energy, isn't it? Like if you have money, you can do things. So I'm curious about how would Ecocide as an international crime impact finance flows?
In a very good way. See, laws are about minimums. Laws is about don't. I prefer to think about what we can do.
Mm.
Yeah, people react to incentives. And so the law, I think of it as a minimum requirement, don't do this. But businesses like to know what else can we do. So when we look in the context of what we're discussing, which is the climate calamity, in fact, we are facing two potential calamities. The focus is really on climate, but there's also what Sir David Attenborough has been talking about, which is the loss of biodiversity and the death of nature itself. Those two are risks that are taking place at the same time. And any one of them were to materialize, it's the end of humanity as we know it. So the question is, we can't tackle one without tackling the other. We cannot tackle one and then the other. We need to tackle both at the same time. And both are linked through human activity. We are the ones, it's a self-inflicted wound, if you like. Now the question is, what can we do about it and how can finance help? Finance has the resources and has the ability to move very quickly. But when the conversation about conservation was just among a select few, the ones that believe in the intrinsic value of nature itself, the finance world and the private sector world was kept out of this conversation. So they ended up financing extractive activities, if you like, because they didn't know better. They were in the dark, if you like. Science arrives and says, guess what? A living and thriving nature is far more valuable to us than an extracted one. Beyond the intrinsic value of nature, for example, a whale, a living whale, can capture so much carbon equivalent to 30,000 trees, one whale. Now, what is the value of a living whale, of the services of a living whale? Currently, in our current economic system, 0. But kill that whale, chop it to pieces, sell it for meat in countries where they still eat whale meat, it fetches $30,000. So there's an opportunity there to value what the value of a living whale, since it captures carbon, and carbon right now is the name of the game in terms of fighting climate calamities. Right. It's just as an example. So what I did with my colleagues, we valued the services, the carbon sequestration service of a whale. Just one service. And one whale produces value equivalent to $3 million. But that's a living and thriving whale. Then the scientists in Africa realized that elephants in the Congo Basin help to increase carbon sequestration in the forests of Africa.
Yeah.
And we can value that service of a living and thriving elephant,
right.
And that's $2 million, versus a dead elephant fetches for its tusk less than $30,000. So that, for the financial side, starts to present an opportunity around services of a living and thriving nature.
Right.
But for that to happen, we need the law.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have the finance, we can do the valuation, but for the markets to take this seriously, we cannot abdicate our role for public policy.
It's about merging the intrinsic and extrinsic values and merging economy and law to protect nature. Yeah.
Indeed, and we can do so.
Yeah, we can do that, isn't it? So. I just need to ask Nina a very short question, because the Minister for the Environment in Sweden recently has come out and said that she's reluctant to open up the Rome Statute where Ecocide law would sit. And as a lawyer, I know you're a corporate lawyer, not an international lawyer, but do you agree with that risk?
No. That's a short answer.
Yeah. And why is that?
No, so I think you, with an international convention like that, you always have risk that countries are leaving. But we managed to add the crime of aggression. That was possible.
Yeah, so it's not about opening it.
It's not opening up all of it. It's actually making a proposal for a new crime.
Yeah.
That's not opening. And if someone doesn't like it, they will leave. Someone might dislike the crime of aggression and leave. But we manage that.
And someone may come.
That's true.
Yeah. A big hand for this amazing panel. Thank you so much. I think we should have a whole conference on this issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nosotros somos los defensores de la línea de frente, pero también es responsabilidad de todos ustedes involucrarse en esta lucha. No porque están en ciudades grandes, en países industrializados, están salvos de este problema, están libres de responsabilidad. Ustedes tienen igual de responsabilidad que nosotros. No piensen que los pueblos indígenas tenemos una lucha aislada, solo por los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Es una lucha por la vida del planeta, por sus hijos, por su familia y por ustedes. Así que involúcrenos, solidaricen, apóyennos y luchemos todos para defender esta madre tierra.
We need to turn the tide. We need a new law, an international criminal law. We need a law of ecocide.
You really care about this world, whether you can feel it or not. We've been taught to be numbed off from it, but it's not a truth. Deep down, underneath all the conditioning that we have had pushed into us so that we are severed from everything that matters is the deepest love you will ever feel.
Back in 1972 at the Stockholm Conference.
We shall now hear an address by the Prime Minister of Sweden, His Excellency Mr. Olof Palme. I invite him to come to the rostrum. Mr. President, the realization of the importance of the human environment has had a great impact on international opinion. I have seen no convincing evidence that the problems of the human environment and the interconnected problems of food production, overpopulation, resource management and economic growth and distribution could not be solved. If we manage our own national environment in a sensible way, we are not only contributing to the well-being of our own people, we are giving proof of international solidarity.
Always here.
Ecocide. Ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with the knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. So ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with the knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. With the knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts.
All countries must accept the responsibility to ensure that their activities do not cause damage to the environment of others.
All countries must accept. Finland. All countries must accept. Argentina. All countries must accept. Chile. Mexico. All countries must accept. United Kingdom. Sweden. All countries must accept. Bangladesh. Spain.
In the field of the human environment, there is no individual future, neither for human beings nor for nations.
There is no individual future. No individual future. France. There is no individual future. No individual. Denmark. There is no individual future. Scotland. There is no individual future. Portugal, Vanuatu, Scotland, Finland, United Kingdom, Argentina. There is no individual future. A healthy planet for the prosperity of all. Our responsibility, our opportunity. But what if we don't act?
No, mutta kyllähän me täytyy jotain ruveta tekemään siis, että miten niin me niin toimii.
The air we breathe is not the property of any one nation. We share it. The big oceans are not divided by national frontiers. They are our common property. The air we breathe is not future is common. We must share it together. We must shape it together.
Have witnessed a premiere from Global Music for Ecocide Law from the Sibelius Academy in Helsinki. It's a very special time to be alive. We know that what we do now has an impact on the future of humanity and on life on Earth as a whole. My kids are here today, and I know that they will look back in 50 years' time, as we do today. They will look back on 2022, and what will be our legacy? In the next panel, we will meet with people who take their legacy very seriously in their work for a healthy planet, for the prosperity of all.
And it's my pleasure to introduce as the first guest, Andrés Ingi Jonsson. He's a member of the Icelandic Parliament, and he is recently, Andrés put forward a parliamentary resolution urging the Icelandic government to propose adding Ecocide to the ICC's mandate, receiving broad political support. So please give him a warm hand.
And we will also
welcome Andrés. Please take a seat in the sofa.
And we will also meet with Richard Brisius, chairman of the Ocean Race, which is focusing on delivering the best sailing race in the world while driving change towards a healthier, sustainable planet. Give a hand for Richard.
Please, Richard, take a seat at the sofa. And with us today, we also have another fantastic guest, Hanna Solban. She's just coordinator of global advocacy and youth participation from the Church of Sweden youth section. And Hanna, you arrived just from a very interesting meeting. We'll talk more about that just now. So please join us here on stage. It's going to be a little bit tight, but you can squeeze it into the sofa, I hope. There you go. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. So, Andrés, you're a parliamentarian. What is your view on how Ecocide law can really make and support decision makers like you to make wise decisions for future generations?
Well, it's not only for us to make wise decisions, but also to be a tool to help us fight problems that are maybe bigger than national parliaments as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, the problems we're faced with today is that even if we've been doing climate change COPs for 26 years now, there's no explicit mention of phasing out and stopping extraction of fossil fuel, even though that's the underlying fundamental problem. And we're always, in every country, fighting different aspects of multinational corporations that are always these faceless behemoths that we as individual national legislators are a bit helpless against. So if we have something global, something bigger than the national sphere to help us, I think that could make a big difference in making bolder moves.
Thank you, Andrés.
So, Richard, I want to ask you, you could view the oceans as the greatest of the global commons, and they are not very well protected in law as they are beyond national legislation. So you have taken upon yourselves as working for the health of the oceans. Could you tell us a bit about why and how?
Well, I'd like to thank for this extraordinary performance that almost took my breath away, both visually and sound-wise, because I love the backdrop with the whole ocean setting the scene, and that's our field of play, the ocean. So we race around the world every 4 years, and we've done that for 50 years, since 1973. And it's a world-class sport event, so it's only for the best sailors in the world. But it's very much about the team making it around the world together. And what we've seen doing this race is the ocean changing. And we've seen how the ocean is both polluted, we see how it's raped, how it's stripped mined in certain ways, and it's just getting worse and worse. And as you say, the ocean has become more and more lawless. And while we all are used to rules coming from sport, and we think fair play is based on fair rules and a fair control system, and that's why I'm obviously here today, because we really support the notion of creating rules and laws and control system for the worst possible crime against nature. And the ocean for us as sailors is something we have come to respect, and we are friends to the ocean, and we are you get this relationship to the ocean. For us, it's unthinkable to do something bad to the ocean. It's like doing something bad for ourselves. But I think most people, or too many people anyway, think that ocean is for us to take from. It's there for us. It's our. Someone says it's our ocean. It's not our ocean. We all came from the ocean.
Right.
The ocean is the biggest life support system. So yeah, long answer. Longer than you wanted.
No, not really. I just
but
love
I'm passionate about this.
The marriage between sport and law, like being the need for rules, clear rules for everyone. Thank you.
Hanna, let's see if we can get eye contact here. It's a bit crowded, the sofa. You came just from a pre-meeting. Could you tell us about the meeting you just came from?
Of course. I attended the STHLM+50 Youth Assembly, so the pre-assembly for STHLM+50. And we were, I think in total, we were more than 100 youth gathered today at Stockholm University, and tomorrow we'll be at Stockholmsmässan. And there were both youth joining through Zoom, because not all could, unfortunately, attend the meeting. But there were also a lot of people gathered at Stockholm University, where we prepare our global youth position paper for STHLM+50. And we also got to listen to different lectures and also meet with the Swedish environmental minister, Annika Strandhäll, and ask her and give her
put some pressure, I guess. Yes, that's good. So what is the message you have to the world leaders from this youth task force?
Well, that this is our future being at stake, and also it's very clear that the crime of ecocide is something highly prioritized by the youth movement. In every youth consultation I've been part of for the last year, in every position paper, every meeting that we've had with different politicians, this is something that we over and over again raise. And we haven't really gotten a response so far. But today I actually asked the minister, straight, why aren't you speaking up more about this? And as Pelle mentioned before, she mentioned that, we don't really want to open the Rome statue, and but now we see that we have more support than we've had before for this issue, which means that that's what the government think is necessary. So I think being here, talking about this, is really what we should do. We should show them that this is something that we prioritize and find important.
The pressure is on. Excellent. So Hanna, you represent the Swedish Church. I mean, you're in the youth section of the Swedish Church, and faith associations all over the world have joined forces to put pressure on decision makers to make ecocide an international law. So what unites the faith institutions in this?
Well, myself being a Christian, of course, it's easy to look at Genesis, to look at the Bible, which tells me that I should nurture and protect what God created for me, that the earth is something holy. And I know that this is something that I share with I think every faith tradition that I've ever encountered have had this perspective of seeing the earth, seeing the creation as something that we should protect, that we belong to, that we're part of. And therefore I'm so happy that the Church of Sweden Youth, which I'm part of, got to join this Faith for Ecocide Law initiative, which I got to know about through Pella. So I'm really, really happy about that.
And we know what happened on day 2. The ocean. Day 5, humans.
Of course.
Right?
Exactly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So Pella, when you hear Hanna here and coming from this meeting, how does this resonate with you? I mean, you've been an advocate for Ecocide for such a long time. How important is, and we're doing this for the future generations, but they're also doing it for themselves. I mean, how important is this dynamic?
I mean, it's totally amazing. To me, it's such a relief to hear this, that finally, this self-evident thing that we should have done 50 years ago finally is surfacing. And it's so much through youth actually raising the issue towards Stockholm +50. You can't overestimate the voice, I mean, the importance of your voice today. So thank you so much. I mean, we should all be very grateful, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, because I know that the Church of Sweden also have a very impressive work around rights of nature. And that is something that you're also engaging in from your part, from the ocean rights, which is such a pioneering thing. So how did you come across that? And what is it that you're doing with the rights of the oceans?
Yeah, well, I don't know how it came about exactly, but when it came about, it felt very natural for us to realize that the ocean nature and the ocean has its own rights. And we have been inspired by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was settled to create the Universal Declaration of Ocean Rights. So that's our vision, that by 2030 we should have a Universal Declaration of Ocean Rights, and that's what we are working towards together with a growing number of organizations and countries. And we feel like a very small player in this big global network of organizations like everyone together here today, but we very quickly got support from the big players in that we have an important role to play in this, even though we are small too, because we come from the ocean and we believe in this. So we are driving towards the Universal Declaration of Ocean Rights. And that sort of sums it up in a way. But then we know, and you know, many of you here and looking at this today, that it's so hard to get this across in proper communication. So it's a communication challenge, and that's what a lot of the environmental issues and problems we are facing are. So, but this is extra difficult to communicate about, I find it. So, but today obviously it's very easy because we are all thinking alike, I think. So, but I think that's where we have to sharpen up.
Yeah. And as you said, so you believe that if we know that the ocean has rights, there has to be a legal sanction.
Of course, also. Yeah, because that's as humans, that's our way of operating. We need rules and sanctions and control, and that's why the system that we're striving for here is definitely what we believe in.
Right.
Excellent. So I'd like to turn to Andreas. You're basically on the receiving line of all this. Well, you're a good guy, so not like that. But in terms of communications, what do you think is? Can you give any good advice for Richard and for Hannah and all these movements? How to really, what buttons to push to make this really happen? Because we're sort of on a breakthrough here, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's no magic formula, I think, but because I've taken Ecocide out for a test drive as a policymaker, I've been pleasantly surprised by how easy it's been to communicate. I mean, it's changing international law, so you'd think that would be too abstract for most people to comprehend from the first sentence. And we're used to this problem with climate change, for instance, where people just fall asleep as soon as you start talking about all these numbers and percentages. But with Ecocide, there's something that resonates with almost everyone we've spoken with. So, I mean, everyone has a story of some piece of nature they've loved that's been damaged in the interest of economic progress. So they ask us, okay, this big dam that the government allowed to sink some delicate highland ecosystems just to feed into an aluminium smelter, would that fall under Ecocide? That's like half of the responses I get. Because people understand the basic concept. So all I have to do is say, well, it's like that, but bigger. So it's transnational. It's not this aluminium smelter. It's not carving through pristine lava for a road. It's not the military poisoning a water well, and rather than repairing it, just drilling a new one, and everyone's fine with that. People's experience of this lack of accountability and damage even not being seen as criminal or negative in any way, because it's just part of what we have to sacrifice for the economy. There's a deep sense in the public that this needs to be addressed on the local level, so it's really easy to translate that into something that needs to be done internationally. So after years of struggling with how do we communicate complex environmental and climate issues, suddenly it's easy with this thing. Everyone just gets it.
That's wonderful. Pella, what is your response to this?
I'm wondering about your resolution. What do you think will happen in the Parliament of Iceland?
Well, I mean, I'm positive by nature, but we also have numbers that are looking good. So we have 12 members of the Icelandic Parliament supporting it already. And I mean, okay, if you need to know something about Iceland, we're very small. So 12 members might not sound impressive, but that's out of 63. So that's a big portion of Parliament that already supports it, from 4 parties that span the whole spectrum, but don't count as a majority of the Parliament yet. We haven't taken it to the first discussion. So we don't really know what sort of discussion we'd be getting, but I don't think we should have big problems. The people that I've spoken to within Parliament seem optimistic. The NGOs, the civil society, has been calling for something like this for years. So we have grassroots support. And the youth that's been leading the fight against climate for the past years in Iceland. We have an incredibly strong youth organization in Iceland. They're all for this, and I'm sure your opinion paper for the big conference will highlight this very strongly. So with that backing, I mean, how can we fail?
Exactly. but honestly, it sounds like there's a walk in the park. There's no resistance. Don't you meet with resistance? I mean, what arguments against do you hear?
I mean, resistance always comes a bit later when the special interests realize that this might become a reality. Then someone might wake up and start pulling the brakes. I mean, we've seen that. But we'll deal with that when it happens.
Right, yeah, you seem very confident.
So Pella, for the international movement, what impact will this Icelandic, if or when you get a green light, what impact will this have on the global Ecocide movement if Iceland gives it a green light?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question, because it's exciting that we're talking so much about the voice of youth, how important that is, because youth actually has a very weak voice in society usually, but in this case very strong because of the ethos that you carry. But actually, as Jojo said in the beginning, it's crucial, like everybody who speaks up right now on this issue is really important. So every parliamentarian, every country, every sailing race, every company, everybody. It's really, I mean, a person like Andres who is so confident with this, that's so encouraging for us who have been, you know, knocking on these doors for years. Like when this happens, it's like, it really shifts the whole conversation.
And it's just a group effort anyway. I mean, the resolution we put forward, it's a rough copy of the Belgian resolution that went through last year. So basically, wherever we have success, we need to emulate that and use it to push us further in our own situation.
And this, of course, can spread to other countries. That's the intention.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's already conversations ongoing in more than 20 countries. So it's actually exploded just the last 2 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question. I think it's fair it goes to Hannah, because you're going to live longer in the future than most of us here in the panel. And Hannah, when you hear Andres and when you listen to Richard's quest here for the oceans, what kind of feelings do you get in your body? I mean, what is your sense of essence here, and for your future and the future of your peers?
I think I feel hopeful. I do in general, because I think otherwise I wouldn't persist in this world, that we can make a change, and especially since there's so many different actors. I think that's so fascinating. Also listening to the business people here before, that gives me strength. And especially also being part of this youth movement, which also, you know, you can see that people in Kenya and New Zealand, like everyone's talking about this and want this to happen. And yeah, that gives me hope and strength. And this conversation also gave me that. So.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you so much, Andres and Richard. And of course, my co-host and co-moderator here, Pelatil, who's been driving this race for quite a long time. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to actually, for
as
the
you can
first
imagine,
time
there's
here on the
the
stage.
long and the short version. So here you'll get the staccato short version, which is basically the scientific recognition that we are deep in the Anthropocene. We're now, as humanity, the dominating force of change on Earth. We're even at a point where we're forced to consider the risk of destabilizing the very life support systems for humanity. And that gave birth to the Global Commons Alliance, which is the endeavor of trying to scale and have a much more integrated approach to the stewardship of all the biophysical natural systems on Earth, from the ice sheets to the rainforest to the ocean systems, that we call the global commons, the big biophysical systems that we all depend on, but that we all collectively depend on their sustainable, safe, and just operation.
Well, next to me here, I'm delighted to finally, on a stage, physically, we've been moderating on and off on sessions on Zoom for years now.
It's incredible.
Yes.
You're a real person.
Yes, you are too, Shweta. It's fantastic. So this is Dr. Shweta Chakraborty. She's president of the US operations, so we don't have time. And she's going to take care of this session about, well, you just heard the introduction, and I'll hand it over to you, Shweta.
Thank you so much, Katarina. So in addition to being the US president of We Don't Have Time, I'm also proud to be a steering committee member for the Global Commons Alliance. And we are kicking off now our segment where we are going to ask, how can we become planetary stewards? This question contains another that we often hear. I know climate change is a big issue. I know the planet and nature are hurting. I know that historical injustices have shaped our reality. But what can I do? It's an understandable question that we will address tonight, along with much more. Along the way, we'll be reminded of the beauty of the planet that is our home, which now desperately needs our care. The challenge in front of us is an emergency, but together we are up to the task. Whether we succeed will depend on how urgently humanity can redefine our relationships with each other and with the natural Earth systems we all depend on, toward the balance that we need for life to thrive on our planet. We're facing a global food crisis. We're seeing incredible heat waves in India and Pakistan. Human activities are destroying our nature, and we're crossing irreversible tipping points that are giving rise to anti-democratic and nationalistic forces. Whether we succeed in overcoming these challenges will depend on how urgently humanity can redefine our relationships. And this is what we are going to get into. I am thrilled to introduce our first two guests. We have Professor Johan Rockström from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and co-chair of the Earth Commission. It's also my pleasure to introduce Johan's Earth Commission co-chair, Joyita Gupta. Previously, she was co-chair of UNEP's Global Environment Outlook 6. And we also have Gie Bastida, a Mexican climate activist and member of the Indigenous Otomi Toltec Nation. She is one of the major organizers of Fridays for a Future in New York and has been a leading voice in Indigenous and immigrant visibility in climate activism. She is co-founder of Re-Earth Initiative, an international not-for-profit that is inclusive and intersectional. So it is my pleasure to bring these three panelists on stage.
So okay, cool. Okay.
Please have a seat.
Thanks.
We were expecting people to climb over the couches.
Oh, okay. Just like this.
No acrobatics needed today. We have much more serious things to discuss. Okay, so thank you all for joining me here. We are kicking off STHLM+50 with incredible perspectives on where we've been since World Environment Day started, where we're going. So the most important question to start this segment is, why are we talking about the Global Commons Alliance in the first place? Why is it so important?
Yeah, so when we met here in Stockholm in 1972, we were still, a relatively small world on a big planet. We could afford to exploit and pollute and, overload with greenhouse gases in the atmosphere without having major invoices being sent back and hitting us very hard, threatening human well-being, but also the stability of the planet. But as we've been moving along, and actually we could take the first slide right away because it actually shows quite nicely this journey that we've been making over the past 50 years, if we can get that. Oh, there it is. Wonderful. No, it's the previous one. There we are. So 1972, we had defined the global commons. The global commons being the global property resources that are beyond national borders, owned by nobody, where we have kind of free access, Antarctica, the high seas, the atmosphere and outer space. But these were the only global commons. We have treaties for them of how to collaborate in their management. But since we advance our science, and we have the IPCC born in 1990, we have the sixth assessment, which we've just finalized, but you also have the advancement of science showing that we've entered the Anthropocene, a whole new geological epoch. We're putting pressure on the planet at a point where we risk its stability and ability to support humanity. And if you take the next slide, we have today the scientific evidence that we have large biophysical systems on Earth that regulates the stability of the entire Earth system. And what you see on this slide is the latest assessment of the 9 of the known 15 large biophysical systems, we call them tipping elements, that are showing signs of instability, that they're approaching tipping points. And if a system like this, like the Greenland ice sheet, or the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, or the Amazon rainforest crosses a tipping point, it goes from being our best friend, dampening and reducing impacts of, for example, global warming, to start amplifying a journey in the wrong direction. That is why we scientifically today consider that we have to redefine the global commons. We have to move away from only thinking it of being systems far away that nobody owns, that are kind of beyond our responsibility, to now becoming the systems amongst them that you see on this screen, namely the large biophysical systems, from the living biosphere to the climate system, to the physics systems and the biological systems in the ocean, that regulates the ability for all of us as citizens on Earth to have a stable, good Earth system to live on. So that is what we're working on scientifically within the Global Commons Alliance, and we think that translating that into legal, institutional, and governance issues, I mean, we have Shrita Gupta, my fellow co-chair of the Earth Commission, as a lawyer. You can just imagine what that is going to mean if we translate that to real manageable and governable units, both in terms of compensating for good stewardship, but also in terms of accountability. So it's, we think, a piece of the puzzle of moving forward for humanity on Earth.
Fantastic. Lots of information in there. And I want to pull out one concept and really emphasize it, tipping points. Please explain exactly what you mean by tipping points. Why are tipping points so crucial and critical, especially right now?
Now, what we've learned over the scientific advancements over the past 30 years is that systems
on planet Earth, from physical systems like ice sheets to living systems like ecosystems, have what we call multiple stable states. You could think of them as deep cups or basins of attraction. And over the last 12,000 years, all these systems have established themselves in very harmonious and stable bases of attraction that can support us. So think of the carbon stocks in frozen permafrost, or the beautiful diversity in a rainforest where chia comes from, or from wetlands, or coral reef systems, or ice sheets. They are configured in a stable basin of attraction that support us. They cool the planet, they provide us food, they provide clean air, they give us rainfall. They are part of the Holocene. They're part of the configuration, the organs of a healthy planet. If you push those too far by emitting greenhouse gases, or deforesting, or polluting, or degrading, they will come closer to a threshold, and at a very specific point, an exact point, they will fall over this threshold, and irreversibly, because they change feedback dynamics, they change the forces that keeps them either in the basin of attraction we want them in, or they will self-amplify into a new basin, and a rainforest can suddenly tip over and irreversibly become a savanna. Or an ice sheet tips over and irreversibly moves into melting, and it's unstoppable. That is what makes it a tipping point. That's what makes it, let's say, we must stay away from those points. And I should really close by emphasizing that these tipping points are very exact physical points. The only reason why we have uncertainties in science is that we don't know yet, because we haven't advanced the science as far. But they are as exact as we have learned through trial and error as humans, that there's a tipping point on body temperature. You know, all of us operate against the point that you don't want to go beyond 42 degrees, because then you shift from a desired state, you're alive, to a quite undesired state, you die. That's a tipping point. These are exactly the same things for these systems I showed here. The only reason why we have fuzziness is that they interact, and we have not the exact point when the ice sheet moves towards, from a point where it reflects heat to a point where it absorbs heat. So remember that these are really hardwired systems of the planet.
You are communicating the science so clearly. You're also communicating the uncertainty very clearly. And yet we still have this challenge of communicating the science to the public, really getting people to recognize their role as environmental stewards and redefining the global commons and the role we all play in it. Shea, let me come to you. What have you learned in your experiences as someone who is mobilizing different citizens around the world to recognize this new definition of the global commons and our role as planetary stewards? What have you learned about communicating science and the challenges that you've come across?
Well, I'll start by saying that I'm one of the organizers for the climate strike. So our role is really, can you hear me well? Yeah?
Yes.
Our role is really to communicate the science in terms that can be absorbed by people and understood by people. And so it's a hard task, because how do you communicate everything that Johan is talking about, the IPCC report, and tell it to people in a way that it's digestible and actionable? And what we have learned really is that, first of all, the psychological distance narrative that Johan was also talking about, of it's too far away from us, it's too far away in the future, has not really resonated with people. So we have to be able to share stories, and we have to be able to tell people, in my town, water is being taken away. In my town, you know, there's a mega project that was built on our aquifer. And this type of stories is what moves people emotionally. And I have to be able to look at you in the eye and tell you that I'm scared for my future being taken away in front of me, and connect that to the science, because people are 20 times more likely to remember scientific facts when they're tied to storytelling. So that's what we've learned. Tell stories, share your feelings, connect them to data, and also understand that people have a finite pool of worry, meaning that I can only worry about so much in my life at a time. I have school, I have family, and for some people, bringing in the environment seems a little insensitive. How are you telling me to care about the environment when I'm caring about making enough money to raise my children, stuff like that. And that's when we need to connect the intersectionality of the climate crisis and say your food security relies on the security of the global commons. Your water security relies on the security of the global commons. And these are the things that we're trying to communicate, and not look at science as something that is isolated, but something that is connected. And yeah, this is the perspective that we're bringing, trying to make connections and meet people where they're at so that we really say it like it is, and we say it with data that is happening now, stories that are happening now and not in the future.
And that's exactly right. And advances in behavioral science and communication science underpin everything you just said. So incredible. That's true. The science won't change, the evidence won't change, the facts won't change, but how we translate that to communities around the world, that we have control of and we can do better in. And Joyita, I know you're doing this. I know that you are thinking about how to translate this information and really make the future equitable. How do we ensure that we usher in a future that is just, that it truly brings everybody along so that nobody is left behind? That is something we haven't historically been able to do successfully, but there's an opportunity here to actually see that through. How do you think about it?
So let me try and translate what Johan said in terms of the global commons, because if it's a commons that we want to protect, then we probably want to come up with some kind of boundaries. Now, those boundaries are defined perhaps at a safe limit from a tipping point, which has just been explained. But then when you try to communicate that boundary to somebody, as you're trying to talk about, it doesn't communicate, because then you're talking about 1.5 degrees centigrade. It doesn't relate to people. So what you have to then try and do is, are these safe boundaries also safe for people today? And that brings you to a slightly different discussion. And it could be that some of these safe boundaries are safe for people today, and some of them are not. Now, if they're not safe for people today, we might need more stringent boundaries. And if you can meet those stringent boundaries, then you have a higher chance of ensuring that you don't cross the safe boundaries. So this is one way to look at the boundaries. But again, if you say that even at 1.5 degrees, many millions of people may be affected, and so therefore it may not be safe enough, and therefore we need to find a new just boundary, that means basically what you're telling the world is that they really have to use much less energy, for example, or eat much less meat. Now, when you're doing that, you're trying to divide this total amount of available energy or available food amongst everybody. Now, what we have found in our work is that if you want to meet the basic needs of people, whether it's food, water, energy, or infrastructure, and you don't change the rest of the world, then it's going to be more than likely that you cross the safe and just planetary boundaries that we were just talking about. So that basically means that if you want to meet all these boundaries, we have to completely redesign the way we are constructing our political, legal, economic, social systems worldwide. The problem with this, of course, is that we are locked in many parts of the world. She was talking about the difficulties of communicating this to relatively poorer communities. But communicating this to rich people in rich countries is so difficult too. You know, it's really difficult to tell people, well, perhaps you should not fly so much. Or don't take a holiday abroad. You know, that's really complicated. So the communication job in the North is different from the communication job in the Global South.
So what I'm hearing from you, and this is actually resonating as a communication scientist, is it's a challenge in communication. If we solve the communication challenge, can we overcome some of these massive barriers that we need to?
So, you know, the thing is that people might tell me chocolate is bad for my health, I might still eat it. So even if you communicate to me that something is wrong or something is right, it may not necessarily change my behavior. So you have to really try and figure out what triggers behavioral change. And also, why would somebody here care about somebody far away? Why would somebody care today about a future tomorrow far away? So how do you make that story convincing enough that people want to change their behavior? That's a really big challenge. And that's the challenge we've been facing for the last 50 years, since the last Stockholm conference, the first Stockholm conference.
Okay, well, we've come 50 years. We have 50. What can we accomplish in the next 50 years is a major theme that we'll be covering through the course of this segment. Xie, what have you learned in telling these stories? Are we seeing movement in the right direction?
Well, somebody once asked me, when you talk to politicians or business leaders, what do you tell them? And if there's a politician or a business leader in the climate space, they probably already know at least the base of the facts about the climate crisis. So I tell them stories, because I need them to be shaken to their core. I need them to look at me in the eye and tell me, like, I'm not going to negotiate your future away. And I think that historically we've taken emotion and we've taken all of these things out of negotiations. And I think youth are bringing that specific feature. We're saying you cannot just leave us behind. It's painful that you're leaving us behind, but obviously always backed by listening to the science. And I also come from an indigenous community in Mexico. So what Johan is doing is actually bridging that world of indigenous wisdom that has been protecting Mother Earth and the global commons with the Western ways of like legal language. And how are we bridging worldview and the Western world to protect Mother Earth? That is really what we're getting at. And in the youth movement, we are mobilizing, and our behavior has been changed to really change the world, you know? And this is a world that we're being raised into, that we're growing into. And our goal is to really go into every single space and tell every single person, you have the responsibility to make the climate crisis part of your agenda. And do it with optimism.
Right.
We have the opportunity to change things.
Thank you. And thank you for having that optimism. It's palpable. Johan, some closing thoughts as we round out this segment?
No, you know, I've learned so much working with Joita together on the Earth Commission, because I'm coming at this as a dry Earth system scientist with the numbers. I lack the good stories, and I lack the punch that Joita provides in terms of the legal language. And I think we are at a very interesting turning point now, because the whole sustainability agenda, the storytelling and the narrative based on science is changing. It's changing so fundamentally. I mean, we're in such a geopolitical turbulence in the world today, and we can today say without hesitation that solving the climate crisis, solving the water crisis, solving the biodiversity crisis is about peace, it's about health, it's about security, it's about dignity, it's about equity, it's about Joita's point about having any chance of us, irrespective of what corner of the planet we live on, rich or poor, to have dignity into the future. And I think this is the connections that we are much better at making today. We did not do that 50 years ago. We have it all today, which of course is why Xie and all the fellow youth around the world are doubly frustrated. I mean, not only frustrated that we, the adults, are not acting on the science, but also that acting on the science will give us a better world, a more dignified world. So there's kind of reason for double anger, and I love, you know, I pick some of Xie's power into the science, and that is really helpful. Thanks for that, by the way.
Yes, awesome. Well, thank you for contributing all that you do to encouraging everyone to become planetary stewards of this one global commons that we reside in. So much appreciate your contribution. And for those of you who would like to learn more about tipping points, please follow the link that you see on screen and check out the science and how to tell the stories and so much more. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Now that you're...
I'm thrilled to have with me the incoming new chair of the Global Commons Alliance, Dario Soto Abril. He is the former CEO of Fairtrade International. Please join me on stage, Dario.
Thank you. By the way, I'm also the CEO of the Global Water Partnership.
Your bio is too long.
No worries.
But incredible, and we really appreciate you being here. Please join me at this table.
I'm looking at that camera over there.
Yes, perfect. At this camera.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm a proud member as well of the Global Commons Alliance Steering Committee and a component board member for Earth HQ. And so let me start by asking you, what is your vision of partnering for planetary stewardship? How do you think about this big picture?
Well, I think it involves different components or elements. One is it's about being inclusive. It has to include different sectors, private sector, civil society, young leaders. That's the one that just discussed and what's in the panel before myself. We also have to have governments, of course, and different members of different movements. So that's one element. The other one has to be geographically broad. It has to include people not only from the global north, but also people from the global south. And it should also include people who are really involved in these kind of conversations, but some others that who are not, because oftentimes you get the same people talking to each other, or preaching to the choir. So how can we make this more inclusive? So again, geographically broad is important. It should include, by the way, that all different viewpoints, people who are aware of this, who are not, who are involved, who even are against what we're doing. So that's another big element. And it has to be aligned, getting everybody to be pushing towards the same direction. If you're going to be part of a partnership, you should be willing to put some weight into it, so beyond words, actions.
So you do have many accolades in your CV, and they're incredible. It's that wealth of experience that is really going to lead the Global Commons Alliance into this new definition of what we're trying to usher in for the planet, and to give individuals a role to play, to actually contribute to bringing in a better future. How are you using all your experiences, and feel free to share with us those experiences in some detail, in how you approach equitability and inclusion of individuals from all over the world to be part of this effort?
Well, I think the first experience that I use always is that, more than being a CEO or a chair, I'm also Colombian. I'm also from the global south. And I never forget, I grew up in a city which is like the Miami of Colombia. It's a great city, beautiful, we have ocean, etc. But just across the city, there's a small town of fishermen and women who have never had water, access to sewage, to water. Water has to be brought up by boat, even though they're just across the city. There's pollution there, the tourism, etc. I never forget that I'm working for them, and when you talk to them, they have no idea. They don't care really about climate change. They just know that they have no access to services, and that water is racing. Now it rains when it shouldn't be raining, it's dry when it shouldn't be dry, and then water keeps coming to their houses. So those are the people from whom I never forget I worked for them in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and even in Europe and the US. So that's the first guiding role. Now, from my experience working with coalitions, I think it's important that we, again, bring alignment. There's a lot of organizations and a lot of movements working on climate, on biodiversity. And all of us are trying to do the best, or of us are looking for this tipping change that we want to create. But how do we create alignment, and how do we pull towards the same direction? That's one big lesson that I've learned in my life. The other one is we need to listen. Again, we oftentimes come to forums where there's a lot of experts who have all the solutions, but they don't listen to each other. I come with my solution, I present it, and I speak to myself. No one really buys to them. So how can we make those solutions and those ideas actionable? And that's the third word, actionable. How do we move from research to really moving the needle in terms of mobilizing people so that they take action, to take ownership of the issue of the 5 global commons?
And you have so much experience in water, and you shared some of this. Yeah. Tell us why water is special and prioritized, but ultimately, there are all the global commons that we need to think about as one part of a big whole.
Well, the beauty about the global commons is we have the 5 global commons: water, oceans, land, climate, biodiversity, and we have an integrated approach to all of them. So, of course, water is one of the 5 I just mentioned. And water is important because it's cross-cutting to all of the activities in human life. And also because there's this perception that because water is everywhere, water is not that relevant in the conversation that we have about the global commons. And what we're seeing more and more is we're going towards a world where water is going to be scarce, and where people are going to be suffering too much water, too little water, too much water where it shouldn't be water. So those are the kind of discussions that come from water that they also apply for the other global commons, no?
Absolutely. We're planet water ultimately, aren't we? And yet here we are facing a scarcity issue in so many places in the world. It's one of those paradoxes,
indeed,
which are many of the paradoxes that we are contending with. So we just had a panel where we heard the science, and we know that we need to communicate and reach audiences to really collectively mobilize to action. How do you think about prioritizing where we ask, what we ask people to do, and how we ask them to give their time, attention, and resources to addressing these challenges of the global commons?
Well, and we also heard from the panel that we're competing for attention. There's a lot of issues on the day-to-day priorities of people. It's difficult to cope with climate. I just gave you the example of this fisher community in Colombia. They're dealing with what is in the table to eat this afternoon and what's happening with corruption. And then you add on top of that climate, which looks like very far in the future, because we've been talking about climate for many years, and for them, like, nothing is happening. So I think one is to translate the topics of the 5 commons towards a narrative that people could understand. And I think that was mentioned in the prior panel, and I could not agree more. I think we need to talk in a way that relates to people, to their day-to-day needs and expectations. And the other one is we should do it in a way that people feel this drive to act. And people could act on the 5 global commons with many ways. They could actually protest, they could talk to their policymakers, they could make donations, they could actually vote for those politicians who are more prone to take action on climate and the 5 global commons. So those are the ways that we need to talk to them in a way that they can relate, maybe using storytelling narratives. Good example, I'm kind of like outside of the scientific community. It's difficult for people to connect data with actual action. So we need to bring that narrative and that storytelling to them.
Absolutely. And our global audience that is tuning in, those of you that are here in person, thank you for being here. And those of you that are joining us, you're hearing these action steps. You're hearing how we can prioritize the precious time we have to saving the precious planet we have. So how do we encourage human beings to partner with nature, to really truly experience and acknowledge the fact that without planet Earth, planet water, there really is no planet?
Well, I think first is to make all of us, because we're also humans, realize that nature is our, it's cross-cutting, it's our means of life. And it's also, we depend on nature, nature depends on us. So I think that's one element in which we need to bring to people to understand that there's a connection there every day. Even if you live in a big city where there's no trees and everything else, there's the connection with nature. The other one is, how do we create a narrative that helps people, encourage people to take action, to move, to say, hey, this is enough and we need to act. I think past narratives put the issue of climate, maybe we're scaring people away, so the war is going to end, so there's no even need to act. There's also a narrative that says, well, it's 2050 or the year 2100, so it's like, I'm not going to be alive by then, so who cares? So we need to bring that narrative to, no, the action has to happen right now, and whatever we do now will impact us in 2 and 3 and 5 years. So 2025, 2030, horizons that people could really understand and relate to.
Exactly, because these are slow-moving, potentially, seemingly slow-moving, far away, other people. How do we create that urgency and make these stories more tangible for people so that we can move them to act and behave in a way that really tips us in the right direction, not the tipping points, but actually moves us to behavioral change. Well, I'm so excited for you to be leading the Global Commons, and very happy to be part of the team, and looking forward to seeing what you do to usher in a future where we really are committed to being planetary stewards.
Well, happy to be here, and it's such an honor to be on the stage.
Thank you so much, Dario.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We now welcome a keynote speech from Andrew Steer, president of the Bezos Earth Fund. He previously served as president and CEO of the World Resources Institute. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I wish I could be there in real time, but I'm sitting in Washington, D.C.
Oh, this is fantastic that you're able to join us from Washington, D.C., and I was just able to see you in person in Davos. So it'd be fantastic to hear your reflections of the meeting of world leaders and where we think we are moving the needle forward in terms of achieving our massive global crises ambitions.
Great. Well, look, thank you so much. It is a real pleasure to be with you. 30 years ago this week, I was in Rio de Janeiro for the Rio Earth Summit. And it was astonishing then to watch the heads of state go up and sign the Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Biodiversity Convention. And there was an amazing sense of sort of moral purpose. There really was a belief that these are issues we need to seize, and we need to seize them right away as a global community. And all the countries in the world were there. They wanted to act collaboratively and cooperatively. Now, it turns out that over the years, we didn't manage to do that. We lost the sense of moral purpose. And the job of Stockholm +50 is precisely to try and rekindle that. I think there's real hope. And I think even on the panels that we've been listening to today, we can hear that. We now have the science in the right place. We heard from Johan. We recognize that things need to be much more inclusive and less top-down. We know that we need to work together. And my job today was to talk a little bit about the System Change Lab. Everybody talks about system change because we now know that's what's necessary. It's no longer good enough to make incremental change. It's no longer good enough to have a pilot success here and a pilot success there. We have 1 decade to radically reform the way we run our economy. And I think Bastita, Johan, Jaita, Dario have all made that point extremely well. So we all know that we need radical changes in energy, in transport, in our food systems, the way we consume, the way we treat each other, the way we approach things equitably. And within each of those, there's a whole bunch of mini revolutions. And what the System Change Lab does is it basically looks at those. There are about 50 of them. And those range from getting rid of the internal combustion engine this decade, to halving food loss and waste this decade, to switching industrial processes towards green cement and green steel, for example. About 50 such changes. And what the System Change Lab does, it asks the question, sort of how goes the battle? It is, if you like, a situation room that monitors these 50 revolutions that need to take place and asks the question, why are some of them doing quite well and some of them are stuck in the mud? And then it analyzes them and it tries to share information, and then it tries to encourage those that are failing. So, for example, why was it that suddenly plastics became a big issue? And actually there's some incredibly exciting work going on plastics, which 5 years ago would have been unthinkable. Why is it that last week at the World Economic Forum, the issue of green steel suddenly becomes very, very exciting, and the leading steel factories in the world and the leading automobile manufacturers and governments are sitting down with scientists and researchers and NGOs and asking, what would it take to get that kind of change? While some of them sort of aren't making the progress they should. Consider energy efficiency. Should be obvious. It pays for itself within about 3 years. And yet we simply are not making the progress. Why are some doing well and some doing badly? And some of them are heading towards the positive tipping points. Johan this morning talked about, or this afternoon for you in Stockholm, talked about tipping points, meaning bad tipping points that happen to nature. But there are also good tipping points, whereby it becomes suddenly so obvious that something needs to be done differently that it becomes unstoppable and irresistible. So smartphones, for example, started slowly, suddenly a tipping point. Everybody uses it. We need exactly the same for electric cars. We need the same for, airplanes that fly on totally and utterly different fuel. We need that for the hydrogen economy and so on. So that's what the System Change Lab does. But some people then ask the question, so what exactly is system change? Well, there's a whole industry out there thinking, an academic industry that's thinking about what is system change. But the sort of simplest way to think about it is that any particular sort of part of economic and social life requires a whole bunch of people and actors interacting with each other. You have buyers and sellers, you have analysts, you have communicators, and system change is when essentially you need almost every different type of player to be part of a solution. No silver bullets, it's a jigsaw puzzle. So for example, take say deforestation in Southeast Asia, losing the most precious tropical forests in the world. What's the cause? 2 words, palm oil. Now, so what to do about that? Well, is palm oil bad? No, palm oil is a wonderful commodity. There are millions of hectares in Indonesia alone, which could be very good for palm oil. They're currently degraded land. What would it take? Well, it's not just something the government can do. It's not just something the private sector can do. You actually need the scientific sector as well to actually monitor what's going. There are 1,000 palm oil mills in Southeast Asia. Which are the good ones doing good work? Which are the dishonorable ones? You actually also need to bring in the whole demand side. You need to think about the traders that are sitting in Singapore trading. You need to think about the manufacturers, the Unilevers, the Nestlés. What are they doing? Are they able to monitor the oil palm that comes into their factories? Then you have to think about the consumers. What about the Walmarts, the Lidls, the Tescos? What about you and me? Each of us here have probably used palm oil 3 or 4 times today already. Half of every product in the supermarket contains palm oil. So we need to think of the entire system from when I choose what makeup to put on, what toothpaste to use. I need to be told, what sort of palm oil is this? Is it honorable or is it deforestation full? And that has to go all the way down the line. And the government of Indonesia, the Smallholders Association, the leading manufacturers all need to be part of it. So what we need to do is be much more specific, thinking about a situation room where we ask, how goes the battle for each of those? And overall, are we making these transitions in a truly honorable and equitable way? So let me stop there. And if there are any questions, please go ahead.
Yes, Andrew, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing those reflections. And I do have a question for you. In the many roles that you've had in your career over the decades and really leading the charge on overcoming the challenges that we're facing as this global collective, today really is it's auspicious in the sense that it's been 50 years and we are appreciating and respecting this date. So what does this date mean to you? And are we going to be able to really see the next 50 years as progress? Are we going to be moving towards where we need to be going based on where we're coming from?
Well, look, I think we've got a lot to be hopeful for, but we also need to remember that we failed over the last 50 years. So in Stockholm in 1972, you had world leaders, people like Indira Gandhi from India, the Prime Minister of India, coming and saying, look, we've got to do something serious. You had the brilliant Maurice Strong, who was sent to lead UNEP, create the United Nations Environment Program, which has done a very good job over 50 years, but has never been empowered to play the role. We do not have a global governance for the global environmental problems. And I hope and pray that when the leaders meet this week, that they will rise above the kind of incremental approach, and they will actually have the courage to say, we really need sort of global governance to address these issues. The encouraging point is that for the first time, we've got away from the you versus me. We've got away from I'm going to criticize the corporate sector and so on. Yes, there's a lot of blame that should go round, but we will only solve the problem if we work together. So think about the financial sector, which has never done anything really to help climate change, and in many ways has caused a lot of the problems by being very short-term and not having the expertise to understand the risk of nature loss and climate change. Now, for the first time, they're saying we want to be part of the solution. And the asset owners are saying we want honorable investments. And the asset managers are saying we want it too. Now, there's a huge pushback within that sector right now. And we will see this time and time again. And we have to just be very, very strong, as you were saying earlier, about communicating that actually this is not just good for the planet, although that's important. It is good for the future of our humanity. It's good for our economy. It's good for fairness. We don't need to live in the kind of world we're living today.
If we do this right, it really is win-win-win across the board. Thank you for expressing that so clearly. So from your mouth to the policymakers' ears, and we will do our part in amplifying this message. Thank you so much for your time, Andrew, and enjoy the rest of the day in Washington, D.C.
Thanks so much.
Next, I'm thrilled to welcome with me on stage Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO and chairperson of the Global Environmental Facility. Prior to this, Carlos served 3 terms as an environment and energy minister in Costa Rica, where he doubled the size of its country's forests and made its electric sector fully renewable. We also have with us Felicity Silverthorne. She's a coordinator for Global Choice's Arctic Angels, a youth-led intergenerational network advocating for the protection of our global commons. And let us re-welcome Sandrine Dixon de Cleve, co-president of Club of Rome, who will be joining us via Zoom. I will take a seat on this side, switching it up, taking full advantage of the stage. Welcome, Sandrine. So.
Welcome, everyone. Apologies for not being there in person.
COVID was bound to come for us all at some point, but we wish you a very speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Carlos, GEF is the largest multilateral funder of action to protect the global commons. Donors recently agreed a record replenishment of more than $5 billion to the GEF, 30% higher than the previous funding round. How will GEF and its partners use this money to finance the global commons?
Well, thanks for the very nice question. Let me begin by giving the perspective or the big picture. The $5.3 billion may sound a lot of money, but it's just a drop in a bucket compared to what humans are investing in activities that destroy nature and contribute to climate change. But that drop can be extremely powerful if you know how to use it. And this is what we are looking in GEF 8. This is the new cycle for the GEF. Being able to really understand how do we contribute to the system change, how do we contribute in measuring and assessing that system change, and what has failed in the last many decades, particularly the last 5 decades since we came here. Well, the others came here in 1972. So two things are very important that we need to understand that will help us really work on dealing with the implementation gap. One is working on the market failure, and this is very well known. You know, we destroy nature, we deforestate the forests, we pollute the rivers, and that is not reflected how we assess and measure our economy. And just politicians, they take the decisions based on the best available economic information. So if the system that assesses the health of your economy is not providing you the right information, we will definitely keep business as usual. So we need to deal with that major failure, and we're working on many different fronts. The other element is what I call the institutional failure, which is similar to the market failure, but probably less known, which is the fact that we will never do the leap forward in terms of our aspiration for sustainability with the same institutional framework, how all governments organize themselves, that in first place created the problem. So both elements are extremely important. Both elements contribute to this policy coherence. You know, we invest many more times resources in activities that destroy nature and contribute to climate change than what we invest in protecting. So the GEF is building on a process that began 2 cycles ago, where we began understanding that it's not just dealing with the problem rather than the root case of the problem, being able to think on a more comprehensive manner, understanding all these different elements that contributes into the degradation, which help us to really understand where we should be investing. So the two elements are important. One is dealing with this lack of policy coherence, and the other is how our resources can mobilize more effectively all financial resources, particularly domestic resources. The major funding source for climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and the protection of nature are public expenditures. So we need to understand how governments can do much better with the resources that are being annually invested through national budgets. So those things are extremely important into the future as we look in the JEF to help countries be more coherent and be able to integrate across conventions and across different sectors.
Amazing. So really, how do we mobilize these different financial institutions and countries and relay the message that while it's expensive, it is still cost-effective to invest in nature?
How many times more? Many times more. And there are multiple reports that tell us that. But unfortunately, the political system is not in favor of our long-term sustainability. You know, I've been in politics, I've been in government, and I know how they work, they operate, and they behave. All politicians, they want 2 things. One is to provide an improvement in the quality of life of people and to be reelected. As simple as that. And you need to take decisions in a term of 4 years. So that is your framework. Under those conditions, it is impossible to be able to break this vicious circle that we are located at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some of the issues that plague us seem farther away, like the ice caps melting. But actually, we're getting to the point where it's very witnessable. So how is it that something like the polar ice caps melting, what role does it play in global economics? And how do we explain to people that this is something truly, if we don't get ahead of now, is really going to run away from us, especially as it comes to global economics?
Well, I think you're completely right there. I mean, the environment and the economy really need to start being treated as one and the same. What we do to nature, how we work with the economy, that has lasting impacts. And I think we know that the Arctic, I mean, it is warming 3 times faster than anywhere else in the world. We are seeing, we're expecting there to be ice-free summers by 2050. We are expecting this to cost, sea ice loss cost to be $70 trillion. That's a cost that's going to impact our global economy, and that's a 10 times amount that was originally projected for Arctic shipping and exploitation. And so I think it's really crucial we recognize that the Arctic, the Antarctic, these polar landscapes, they are a lens that's so important for us to recognize. They are a cornerstone for our systems. And if we start to have an interconnected systems approach, we will safeguard these places for the future. I would just, I think it's really frustrating for me as someone that's, in the youth, to not really see the Arctic and the polar landscapes being recognized in this way, and to not really have people talk about them so that they understand the impact that it will have on our economy. We're looking at short-term gains when we have Arctic exploitation, when we have shipping. All of these countries looking to just, short-term gains for their GDP, and they don't understand that this is going to actually have real long-term expenses. This is going to cost us more in the future if we don't act now to protect what we have already. And I think that's just the most important thing.
Exactly. How do we actually spend money on proactively preparing rather than cleaning up after the fact? That's way more expensive. And it doesn't help when you have actors like Elon Musk saying that ESG has been hijacked by phony social justice warriors, and then you have the representative from HSBC calling environmentalists nut jobs. This does not help. Sandrine, let me come to you. What is it, these deep-seated attitudes that is undermining the good work that's being done and the enthusiasm of young people to really make a change here and to really usher in positive work? How do we disentangle the different comments that we hear from the good work that is underway and not treat climate change action as a leftist agenda?
Well, that's a very good question. Maybe I can just give a few reflections from what I've heard so far and build on that, and then give some of my thoughts to the very good question that you've just posed. The first is that we have to remember that this is not only the 50th anniversary of Stockholm Plus 50, but of the Limits to Growth, which was the first seminal publication of the Club of Rome. And the fact that actually we already in 1972 predicted the tipping points that we would be facing. So to come to your question and to come to why systems change is so important is because we've actually never done systems change. We've constantly lived in siloed thinking. Now we're saying that we're as vulnerable as the most vulnerable link through COVID. Look, I'm stuck here. I can't be with you because I just got COVID. And so many others. I think what's really important is to come forward and start to say, exactly as Carlos Manuel was saying, actually, we can do this. We have now actually before us most of the technology that we need. We have most of the capital that we actually need. The problem is short-term decision-making cycles at the policy level and also in the investment cycles. We also know, and in fact, we've been calling and we're going to be launching our largest call so far with many countries from across the globe and the Planetary Emergency Partnership partners, indicating that we have to have a recall to action. We have all these pledges that have been made by governments, whether it be the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, the High-Level Biodiversity Pre-COP event pledge, all the pledges that were made at the COPs, the 100 billion, and they're not coming to fruition. Look at the 100 billion. It's been stuck now since Paris. So what we really need to do is recall governments to action. Many of what needs to be done, the words that have been stated in these pledges now just need to be translated. In addition to that, I'd say that we need to get much more creative in terms of the way in which we look at our budgets and the way in which we look at our fiscal spending. And we've come up now through our new work with Johan Rockström and others called Earth for All with some key suggestions on how we can look at new taxation policies, working actually with governments, working towards going beyond the current growth predicament and looking at new indicators to growth. And we know that we, again, have all the tools in the toolbox to do that. We can shift our taxation from people to products. We can ensure that we actually start to tax the wealthy and really do bring in some of that funding to diversify. We can actually put a tax on the global commons to enable actually that global commons to become a citizen fund. There are many ways in which we can do this, but it comes back to Carlos's very, very important point. Short-term decision-making rather than long-term planning for resilience to future shocks and stresses, and the fact that we need political will. That is the call to leaders in Stockholm. We cannot waste another 50 years.
Sandrine, thank you for that outlook for what we need to do in the coming 50 years. And Carlos, let me come to you. How do we incentivize transformation when so many are invested in the current system, like these Elon Musks or these financial institutions? How do we incentivize transformation?
Okay, well, let me begin answering your question by contradicting many people that I have heard this morning, and probably many people that I will hear the rest of this week, saying that what has happened since 1972 is a big failure. I totally disagree with that. In 1977, 5 years after the summit here in Stockholm, a group of scientists published a report in Costa Rica saying that by year 2000, Costa Rica will lost all of their primary forests. We're now 2022, and Costa Rica has twice the size of the forest. The same thing probably happened everywhere in the planet. We were able to revert the tendency of loss of major wildlife. We were able to restore, bring from the brink of extinction many species. Anywhere that we put a political capital and interest, we were able to succeed. And human development is the best example in the last 3 decades. So I'm very optimistic that we have the know-how, we have the resources. We need to be able to really deal with this issue of policy, lack of policy coherence, and the issue of incentives. So it is very well, and one of the main reasons why Costa Rica was able to double the size of the forest was basically because we understood that there were all kind of negative and perverse incentives, land tenure, banking policies, agrarian reform, policies that promoted land use change. And the same thing is happening everywhere, actually, on all different sectors. So it is not just a matter of political will, it is understanding the decision-making processes within governments. And once again, if you don't understand the political cycle and what is the right kind of information you need to provide them with, you will never be able to achieve that. 2 years ago, I finished a report in Costa Rica where we did the green accounting process, and we came with very interesting numbers. The environmental cost of our development model is around 4% of GDP. And with those numbers, even with the strong support of the president, I went to the Minister of Finance and I said, Minister, these are the numbers. We need to fully internalize all of these negative externalities so we can be able to manage better our natural capital. And the minister asked me, 4% of GDP, you want me to subtract 4% of GDP? We have 5.5 fiscal deficit. I will not be the first minister to report zero growth because you want me to reflect those negative externalities. Do it with another minister, not me.
These are the challenges.
So this is the four-term political cycle that we need to deal with. So we need to understand how do we provide data to those decision makers in a way that we can do the transition. The transition is not a technological issue. It's not going from dirty to clean energies. Yes, we need to do that, but we need to understand what is the transition in the political sector, in the policy-making sector. Otherwise, we will never do the leap forward in terms of the scale that we needed.
Great thoughts to leave us with. Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you, Felicity, and thank you, Sandrine. Felicity, I look forward to welcoming you back at the end of our segment for additional thoughts. Thank you all very much for your time and contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are in a global food crisis of apocalyptic proportions. We are in a global food crisis of apocalyptic proportions. Even before the war in Ukraine, food prices were going up and climate impacts, such as the recent record-breaking heat in Pakistan and India, were decimating harvests. Is it even okay to deliver art projects based on food during a global food crisis? So I'm thrilled to have with me on stage Turner Prize-winning artist Jeremy Deller and Ayesha Sadiq, a Pakistani-American environmentalist, poet, and co-founder of Polluters Out and Fossil Free University. Thanks, both of you, for joining me here today. Jeremy, let's start with you. Can you describe your thinking and creative process on God Gron? Why food?
Well, I was asked to do an artwork around this conference, and I wanted to engage the public, and I felt the best way to do that would be with food. And we're giving away food. What's one thing we're doing? And I just felt that everyone has that in common, but also people like being given free food. And also we're working with schools and school dinners for children. So it's a two-pronged attack, as it were, but it's all based around food.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember from my American university days, if there was free pizza on offer, I would definitely be there, so.
Yeah, I mean, we all need it.
We're pulling on those heartstrings.
Yes, and the food we're serving, as it were, for the children in the schools, the ingredients are, amongst other things, kelp and insects. So probably be the first time they've tasted insects or had it in their food. But it's the kind of food sources that maybe we'll be eating more and more in the future. So that's one reason. And also the bar we're giving away in the street also has kelp in it, which is a local ingredient.
Absolutely. Local, sustainable, and alternative proteins for future food security. Ayesha, tell us about Fossil Free University.
So my background is in organizing, specifically youth organizing, and I started protesting with Fridays for Future around 2019, and I was actually pretty let down after we, the youth, had mobilized 7 million people. In the US, we had mobilized perhaps one of the biggest youth-led protests on American soil for people ages 4 to 16. What occurred after that was massively disappointing from the United Nations, the UNFCCC specifically, and the turnout of COP25. The purpose of Fossil Free University is to teach people, youth, and those who are involved in activism, who the actual culprits of this climate crisis are, and why calling them out is absolutely pivotal. A lot of times when we talk about climate initiatives and climate demands and goals, we pivot automatically to the Paris Climate Agreement. But do you guys know that the words oil, gas, or fossil fuel are not even mentioned in this document? People come to COP year after year with hope that things will change, that parties will negotiate. But do you know, for the past 27 years, COPs have been sponsored fiscally by the fossil fuel industry. So of course we're not getting anywhere. The same people who are causing the crisis have a big influence on the legislation and policy that is coming out of it. So Fossil Free University, first, we teach people what is going on. 2, then we arm them with the tools needed to take on some of the biggest corporations on Earth. It is not easy, and it's not simple. For every one lawyer we have, the fossil fuel industry has hundreds. For every $1 we have, they have hundreds.
So the work you're doing is absolutely critical in increasing awareness, education, and ultimately moving people to act. We need people to learn. We need people to be able to change their minds, not just stick to the status quo. How does art do that, Jeremy? How, from your experience, how do people learn and change their minds through this exposure to different food sources and creative products?
Well, we haven't done the project yet, so we're not sure, but I think art can give you just a different entry point. And maybe artists think slightly differently about problems. Artists, they obviously think creatively, in a sense, and work creatively. And I think they can help communicate ideas in a way that maybe science finds difficult sometimes by making experiences rather than facts, as it were. I know that sounds a bit trite, but I think artists sometimes, are great communicators and can connect with the public in a way that maybe science doesn't directly.
And we need everyone to play their role. We need creatives involved, and we need to break down the silos and cross-communicate and share good learnings and ideas. And then ultimately we can think about how to work with people in power and against power. How do you think about that, Aisha? How do you think about how to work with and against power, given some of the infrastructures in power have led us to where we are now?
I think it was Emma Goldman who said, if I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution. The best way that youth have been able to stand up against power is take this jargon that has been in silos of scientific community, not on purpose necessarily, but because it was a language that was not accessible, and make it accessible for millions. Whether it was through social media or through our campaigns or through our chants, but we actively try to bring joy to our protests. We bring song, we bring printmaking and art, we bring color. And that's necessary to be in a space, or also honestly fighting the gravity of the situation at hand. Everything we love and know is at risk. And the only way that I know to keep going is to have radical hope, sometimes to the point of naivete, but you need that. You need to be a little headstrong for this to work. We haven't gone anywhere in terms of treaties, legislations change, just by stacks of papers. What shifts the legal perspective or the political perspective is people power, it's people energy. So yeah, just I see it in hand and in community. That's how I think we can challenge power.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing all of that. That's very optimistic for the new approaches we can take to encouraging people to contribute, to getting involved. Creative learning, right? So what do you think, Jeremy? What is the future of creative learning for the planet?
Well, I think it has to be for everybody, it has to be all ages, and it has to be planet-wide in that respect. It can't just be for us, as in myself, people in the West who have a sort of in a privileged position. But I think you're right, art gives hope, it gives comfort, even in the most dire situations, and it always has done historically. So it absolutely should be used now as one of our tools to get messages across, but also to give us a sense of community as well.
So art, dance, song, color, and so much more. Aisha, I'm going to welcome you back at the end of the segment to reflect on your thoughts from today. And so look forward to hearing what you think about the additional segments that are coming up. And I really just want to say thank you. Thank you for contributing your unique skills to confronting and overcoming the climate crisis.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can you say that again? Next, we will be discussing science-based targets for nature. I have in studio with me Erin Billman, Executive Director of the Science-Based Targets Network. And joining us via Zoom is Luis Amaray, the CEO of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is driving ambitious climate action in the private sector. Also via Zoom is Martha Stevenson, Senior Director of the Strategy and Research on the Forest Team at WWF US, leading conservation of the world's most important forests. So this is a fantastic panel to learn about science-based targets for nature. Erin, let me start with you. You're leading the charge on nature targets. What are you working on, and how does climate relate to nature?
So what I'm working on is science-based targets for nature for companies and cities. There are already climate science-based targets in existence. Luis here representing SBTI. And we're now expanding on that to cover nature broadly, which includes land, freshwater, ocean, and biodiversity. Essentially, you've heard about the need for system solutions, and we've tackled climate too much in silo in the past. And climate change is one of the leading causes of nature loss, but also nature is our biggest ally in the climate change battle, with nature absorbing over half of emissions. And so we're basically expanding on the approach that we've taken with climate science-based targets and broadening that to all the ways in which companies and cities impact and depend on the environment. And targets are science-based if they are, by definition, using the best available science, if they're measurable, and if they enable a company or a city to do their part to meet a global goal like the Paris Agreement.
Fantastic. Thank you for saying that so clearly. As we're trying to figure out the relationship with climate, nature, how to speak about science-based targets. So, Luis, let me come to you. SBTI is a leader in supporting companies to set ambitious climate targets in line with science. So what does the climate-nature connection evoke for you, after what we just discussed and identified? And what advice would you pass on to SBTN as they start to issue nature targets?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the question. I must say I'm a little bit biased on this subject. I spent almost 20 years of my life working mostly on nature issues, supporting sustainable global food systems and eliminating deforestation from supply chains, and investing in towards better local rural livelihoods. So I lead this organization that is setting science-based targets for the climate, but I'm obviously biased towards nature. The key message is that, as Erin said, we will not achieve net zero carbon emissions without nature playing a stronger role, both within the agriculture and forest sector and through nature-based solutions, right? As Erin pointed out, it's part of the equation. Those things are interlinked. And if we're talking about net zero carbon emissions in the future, we need to bring nature into that discussion. If I had one piece of advice, and we're partners with Erin and we already discussed that, I think and she mentioned it a little bit, is what does not get measured does not get managed. We need strong nature accounting systems and measurable KPIs to advance, to promote the advancement of science-based targets for nature. For climate, it's relatively easy, as hard as it sounds, because we have a common measurable unit, right? Tons of carbon. It's global. It's applicable anywhere. For some of the nature aspects, sometimes that measurement is a little bit harder. So without measuring and setting those KPIs, that's the first step to setting science targets, right? You have to measure and know that what success looks like in quantifiable ways, because if that doesn't happen, then it becomes a storytelling competition. And the good news is that for nature, as everyone will be able to tell, there's a lot of things that has been done on that front as well, specifically when it comes to deforestation and reforestation, for example, which is easier to measure. For some other aspects, it will be a little bit harder, but measure in order to manage, so you can actually set targets that we can follow up on them. It's absolutely important.
Great, thank you for that. Martha, let me bring you into this, since you've worked on both SBTI and SBTN target development. Tell us about this new flag methodology for SBTI and the critical bridge you see building between the climate and nature agendas.
Great, thank you so much. It's so nice to be with all of you. So midsummer, we'll be issuing the flag targets, which is forest, land, and agriculture targets for companies to set targets on climate within those sectors. And this is critical because the forestry and agriculture sector right now contributes 22% to global emissions. And as Louise highlighted, has the potential to contribute 30% to the climate mitigation solution through these nature-based solutions. The development of this methodology, it's filling this critical gap in the SBTI toolkit, as before today, the majority of companies have not been including these emissions and actions in their climate strategies. And so that's almost a quarter of global emissions that have not been addressed. So this is really exciting for that reason. And we estimate that when we look at everything that needs to happen in the land sector from a climate perspective, about 60% of that needed mitigation will come from companies in the food and forestry sectors. So activating here is critical. This includes activities like reducing emissions from deforestation, agricultural emissions, stopping food waste, shifting diets, many of the actions we've heard about already today. But then also, because within the land sector we sequester carbon as well, we need to do things like increasing carbon sequestration from improved management of forests, improved management of soils and pasture lands. And so this is where we can really directly connect the nature and climate agendas together. If we take a step back and look at the surface of the Earth, about 63% of the livable surface are those working lands that I just described. And so if you take away ice and deserts and high mountains, 63% of what's left are working lands. So that's pasture land, farmland, and working forest. And that's a huge percentage of the Earth. So we often focus for the nature agenda on protected areas, and those are absolutely critical for so many reasons. But if we want to achieve our global climate and nature goals, we need that 63%, those working lands, to deliver food, fiber, and fuel, and also be part of the nature climate solution. So the FLAG project will incentivize the management of those lands to be aligned with climate targets
and the land and biodiversity targets we're developing within the Science-Based Targets Network that Erin is leading will also align those working lands with the nature agenda. So that's the critical connection between this work.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for making that connection. And Erin, let me come to you. So let's tie this back to the Earth Commission. How do science-based targets relate to Earth Commission, the work that Joyita and Johan are doing?
Yeah. Well, as you heard earlier from both Joyita and Johan, they're working on defining the safe and just, environmentally safe and socially just corridor for humanity. The guardrails that come out of that work are part of the scientific underpinning for the work that we do then in the network of translating that science into what it means for a company or a city to make sure that their target incents enough of the right action in the right places at the right time to ladder up to meeting that, staying within that guardrail that the Earth Commission's defined.
Fantastic. Thank you. So now that we're hearing so many calling for these integrated SBTs across so many of these different initiatives, Luis, let me ask you, what's it going to take? Are we going to be able to see these integrated SBTs come into fruition?
Thank you, Sweta. I think that's exactly the direction of travel, right? If we look down the road, we need to start to move towards that direction. Obviously, we need to take steps at a time because, as mentioned, those things, although interlinked, sometimes it's very hard to measure them and get them into the right place. But I wanted to just end with a quick message on how I believe that the work that SBTI does on climate actually helps the nature agenda as well. And I think there are two folds in how those things interact. Well, first, I think it was discussed a little bit that in order for nature-based solutions to really take off, we need quality assurance of supply, right? And there are so many institutions that are doing that, trying to ensure that projects or investments in nature-based solutions actually meet the quality assurance. We actually, how we support that agenda is that we are doing the quality assurance of the demand side of that equation, right? As companies are setting science-based targets for climate, they have some work to, and we encourage them to do some work beyond the supply chains as well. And we are soon going to be developing more specific standards for beyond supply chain mitigation strategies. But they have to be reducing their emissions, and that it actually is doing two things. Once they're setting science-based targets for climate. One is that it's guaranteed the integrity of the demand, which means that those companies that are demanding nature-based solutions actually also have something on climate. So if they're going for nature-based solutions, they're also reducing their emissions. So there's integrity of the demand there. And the second thing is actually creates demand for nature-based solutions. As companies said, there's science-based targets for climate, and they look on different ways to go beyond just their value chain. That's actually creating more demand for this nature-based solutions. And that's when those two agendas really start to merge together. But we cannot just treat them independently. Again, we need to reduce climate emissions and therefore go for nature to tackle some of the emissions that happen beyond their value chains.
Thank you, Luis. Erin, you have some thoughts you would like to share on this topic?
Yep. Well, while climate is out ahead, I'm excited to share that we are starting to play catch up. We have our first freshwater methods coming out later this year, and we're pushing toward our first science-based targets for nature in early 2023. And so that will be the first step forward in terms of integrated science-based targets. And then I think in terms of what it's going to take getting real in places, because when you're talking about wedding the climate agenda with the nature agenda, the nature agenda is very place-based. It matters where you are. And so if you're looking only at a climate target, it might incent the planting of thirsty eucalyptus monoculture in the tropics, which is exactly not what you need for the long-term solution. And so if you tackle that in an integrated manner, you're going to be planting the right trees in that place so that you've got benefits not only for climate, but also for biodiversity and fresh water and the other aspects of the environment.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Erin, Luis, and Martha, for the work that you're doing to really integrate the different science-based targets and to scale them. It looks like this really will become reality, and climate and nature need to be talked about in the same breath. So thank you to each of you for what you are doing and for contributing your expertise to this segment.
Thank you.
In our final panel, let's bring back Aisha, Felicity, and Jie. Bastida. So, ladies, youth activists, warriors for our planet, I'd love to hear your reflections from today. What have you heard throughout the course of this Global Commons Alliance segment? What are your thoughts, reflections, warnings, optimism? Feel free to take it where you will and give us your reflections. Let's start with you.
Well, my first reflection is that I think that we are moving in the right direction. I think that we are finally recognizing that we're all connected, that science shouldn't be done in silos. It should be done knowing that what research is done here has an impact here, and that is what we're trying to communicate to the world. That it's not just about what's happening in your community, but how our actions impact what's going on in the world. Where we get our food, where we get our clothes, everything is connected. And that means that you can be an activist and act upon something in every single space that we really have an impact on. So that's my reflection, that we are on the right direction of recognizing the intersectionality of science, people, and the world.
Incredible. Aisha.
I have a lot of gratitude for the speakers who took their time out to share information with us today, and whether it was the science or whether it was from people who work in the United Nations. But one reflection I have is, what are the next steps? What are we going to do about it? And I had some thoughts I wanted to share. This year is expected. It is expected that the official definition of climate finance will be adopted to address the issue of monitoring contributions. And next discussions on this topic will take place from June 17th to the 18th. At this moment, in 2022, meeting and exceeding the $100 billion goal this year already, and increasing the pace of exceeding that target all the way up to 2025 to compensate for previous undeliverability is absolutely necessary. Actually, it's absolutely non-negotiable.
Yeah, and I want to add to that before we go to Felicity. We have also been talking about what's going on around Stockholm, the side events. What are people talking about? We're talking about things like a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. How do we make it so that the fossil fuels that are fueling the climate crisis are phased out? How do we justly transition towards that? So that's something that we're also going to be focusing on. And the last thing is about Ecocide. Ecocide is legal procedures to make destruction of nature illegal in a legally binding way. And these are the things that Indigenous communities are having a lot of say upon. So I think it's really important to see like how we're using all of this knowledge that we have and taking it further and connecting it to legal frameworks that we can use to protect the planet.
We absolutely need to make the destruction of the environment illegal.
Right. Sounds pretty obvious when you say it like that. From the youth's mouths to the ears of the policymakers who have so much power but ultimately determine your futures. So thank you for sharing that. Felicity, let me come to you.
Thank you. I would say that from reflections today and from this amazing event, and thank you to We Don't Have Time for putting this on, we have the answers. It's pretty clear at this point that we've had them for a long time. Now we have the technology, now we have the capital, and now combined with those answers, combined with youth voices, combined with leadership around the world wanting to make active change for the environment, for our futures, so that when we're sat here in 50 years' time, we're not looking back at ourselves as young women just thinking, like, what was the point? Why were we here? What has changed? That's what we're saying, that's what we're reflecting on. And I would like people to take away from this that we understand, we're not naive, we know what's happening, we know what was happening back in 1972, and we know what's happening now, and we know that something needs to be done. We've had enough talking about it, and I think that this is the time where you can see from grassroots movements that you know, voices can really make a difference, and now they need to be put to a purpose. And that's something that I would really encourage people to try and get involved in where they can. I mean, even just from a global choices point of view, we have an Arctic Ice Force. We're calling for a moratorium to protect the Arctic so that it's there, so that we can protect that landscape, so that it can continue to act as an ecosystem that really benefits the planet, benefits us, benefits wildlife. You know, it's paramount at this point. Like, we're past the point of no return. It's not about keeping it, you know, 1.5. It's more than urgent. And so I would encourage people to join where they can, raise their voices where they can.
Why is this moment so pivotal?
The General Secretary in the last IPCC report said that let me backtrack a little because I forgot his words. I was focusing on this quote. He said that intervals will not save us. Working slowly will not save us. It is absolutely important because on June 3rd, the youth will take to the streets again, like we have been doing for the past 3 years. And we are making our requests to the United Nations, to parties, to you guys, very explicit. First, we absolutely need the $100 billion commitment plus more to show up in terms of finance. The money needs to show up. 2, we need a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty that is applied and not just left as another piece of paper like the Paris is. And Ecocide must be made illegal. The earth is crying out. We need to listen to her.
The other reason why it's a pivotal moment is because we come to these spaces, we talk to you, and it's like we're making ourselves vulnerable for leaders to care about us. We're sharing our stories. Not everybody does that. We are being put in a place where we have to show everything about our lives and our fears of the future for people to look at us and care about us. It shouldn't be that way. It should not be that we're begging people to care for the planet. It should be that it's their calling. And that is what we really want, for everybody to become an activist. It shouldn't be demands. It should be, what can I do to take care of this world? That is something that my dad taught me. We're not on Earth to take care. We are not on Mother Earth to take over. We are here to take care. And another quote that I also heard today is, we have to walk on Earth with love because she holds you. And these are the type of relationships that we're not used to hearing. We're not used to hearing how we're part of Mother Earth and how Mother Earth is part of us. And the youth is coming in, bringing in this new worldview and also saying, you have to protect our future with all of the science, the money, the technology, the information that is there. And for us, it is life or death, because we are seeing statistics like 1.2 billion climate refugees by 2050, 19% of the world uninhabitable by 2070, entire island nations underwater. It is not abstract, and we cannot keep acting like it's abstract. We have to put in all of our effort into climate justice, and there is no other greater purpose that we have.
Beautifully said. I mean, it couldn't be more clear when you say it like that. All three of you and many others that are really at the forefront of this activist movement to draw attention to human beings, that we are one and the same with nature. It's easy to remove yourself from it and look at it from the outside. And we've seen these beautiful visuals on the screen behind us, and we've heard very clearly from global citizens of the world, especially those who are indigenous and really recognize how special nature is, just intrinsically. But we need to be able to communicate that and bring those who have lost sight of their role as environmental stewards, and those who can actually recognize and carry the banner of being planetary stewards. That is the real takeaway from this session and from this entire conversation for today as we kicked off our first day of STHLM+50. Thank you, ladies, so much for your comments, your contributions, the work that you do, and I hope that the policymakers will hear you and prioritize the demands that you made here today. So thank you very much for your contributions and your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Climate strike, you better come, please come.
1 p.m.
Check FFF Stockholm for the details.
So I'd like to welcome my colleagues on stage. And before we close, we would like to take a moment of quiet to acknowledge that we actually are a part of nature. And we did hear the youth activists in the previous panel just now. So with that, let's just take a moment of quiet. Thank you for taking that moment of quiet with us. Welcome, colleagues. We've made it to the end of the day.
Fantastic. And I'd like to introduce, this is a new guest. Well, actually, he's part of our team, but you in the studio area, maybe from watching all over the world, you probably have seen Patrick Kiari from our Kenya broadcast before. So it's fantastic for me to be sharing the stage with Patrick from Kenya, who runs the Kenya operations, and of course, Shutta, that is president of the US operations, and of course, the founder, Ingmar Renshaug, here today. So I'd like to ask you, Shutta, first. Fantastic work, by the way. What are your main takeaways from your sessions? There were several, and the theme.
I think there's a real recognition that we are all part of a global commons, that climate and nature are one and the same, and climate, nature, and humans are one and the same. It's easy to remove ourselves from what the planet is suffering from, but ultimately, when the planet suffers, we suffer. And if we start to think about us as an integrated whole, and recognizing that when the commons are being devastated, that human and humanity and the future of our planet, the future of our very existence on this planet is being decimated, that to me is the most clear takeaway. And then the youth, just how obvious it is for the youth, but it takes us a moment to catch up and figure it out. And the distance between the policymakers, not just in age, just that lack of connection to the natural environment versus the young people who seem like they can understand it and breathe it in and out and express it so beautifully to our audience, not just here in person, but also to our global audience tuning in. And that connection to me was everything today. I think it was an incredible way to kick off this week and the really critical, important outcomes that need to happen this week as well as we move towards COP27.
Indeed. Well, it's basically, it's existential. It's an existential threat, and we felt that today. So before I turn to you, Patrick, Ingmar, your main takeaways from this first day of 5 broadcasts.
My main takeaway is that it's been a fantastic day. I learned so much, and it's always give me a lot of hope to see people that are really working on solution and working on getting other people active and see them on the same stage. And have an audience. We had so far 4 million viewers this day.
Wow.
And that's a good start because we're going to grow. I think my main takeaway is that we really don't have time, of course. But we see now that there is initiatives like Ecocide that we're not so far away for actually going to happen, even though Sweden is lagging behind, unfortunately. Sweden is actually lagging behind in many things. There's no clear agenda for the STHLM+50 meeting. And just 1 month before the meeting, Sweden sent a letter to the United Nations lowering the money we're paying to the climate and other organizations for UN. I don't think that is taking the lead. It's quite the opposite. So that is not making me proud to being a Swede. But what's making me proud to being a Swede is being here in the room together with you. We have had over 80 nationalities represented here today. I mean, we're not a country, we are a planet, and let's protect that.
Wonderful. And Patrick, you arrived when? Was it today?
No, I just arrived yesterday.
Yesterday.
All the way from Africa. And it's amazing to be here and to realize how we don't have time is a game changer in this cause toward our world or toward our Mother Earth.
And your expectations, Patrick, or your hopes and expectations from what might come out of this meeting here in Stockholm, from your perspective, what is that?
Is to see that change, is to see that voice working from policymakers and all people who are here and listening to us all over the world. We need that voice to go to everywhere, to every village, in every part of the world. And I believe we can win. And this is the time, in this Stockholm +50, we need to move more forward than before.
Thank you. And you're really working very well in Kenya, because we have many viewers and many followers in Kenya. That's very much thanks to you and your team.
Thank you so much. We are happy for that.
Speaking of team, Ingmar, we're all in this together. We are a team. And how can people interact and support and work together on the app?
Yes, so what you can do on the app is that you can continue the dialogue with the speakers we have had on stage. So ask if you have a question for one of the speakers you have seen here today or later this week, go to the app and put that question there, and hopefully you will get a direct answer from them, because we know the time is all about the dialogue. We need to work together, and we also need to work together with people we don't agree on. And in order to do that and move forward, we need to have a dialogue. So that's what We Know the Time is all about, having a dialogue. Even with the oil companies, you can have a dialogue on We Don't Have Time. But you can also, as I explained earlier today, send climate love as soon as you see someone acting for the climate. It could be a solution, or it could be an activist advocating for change, or someone that actually doing something good. You could give them climate love to showcase that to others, so more people follow. And when you see someone lagging behind, you can also tell them that. Not to shame them, but to politely ask them to change, because we need to change. And I think most people know that. They're still resisting, but with a little help of us getting together with technology like We Don't Have Time, I think we can do it. And I have one good news. I had this question in the beginning.
Oh yes, tell us.
And we had a poll on Twitter. And last time I checked it, in the beginning of today, it was 63% were very pessimistic. They thought it was between 0 to 25%. 63% was very negative, thinking that we were not going to meet the emission target in the Paris Agreement. Now when I checked it, it was actually about 10% lower. So it's only 53% that thinks that we're not going to make it.
Excellent.
And I think we have done something to that. And that's important, because the only way to solve this is to have the mentality that we will solve this. Look at Ukraine. It's a war in Ukraine. No one thought from the beginning that Ukraine could stand up to Russia. But they are doing that. And they will never, ever have a chance to win if they don't think that they will win that war. And I think they will. And it's the same thing with the climate. We need to do everything we can. And if we don't believe in victory ourselves, we will not make it. So here, that is what I want everyone to take away from here, that we will make it, but it will take a lot from everyone. We can't have anyone on the sideline. So that is my takeaway, and also what I want
and your call to action, I'd say,
to do.
Well, thank you so much, Ingmar. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Shota. And we'll see you again tomorrow. We have our second day of broadcasts here from space in Stockholm. And tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you will meet our dear colleague Nick Nuttall, who will take it away from the stage here again. So meet you then. Bye-bye.